Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages from all around the globe, welcome to the McAfee and Hawk Sports Talk Draft Primetime Super Special, being brought to you by a group of humans in the middle of America that absolutely love the draft. AJ Hawk, myself, all of the boys here. Mel Kiper is here. He is ready to dial it in on any draft picks that we don't fully understand. Mel, how are you feeling?
Doing great, Pat. Incredibly excited to be here with you and AJ, two of my favorite football players of all time. A lot of good stuff going to be happening tonight, I'm sure. Can't wait to get into it.
Diehard football fan at Tone Diggs. By the way, Mel, you look great. Tone Diggs suited and booted. You look fantastic. At Nick Morato's here. At Viva Lazito in the middle of a Zito production is making magic happen back there. At Evan Foxy's wearing a Blues Brother black on black with a black tie outfit at Evan Foxy. Why is that the case?
It's a funeral, Pat. Not for the Lions, but for the rest of the NFL. Let's go.
That is just not an accurate statement. We assume with the number 3 pick overall, the Detroit Lions are going to move out of there. Will the Detroit Lions lose or win? Will the Detroit Lions get back on the path of relevance? Evan Foxy says yes. The rest of the world is guessing no. Speaking of getting back on path, this team, it seems as if the train has gone off the tracks. This man's a big fan of the New England Patriots, and he looks electric. He's been wearing the same thing since 7:30 this morning. He has not showered. He has not slept. In excitement at Boston Connor.
Let's go! Draft day! We're getting someone like Bledsoe, baby! Let's go!
I don't know if that's the guy you want, right? I mean, you guys didn't start winning until Bledsoe conveniently got killed and murdered on a football field.
Exactly. We get Bledsoe, then we're one step closer to getting the next Brady, who's replacing him.
And the man that will be joining us for the entire evening, linebacker for the Green Bay Packers. He leads the Green Bay Packers in the history of tackles in tackling. A legend, joins us every single time. He is currently getting FaceTimed, I believe, by Zito, alongside Mr. Chris Ballard. Ladies and gentlemen, the other half of McAfee and Hawk. Cut to Zito, Foxy, please. Please, cut to Zito. What's going on, Zito?
Chris Ballard has not answered, but I'm going to call AJ real quick.
Oh, my God, because we only got Chris Ballard. So we were going to lead off with Chris Ballard. It was going to be our big surprise. Like, hey, we got a general manager to join us before the first round of the draft. Granted, he does not have a draft pick, but the only way we can communicate with people is via one FaceTime. So that means we have to hang up on AJ Hawk every time we have to call somebody. So that's why we were about 3 minutes late. But nonetheless, boys, exciting night. The NFL draft is going to be absolutely electric. And joining us the entire time, the handsome, the shovel face, the chin of all chins, the blue-eyed wonder, suited and booted, AJ Hawk. What's up, AJ?
Good to be here. It feels like this is a big moment, like the draft is finally here.
I see you got some banners behind you there to really celebrate the occasion. McAfee and Hawk 2020 NFL Draft. What do you think is potentially going to pop off tonight? What team's going to win in your eyes, AJ? Do you have any clue what the fuck's going to happen?
I do not, but the one thing I know for sure is we cannot say that anybody won the draft tonight. We don't know that until the next season, the season after that. So, yeah, people can have a good night, but it's still speculation as to if it's going to be a good draft for these teams.
25,000 people currently watching, and all of them are chanting, AJ Hawk! AJ Hawk! AJ Hawk! We tried to find a picture of you from your draft night. Your suit was horrendous, but that was the style at the time. Does the draft in the first round draft make you feel good? Is that like something where it's a great memory, obviously? A lifelong dream came for you at the pick number 5. Is that something that you feel? Do you feel a little reminiscing moment, or is it just, who cares?
I mean, I don't reminisce a whole lot about stuff. It was definitely a special day, a special night. I was lucky to go to the Packers. But I heard Nick Saban earlier on ESPN. They were interviewing him, and he said, well, the text that I send out every year to all my guys, like, say, hey, this isn't you haven't arrived. This isn't the end. Like, this is just the beginning. I always felt that way. Like, okay, cool. Now I get a chance to go play in the NFL.
Yeah, Chris Ballard just texted me and said, every time I try to FaceTime you guys, it kicks me off. I said, well, just wait a minute, Chris. We will call you back, sir. We will give you a call right now. Zito will be calling him. AJ, that means we have to hang up on you. Do you have questions ready for Chris Ballard?
No, not really. But yeah, I do. We'll figure it out.
We only have 10 minutes. I was told a strict 10-minute clause. He's 4 minutes late at this point. Ooh. So does that mean we get 10 minutes from when it starts or from when it was supposed to start?
Well, typically you would get 10 minutes from the time right now. You know, you're not going to be penalized for the 4 minutes he was late. So
is that an official statement from Mel Kiper there?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think Chris Ballard's going to do tonight, Mel? Anything?
Well, you know, I mean, I look for them to maybe trade back up deep into the first round, accumulate a couple picks, maybe get a couple receivers, D lineman, safety, linebacker, you name it, they need it.
Will you be able to do this for 4 hours?
I don't know. We're going to see.
Yeah, it has been announced that Joe Burrow is going to the Bengals, even though everybody and their mom is trying to make a move. Chase Young has been announced he's going to the Washington Redskins. Everything else nobody knows about. Joining us right now is a general manager, one of the 32, guy who represents the Indianapolis Colts from his at-home draft station, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Ballard.
Yeah!
Oh, boy, Chris!
Thanks for having me in. You're not announcing any picks this year?
Hey, let's talk about that immediately. I know you don't have a lot of time. Whenever I went up there to pick the draft choice, what was the feeling in the room? Was it a potential this guy's going to mess this up, or this should be a fun, electrifying moment if Roger Goodell doesn't kick his ass off the stage?
Absolutely, a fun, electrifying moment, and that's exactly what it was. It sent a lightning bolt through the room.
Oh, well, then obviously Andrew Luck went on to retire before the season started. Everything I said, maybe it wasn't a great run. But let's talk about this particular draft. You have 0 picks in the first round. What are you doing? Are you seizing an opportunity if a guy starts dropping, trying to figure out how you can get in? Do you already have your picks bundled that you would have to make a move? Do you have plans? What is the first night for a GM who doesn't have a draft pick like?
Well, I'm going to watch DeForest Buckner's tape and then be awful happy that we got him on our team. That's one. And you know me, Pat. It would have to be the right guy and that we think's really a difference maker for us to move up. If not, I would guess on us going the other way tomorrow.
Chris, how do you think trades are going to happen? Do you think there'll be more or less than a normal draft with the whole virtual thing going on?
You know, it's funny because, we had a couple practice sessions, and that was quite interesting.
Well, we heard.
But I think what'll happen, I think we'll still have normal amount of trades. I think people will probably get out in front of them quicker. There won't be as many on-the-clock deals. Sometimes when you're on the clock, you'll get 2 or 3 calls. I think the deal might actually get done the pick before. If there are guys on the board. So I still think we'll have enough. I think we'll still have pretty good activity.
Have you had any conversations with anybody about moving? Now, granted, I know you guys don't have to. You don't have to rebuild your team as much. They're talking about the Redskins had people trying to get up to 2. The Dolphins were trying to package things to move up to 1. The Niners are trying to get out. People are trying to get in. Do you have any of those conversations, or are you more like, hey, let's wait and see how this works out?
No, look, before every draft, you try to prepare yourself both ways. You make teams know that you're willing to move up or down. You start talking a little bit about compensation. And we've had talks both ways.
So you're not saying anything. Yeah? We might go up, we might go down. We really don't know what's going to happen there.
We're too close. You want me to just give you the pick? You want me to just give you the pick?
All right, who do we got? What number what number do you guys have in the second round?
I'm going to show you. This is where we're picking. There's the bar. So there's the bar for tonight. It's well stocked.
Okay.
And we're ready to roll.
Chris, I have a question for you. I have to ask. I don't want to because
you're going to.
I have to. I don't want to, but I have to. It is alleged, okay? Tom Brady, Tampa Bay, Gronkaneers. Tom was interested in coming to the Indianapolis Colts. Is that a factual statement? Did you guys know that Tom was potentially coming? And have you already decided on Phillip Rivers at that point? Or did you have to sit down and be like, who do we like for our system and our fit?
No, I mean, I don't know that to be true or not true.
Okay.
I just know we're happy with Phillip. For his history with Frank and Nick and what he brings from a leadership standpoint, from a presence standpoint, and he's had a great career. And we think he can finish it out strong here in Indy. And look, fortunate, we feel like we have 2 quarterbacks with Jacoby also, so we're fortunate.
Hey, Chris, how long ago did you know that bringing Phil Rivers to Indianapolis was a real possibility?
You talk about everybody when you're going through when you're going through free agency. And, up until when we got to the negotiation window, we got a strong feeling that this was going to happen. And to be honest with you, um, it's you never know because I've had
Yeah.
guys back out on me. You have a deal done and back out on Wednesday and say they're going to another team. So you always wait until the ink's dry. But we had a pretty good indication when we got into free agency during the negotiation period.
When you were with Kansas City, you guys had great drafts. You've had great drafts for the Colts thus far. I watched Draft Day, so I basically know what it's like. You know what I mean? I've seen the movie, Kevin Costner. Is there somebody in the I can't even. Is there a GM around the NFL that everybody knows, like, hey, if we need to make a deal done, this guy's a good guy to get a deal done with?
There's certain, I'll say this, there's always, like Schneider, like John. John he's as good as there is in this business in terms of moving up and down and navigating the draft. I think last year he turned that late first round pick into about 6 or 7 other picks during the draft. He's a magician when it comes to work in the draft and moving back and moving up when he has to.
Chris, how does like a draft day trade happen? Like how many picks is it possible that, say you're picking 10th in a hypothetical, that you could trade with somebody like shortly after the 8th pick happens? Like, can it happen that quick?
Yeah, no, and most of the time, what happens is on the, you'll say, okay, we'll do it for that if my guy's on the clock, if I'm moving up, and then you'll call and you'll just pray that the team hasn't got some other offer that's better, which happens. I mean, there's times when you'll call and they say, hey, look, we got a better offer. Are you willing to give more? And it goes the same way. I mean, there's times when teams are just trying to bail out of the pick. They don't have somebody they like, and you'll get it for cheaper than what it would usually cost. A lot of times it just depends on who the player is and is somebody really driven to get the player. I mean, I thought you saw the case last year. Washington was driven to move up to our spot last year when we kicked back into the second round, and that's why we're able to get the 34th pick this year.
How much secrecy is it in protecting your picks? Like, if I was to ask you, what are you thinking about? Because you got DeForest Buckner in the first round this year. Your offense, now you got Phillip Rivers. You need a weapon, I think, even though, this is just somebody from outside. Maybe in the secondary. Do you have, is it best available player? Or is it, hey, this is probably what we need mixed with this is the best guy at that position?
That's good. That's a really good question. So
thank you.
I was always taught this: never pass a great player, no matter what the position is. Okay. Quentin Nelson to me is a great example because I remember people laughing at us when we took a guard at 6, but we thought he was a generational guard.
True.
Now, if the players are even, if it's even on the board and we think their talent level is even, then we're gonna take the need. But if we think the guys, you got some unique talent at a premium position, we're going to take that player.
Chris, last question for me. You said if a team just wants to bail out of a pick, that seems to be like right now the Detroit Lions could possibly move back into the Dolphins, have 3 first-rounders. Let's say you do want to bail out of a pick, but you just aren't getting the offers you want. Do you go best available?
Yeah, you just go best available player. I mean, especially when you're that high in the draft, you're going to get a premium player. When you're in it, like the year we took Quentin, when we moved, we were at 3. Remember, we kicked back to 6.
Yeah.
We had counted. We were counting on 3 quarterbacks going, and then we said, okay, there's going to be another 4 to 6 players that we think are premium players, and we wanted to stay in that area to be able to take we didn't want to move far enough back where we lost a premium player.
Smart.
And I think that's probably what they're looking at too.
Last question for you here before we let you go and do your thing. Can you move your hand up your phone a little bit? Yeah, because it's echoing. It's echoing. I hear me coming back. That draft trade card that was created by Jimmy Johnson, allegedly, way back in the day. Does that still ring true? How the number 1 overall pick is worth 3,000 points, and then it's 2,700 points? And is that how you calculate what picks need to be given to move to certain places? Is that still real?
It's close. I mean, it's been adapted some since then, especially when the analytics guys get their hands on it. They get to certain depths in the draft where, say 20 through 42, we don't see any difference of the points, but at 43, the point total drops. So we've probably got it tiered a little different, but it's still similar.
Well, Chris, we appreciate you taking time for us here, man. We appreciate you so much. You can have a couple.
Appreciate you.
You can have a couple beers tonight, hang out there, just kind of watch what's going on.
We're just going to watch the show.
You can watch us too. We currently got 43,000 people watching. You move the needle. This is our biggest number that we've ever had because of your handsome face. I want to let you know that. It's a big deal.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Ballard.
Chris!
Learned a lot in there. I don't know if that's true or not true, he said about Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's true.
He knows.
All right. I didn't want to needle him because we literally only had 10 minutes. I think we were 11 minutes there on Mel Kiper's time. As soon as he started, we started the clock then. But, I mean, there was a lot there. True or not true. I mean, you read that however you want to read it. And also, if you never pass up a great player, that's because I always assumed you drafted for need. I honestly always assumed you drafted for need. Best person at need. Let's make our team as good as possible. But if you have a once-in-a-generation type guy, I guess you take it. That's why the Packers took A.J. Hawk.
Yeah, you think? I don't know. I think each team it's different. I think some teams they do. Like they truly live by best available, whether they're in need or they don't have a lot of depth at that, or to say they already have a bunch of depth and they're going to take a guy that seems to be someone that could be there for 8-10 years, they may take him. But I think it depends on the GM and the owner really at who you're going to take, or if you're a best available, or you're exactly what we need right now.
Hey, Chris Ballard's a cool dude. Good hair on him too. Yeah, he's been working out during quarantine. He's been getting a pump on. Diana Rossini is currently on ESPN. We got 9 minutes, 57 seconds until the draft starts. She says that the Cincinnati Bengals view the number 1 overall pick as a monumental moment in their franchise's history. Okay. No shit. I respect that, by the way. I don't know if that's breaking news or not, but I think that is why people have come with a king's ransom. A king's ransom trying to get that number 1 pick. 3 number 1 overalls is what the Miami Dolphins have. They were trying to package that allegedly to go to the Lions spot to give away the 3 and the 5 to get up to 1 for how much they like Joe Burrow. Cincinnati has come out and said that they're taking Joe Burrow. What a moment. Good for that kid. But it would be hard for me not to look at 3 number 1s and be like, Andy Dalton slinging it in that tiny little backyard. We can pick up 3 people right now. But I respect that they're taking the Ohio kid to Cincinnati.
Well, yeah, think about it. I think what also scares some GMs and owners.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm too. I've been sweating for 30 minutes.
Are we doing this already? Are we doing this?
No, I'm in. I'm full of jacking buttons and everything. I'm good to go.
All right, I'll stick with it.
You said you're trying to get down, trying to drop a few pounds so you can get playing the Bucks, Pat. You need that.
Whoa,
AJ! What the hell are you talking
those
about?
are off-air conversations, AJ.
Jesus!
You've been posting pictures of you kicking.
That's just content. That's just content.
Just outside.
No, a picture of your yard with a football is not really content.
AJ,
Kicking for fun!
AJ.
Let me see the boys. Can I see the boys before it starts? I can't see what they're wearing.
I'm sorry. When I introed you, look at Diggs is all dressed up to the nines. He's got the blue with the pink. Nick is wearing the casual gray with the blue underneath. Zito obviously looks absolutely magnificent. I mean, he's got that straight off of the Elton John line. He's got a
I
little
have that in gold, Zito.
Bought that one. Go get it.
Oh, and Evan Foxy looks like a Blues Brother. Says it's a funeral for the rest of the NFL. The Lions are about to
Evan
win.
Foxy looks like he's James Bond.
Thank you, AJ.
Wow.
That was too kind of you.
Hey, they won't pick an American James Bond, right? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
How come that never gets talked about?
Gary Fleming.
Well, it's just,
How come that never gets
But
talked
I
about?
mean,
England's
but they
still
could
bitter.
they could do an American accent in every single movie over here.
Yeah.
Bond.
Foxy should be James Bond. And obviously in the phone booth, Connor looks electric.
Here we go, baby.
Okay.
Let's go. This is for Pistol.
We got 7
so
minutes.
happy.
We got 7 minutes and 30 seconds until draft. One final update here from Mel Kiper, who is joining us, AJ.
Well, I was going back looking at A.J. Hawk's tape, and I did have him number 3 on my big board. The only issue is that he had to tape that and coil that anaconda around his leg. A lot of GMs and coaches around the league thought that might slow him down. Maybe that's why his 40 time wasn't as great as it could have been. But, AJ, good to talk to you again. Glad you're with us.
He's talking
Good to
about
see you, Mel. Looks like you may have stolen a jacket out of Trey Wingo's closet.
Is what he said true? Was that a kind of a scouting flaw on your part? Is that your hammer would bruise your thighs while you're running?
Man, wouldn't that be an amazing rumor to be floating around?
Oh, yeah. We can
So, yeah,
start it.
I'm pretty sure it was actually.
Literally
When I go back
just
and check the
started it.
charts.
Joe Burrow's sitting on a leather couch. Tua has all of Hawaii in his house.
Wow.
It was dressed up, full 3-piece suit too.
He looks unbelievable. By the way, if the Dolphins, so Jeff Darlington comes from the rafters this afternoon with Tua's screen was already freezing up. Chase Young's dancing.
Already?
Which I love. He's in Washington, D.C., by the way. I don't know. Is that where he's from? Is Chase Young from Washington, D.C.? So they get Dwayne Haskins last year, right, from the area.
Yep.
Now they're getting Chase Young. Are they building like what the XFL should have built with the regional teams? Like, hey, let's get everybody from Washington, D.C., play for the hometown team. Let's build that up. He's obviously a once-in-a-generation talent, but he looks good. Jeff Darlington said, though, that he talked to his sources at Miami, and he said something along the lines of, like, some most surprising thing he's ever heard or something like that. I have no idea what that could possibly mean. And then you listen to the Game Day crew on ESPN before the draft. They were talking about how, I guess, Miami's thinking now offensive lineman, offensive tackle if they can't move up anymore. And then they like Jordan Love later in the draft. I mean, it's just right now everybody's lying to everybody. And that is what I'm here for. I'm all about people deceiving the shit out of other people.
Well, Miami has the 5th, the 18th, and 26th in the first round. If they want to get one of these tackles, it's possible there's going to be 8 tackles taken in this first round.
Well, then I think they also have the 39 and the 56. So they have a litany of picks where they can move wherever except for the number 1 overall when Mr. Brown is sitting at the number 1 overall pick saying this is a monumental moment. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think it would take? I know supposedly Mr. Brown's already written a letter to Joe Burrow welcoming him to the Cincinnati Bengals. I wonder if that was email or snail mail.
Did he hand wrote a message to him?
Well, I should say I'm just relaying something I think that Schefter said or somebody else on TV.
Do the Bengals have
email?
email? I don't think the Bengals have email.
Carrier pigeon.
Well, I probably had someone drive it over to Joe's house and just place it in the mailbox. I think it's like an hour and a half away.
Joe put out a tweet earlier today. Nobody make fun of me. Barbershops are closed. Get off my ass, basically. Because whenever he was at the Combine, one of the freshest fades I've ever seen in my entire life. My lady cut my hair tonight, by the way, for this big appearance. Did you see that?
You look great. Yeah, it looks professional.
Hey, she's very good. And by
Is
the
she
way,
going to cut your hair for your wedding coming up in June?
Well,
are you guys doing okay? You're not.
We're doing okay. It's the date seems to be a little bit of an issue. Not with us, but this virus that has been kind of shutting everything down. So I think we're going to have to delay the wedding, actually. I think we're going to have to delay it, which, by the way, I'm not happy about. Everybody knows that I am not happy about. I am not happy about it, not one bit. But we had to delay it. It's in Hawaii. Speaking of Hawaii, Tua, if Miami takes an offensive lineman, the Miami Dolphins and the Chargers were allegedly in the market for a quarterback. If Miami takes an offensive tackle, then who? Just the Chargers are looking for a quarterback? Is it going to be Tua or is it going to be Herbert? Who's going to fall? There's a lot of bets on FanDuel right now. Who's going to be the number 2 quarterback taken? And it seems like just 1 year ago, Tua would have been number 1. Now we're wondering, is he going to get drafted over Justin Herbert to the Chargers? This is an interesting dynamic. Everybody could be lying too, AJ. Everybody could be full of shit.
Well, everybody is lying. Like, nobody truly knows. Like, each team thinks they know what the other teams are doing. They know the calls that they have put out. They know the calls that they have fielded. But who really knows? Like, you're going to also, if you're going to try to throw people off the scent, you're going to call other teams and try to make them believe you're trying to do certain things too and move around. Oh, well, we're not 100%, stuck on this pick. We're okay moving around. Like in your mind, you're 100% stuck on this pick, but you want to entertain some offers and try to just get some info from other people.
Well, Chris Ballard just said, we're interested in moving both ways. So if anybody wants to talk to us, we'll move up, we'll move down, we'll stay the same. That's either true or not true. I mean, he just did a master class in not answering anything to us right there. That was beautiful.
Isn't it amazing, though, how all these GMs, all these front office, the owners, everybody, a lot of these guys are friends. A lot of them have worked together on different teams throughout the course of their career. They hang out at the Combine. They see each other all the time. But then they have to try to, tread this fine line for the draft of, hey, yeah, I may be buddies with him, but I got to make him believe I'm telling the truth, but I'm not.
Did you see that NFL lineup of humans they got? They are 15 wide on a screen right now. Mel Kiper's currently talking. What is he saying?
Well, the draft tonight's going to be a great time. I already ran out of pumpkin pie, been just inhaling whipped cream. What are you mouthing at me right now?
What about Todd McShay not being here?
Todd McShay, love you, pal, but, quarantine, obviously I don't want to get corona. I don't know. I mean, we got a star-studded cast tonight, Pat.
Lewis Riddick is currently talking. Booger McFarland's there. Trey Wingo's rocking a pimp gangster suit. Did you see that?
What?
He is rocking a pinstripe gangster suit. I mean, this is going to be a night now. Roger Goodell's basement was revealed to us earlier today whenever he did a selfie video, basically. Got plugs in for Microsoft and Bose in the video, which, by the way, influencer veteran to make that move. I did not expect his basement to look the same way. I think we all felt the same way.
Yeah.
$40 million a year. I thought he was going to have like a Kirk Herbstreit type background. He did not. He does not have that. He has just his TVs and things of that nature.
Well, I think he may be showing a little bit of awareness. He knows it's not a great look if he shows a palatial basement with the ocean in the background.
What a
He lives
word.
in New York area, Connecticut. Am I right?
Yeah.
Sure.
And I'm sure this is just one of multiple houses that he owns. Who wants to sit on a couch and watch a TV sideways?
Oh, you're
He
talking
talked
about
oh, we watch football every Saturday, every
30
Sunday.
years.
down here.
30
It's
years
gotta-
he's been on that chair.
Yeah, so I'd be like, you're like this, man. It's a hell of a game today, Raj. Like your neck would hurt.
Well, I would assume that. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to assume anything with Roger Goodell, but I would assume that he had to move his 30-year-old chair because of the setup, or maybe not.
Chair, not the couch though. The couch is against the wall. That looks like it's been there for 15 years.
Not a very. You're right. Great word there with palatial with his basement. It was not as impressive. Trey Wingo's suit is mesmerizing at this point. I mean, the only person that can't see it is Armel Kuiper, which is a real shame because your suit kind of looks very similar to what he's got going on.
Well, if I had to guess, I think Wingo probably took one look at me and said, God damn, that guy looks good. Give me a suit like that.
So the Trey Wingo's suits, it's not ironic, is it? Like it's legit.
Oh, you think he's mocking the draft by wearing that suit?
I don't know if he's mocking the draft. I think
Wow.
was he having some
Wow,
fun?
AJ Hawk just buzzed down Trey Wingo.
Not at all.
draft hasn't
He's
even
having
started.
fun with the draft. Like, hey, everybody needs a little levity right now in this time of crisis.
Yeah, you saying his suit is a joke.
Like I'm wearing a velvet tux jacket.
Me too.
That's not serious.
It is hot out here, too.
I'm so sweaty.
It is so hot out here.
Where'd he go?
Look at this thing. Do you see me?
I can't see you.
Do you see me now?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I am dripping in sweat over here. Dripping. It's going to be a problem tonight, dude. I run hot, too, dude. I run hot. And it's going to be a 7-hour affair. We're going to be here for 7 hours just talking about dudes, most of them we may have never heard of before, getting their entire life changed. Have you done some? Oh, we should reveal our mock drafts. We should reveal our mock drafts before the draft starts. That's what we should do. Let's reveal them. We will be having a contest this evening. Myself versus AJ Hawk versus Mel Kiper versus any other mock drafts. And the way it'll go is this. If you get everything absolutely right, 10 points. If you get the proper position but not the right person to the team, 1 point. If you call a trade and the trade is accurate, you get 7 points, and the pick is another 10 points on top of that. So it could be a long night, a lot of points scored. The loser between us will give to charity, and if somebody who's watching in the YouTube comment section could do the math for us, we would appreciate it greatly because we're not 100% sure of the rules as I just spit those out of my mouth. Let's go with AJ Hawk's draft up there, Zito.
All right, come on up. Got to pull it up.
AJ Hawk's mock draft, number 1, Joe Burrow, Chase Young, Jeff Okudah, Isaiah Simmons, Tua Tagovailoa going to the Miami Dolphins. That is very interesting there, AJ. And also you have the Lions not trading out of 3. What made you think that?
I think they're not going to be able to move out of 3. Everyone knows they want to move back, and I don't think people are other teams know that, so they know we're not going to bring everything we have to try to get it.
I was just on the television. That's pretty nice of me.
Let's go.
It was actually my foot kicking off a Super Bowl. Pretty cool moment.
Ooh.
I was also on the ACC network earlier, missing 2 kicks in a game against Pitt. I did not appreciate that on our big draft super special. If the ACC network could get off my damn ass, that would be fantastic. Let's move along. Justin Herbert going. Everybody was talking 5 and 6 is going to be quarterbacks until Jeff Darlington today. So by the way, I did very similar things. Then you got Derek Brown, Tristan Wirf, Javon Kinlaw, and Mekhi Becton rounding out your top 10. I like that. We'll see if it's accurate. Can you put mine up there, Zito?
Yep.
Now, Bengals Joe, then Chase. Miami trades the 18th, 25th, and the 56th pick to the Detroit Lions for Jedrick Willis, offensive tackle. Then the Giants are at 4. Then the Dolphins are back up with Justin Herbert. Then Tua Tagovailoa to Los Angeles. Carolina Panthers take Isaiah Simmons, which I think will be to guard Gronkowski. Mekhi Becton to the Arizona Cardinals because they need a big guy that can move. Number 9, the Jacksonville Jaguars take Jeff Okudah. And then the Packers give up pick 30 and the 2021 first-round pick to the Browns to get Derek Brown, a D tackle from Auburn, because they gave up 186 yards rushing in the last game that they played before contact happened.
Derek Brown's a stud, but the Packers already have some interior D linemen that they either have paid or they have to pay.
They stink.
Kenny Clark was a heck of a player. I mean, yeah, you're right. Hey, if you have a chance to get Derek Brown and you got to move up and give next year's first round and your first round, you're trading up from where are they?
30, yeah. 2 first rounders. Yeah, but by the way, whenever we ran it by the trade card, the draft card thing that Ballard was talking about, nowhere near enough to move from 30 to 10. Nowhere near enough if you go by the draft card. But I strictly did that because Aaron Rodgers is going to be here, you're here, and Ty Schmidt is an owner of the Packers who he's in the back somewhere. But that is the only reason why I did that, because I just wanted a little something to kick off with the Packers.
Hey, what do you think happens? There's always something weird in the top 10 where somebody gets drafted that was not projected anywhere near the top 10. What team do you think does that, and who could it possibly be?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, I knew there was no way you had an answer for that, but I'm curious.
I'm curious as well. I think the Miami Dolphins potentially move up to 3, though. And I think they give their 2 first rounders and then their second rounder to get there. And I think they take an offensive tackle just like Darlington said they were going to do. And then there they are 2 picks later picking up a quarterback as well. Either one, whether it's Tua or Herbert. I think that would make sense for them if they wanted to do it. And Roger Goodell has joined us from his basement, AJ. Do you see him? He looks handsome. Everybody thought he was going to potentially dress Don because he's at the house, but he's got a suit, no tie.
Respect the shield.
Yeah, didn't they tell the draft guy, like the prospects, hey, don't dress up?
Well, we don't have the sound on. All we see is a bunch of. I thought this was supposed to be a distraction from the coronavirus. I mean, T's and P's to everybody affected, but these are some heart-wrenching. Oh my God, that's.
Oh no.
Well, they've done. Have you been watching anything, Pat? The shows leading up to this.
Oh.
They've been really doing a lot of, I guess, just saying how we're doing the right thing, we're following the guidelines. They're doing it because guys like Schefter said there's carnage in the streets. We don't need to have a draft right now. I think they're trying to make everybody feel good about what we're doing.
I understand that this coronavirus is terrible and all that, but I think the reason why the draft did forge the river, is it ford the river or forge?
Ford. I thought it was Forge.
Me too. I thought it was forge, like a signature or something.
Forge is like the valley.
I thought you ford forward, but you forge a river.
Forge is like to craft or build something.
Well, you ford the river. We forded the river with this draft pick, and now we're trying to take it out. Have you seen what Tim McAfee looks like, by the way?
Oh.
No.
Oh my God!
Please show me.
Hold on, he might be out there. I don't know. Tim, get into a spot where that camera can reach you at. This guy looks outrageous. He got the memo that we are dressing up for this draft night. I'm
so pumped he dressed up. I had no
we go.
idea. I didn't
Here
even
we go.
think of him dressing up.
Look at this dude, bro. He's ready to go. Look, he's got.
He's working security for the warehouse.
I don't know what he's doing.
Walker, Texas Ranger.
Oh, he is packing. If anybody wants to know, Tim McAfee is packing. He's an animal. Tim McAfee is an absolute animal right there. I have no idea what he was saying. He was probably mouthing something. My mom is here. She hasn't seen another human since this quarantine started. She's all pumped up. We're social distancing, but I saw Sally. We have big enough space to do so. She's probably yelling at him out there. He looked really good. Who the fuck is this singing? There's somebody on a piano. Oh, this guy's show got canceled.
Harry Connick.
Yeah, because he's insufferable.
Oh, he's fake Ricky Martin.
That guy's
it's the national anthem, right?
Oh, here we go.
Tim McAfee will come in here and fucking unload if we're not.
Is it happening?
Is this the national anthem?
I think so.
I got the closed caption on it. It looks like that's the lyrics.
Did you do the hand on the heart or the arms behind whenever it was game?
I was usually always arms behind.
Me too. And then you started getting shamed for not having your hand on your heart, right?
No.
Oh, I did. People started looking at me. They were holding a flag. They were like, I'm like, I'm so sorry.
I just want to say,
I didn't know what the proper protocol is.
Me neither. I didn't know until I got shamed.
You said Roger Goodell's name. There's a lot of boos going on in the old chat.
They're trying to clap off Roger Goodell right now. The
They're
national
trying to
anthem's
win.
happened.
What's the hashtag where if you boo Roger, that goes money towards?
Oh, the Bud
charity?
Light thing. The Bud Light thing. Should we do that? It's the national anthem. We can't boo during it.
No.
Respect the troops.
Jason McAfee sitting down in the back. I see it. Jeez. Jason McAfee hates America.
Jay.
Unbelievable. Are you supposed to sing along when you're at home with the national anthem?
Yeah, you are.
I think so.
Where are we at? Can you tell us in the
Go ahead,
closed
AJ.
captions?
The land of the free right now.
And the home of the brave. All right, let's play ball.
Here we go, boys.
Let's play ball. Let's make some dreams come true. Now it's time for the Draft Primetime Super Special.
Yeah!
Sure, Harry Connick's a good guy, but get the fuck off the screen, pal. We want to see some kids get money.
Woo! And hey, let's have the Bengals help everybody out and help the owner stay awake for the whole draft and not use your full 10 minutes with this first pick because we know who you're taking.
We could be here all night. The people in the streets are clapping for some reason. I'm not sure who they're clapping
That's
for.
in New York. In New York, they clap like at 7 p.m.
7
I think
o'clock,
every
yep.
night to thank it's like the shift change for all the hospital workers and cops and EMS and all that. It's really cool.
Oh, hey, all right. All right.
I assume that's what they were showing. I can't hear. So,
AJ's not clapping for them. Write that down. Note that. Nope, missed it. You missed the clap.
What are you clapping for?
I'm on a delay here. Yep, I can still see it.
Oh, you can't do that with technology. You can't act like you can't do that. That's unbelievable.
But yeah, it's just like when someone says they got hacked when they go off on Twitter.
Such a good move, by the way. Who did it last time? Roseanne? Didn't she say she was on Ambien and she got hacked?
Oh, yeah.
She didn't say she got hacked. She said she was on sleeping pills and she had like a psychotic episode almost.
Did you ever do the Ambien night before games?
No, they stopped doing it towards the end of my time in Green Bay because everything got weird, like where they controlled so many things. But I think I did it once or twice. It didn't work. Didn't do anything for me.
Oh, I loved it. The dreams were insane. It was,
Really?
Oh, my God. It was like you were Avatar.
Oh,
It was like when you were in the dream, it's like you were an Avatar. It was.
How'd you ever stop taking it?
Oh,
Still does.
I think that's you're only supposed to take it for like a week at a time, by the way, because it's supposed to reset your sleep
do a
cycle.
cycle.
Yeah, it's supposed to reset your sleep cycle. For me, I only did it night before games because I could never sleep, and I was like, well, other than Saturday Night Live, there's literally nothing to watch right now. So I tried to go to bed, and I took Ambien.
Okay.
Boy, the dreams were insane. They were immaculate. Waking up was kind of a bummer, to be honest.
I'm
with you.
hopping on it tomorrow.
Did it knock you out right away? Like, did you take it and you instantly had to get to your room?
What CBDMD, CBDPM now does the same thing
that crushes.
for me because I don't think you should get addicted to prescription pills like that. I don't think that's.
I share a different belief, so I'll be.
The opinions of Boston Connor do not reflect that of his employer.
No, of course not. No.
I enjoyed it though, AJ. I did. I was something I only did it night before games. It was like a little tradition, you know. Like some people the night before Thanksgiving they go and get absolutely obliterated back at home, you know, when they do that. And there's like some tradition. For me, the night before games, it was me and Ambien time, and I was excited to see what my brain was going to cook up inside my ears at night.
I think a lot. I mean, yeah, I don't know if it's as much anymore, but yeah, that was a lot of guys. That was the only way they could sleep, I guess, the night before a game.
Mark Sanchez just texted me. He is saying, okay. He's just confirming he's still coming on the show.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Still confirming he's coming on the
What
show.
time's he up?
I think he's not going to be till late because we thought obviously wrong. We should not have thought that this was going to start anywhere near 8 o'clock.
No.
We should have potentially went live at 8 o'clock because we would have had to fill all this time anyways. Now, granted, the conversation with Chris Ballard was good. When do you think this first pick is going to happen? They told Joe Burrow 5 hours ago that he wrote him a handwritten letter. Can we not get started, AJ? What could they possibly be doing right now other than trying to force these commercials in?
That's what they're doing. They're trying to force these commercials in because they know this is what so many people are watching. It's the first like appointment TV in a long time.
Speaking of, our show is brought to you by Raycon, the best earbuds in the game. Although they don't cost the same amount as the premium brands, that half the price, they sound just as good. And right now, the E25 is their everyday brand, is on sale right now at
buyraycon.com/Pat.
And
No, it's Sports Talk. Excuse me, it's Sports Talk.
and you get
20, 10, 20%. Pick your poison. You're going to get something.
they're already half the price. They're already half the price. You will get more of a sale, and they are no stems, no dangling wires, just beautiful fit for your ears to listen to music how they're supposed to. Now, Dr. Tony Fauci's on the screen. I've seen a lot of this guy talking. I wonder what he's saying. Hey, thanks for staying home. Thanks for watching the draft. We will get through this. I got a suit and tie on. I haven't slept in 6 weeks. I think that's probably what he's saying. I mean, we can't hear it because we'll get sued or whatever, but I feel like that's probably what
Is he at the White House? It looks like he filmed this at the White House.
Yeah, that's that
The Oval Garden.
the rose.
I believe it's a
Yeah,
rose
you got
garden.
You got
The Oval Garden.
There is an oval thing though. It's the office, but
it.
I can Diggs. Really good work out of you.
Boy, Tony.
Pretty big politics guy.
Yeah, you're a big poli-sci guy. This is a big. Please visit coronavirus.gov for the latest information from the CDC. Trey Wingo comes back with a suit right after that. I can't. I like Trey Wingo. But his suit does look absolutely absurd. And then now we got all the Zooms of all the players, I assume. Some people are already blacked out on the screen, and I don't mean drunk. I'm talking about their screen is blacked out completely.
It's because they have a sponsor probably. They have a non-league sanctioned sponsor on their camera, like somewhere in the camera.
Oh, yeah, that was something that was said, right? It do not have any
They won't go to you. They will not go to you if you're wearing, something that's not licensed with the league.
Listen.
So if you had Raycon earbuds out on your table, they're not cutting to you.
Well, you can only do the Bose. You can only do the Bose, which, by the way, Bose costs double the amount of these Raycon E25s and sound the exact same. Honestly, sound the exact same. I don't know why you
think there's a chance. Rodgers showed the Bose headphones, the gray over-the-ear headphones, that a lot of guys wear. You think there's ever a chance he's put those on?
You think there's any chance he could sync those with anything? Do you think?
He's trying. Wait, where's the cord? Where do I plug? What?
Oh, the Bengals fans look absolutely absurd. Absolutely. I didn't know they had this many fans, but I'm very happy for the Bengals, obviously. Some guy down in the lower left has the Burrow jersey on backwards. It seems as if the state of Ohio and their Zach Taylor are very pumped in this monumental occasion to get the face of the franchise for the next 10 to 15 years, AJ.
Yeah, they are. It's a lot of work, man, that the people putting this production on it. So do they have fan cams with every single fan base?
Yeah, because they want people to boo Rodgers' ass or cheer for Rodgers. I would assume that they got a message, a sternly written message. If you're going to be a part of our Zoom, let's not be out of control. But if I was on one of those, it'd be hard not to drop a big F-bomb in.
Yeah. But they're not going to open up the mic for all of those people at the same time.
I think they will, yeah.
Are you
What's
allowed
that
to
going to
Zoom?
sound like?
It would sound like how Saturday Night Live sounded with the Weekend Update whenever they had like 10 people on the Zoom. Did you see that?
No.
So Michael Che and that other guy, the white guy.
Colin Jost.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought Dr. Lou was here too.
Dr. Lou's here? Is he on the phone? Dr. Lou's on the phone.
He's on
I
the
think.
phone.
Yeah, he's on the
I'll
phone.
answer right now.
Yeah. Dr. Lou, what's going on, pal?
Guys, I am so happy to be here with you tonight. I just wish I could figure out the goddamn FaceTime so that you can actually see my setup and what I got going on here.
Roger Goodell thanks, Dr. Lou. We'll get back to you. Roger Goodell just hyped up the television crowd, okay? Just hyped up the television crowd. And I think there was one guy in particular, upper right-hand corner in ours, upper left on the actual screen coming out, was viciously booing him. Viciously booing him in his own basement. And I respect that a lot.
I can tell you the internet community is viciously booing because the draft has not started yet.
I mean, we're 16 minutes after the Cincinnati Bengals. Who they said go beat them Bengals? Did they just steal that, by the way?
Oh, for sure.
From
I think
the Saints?
so.
Are they on the clock? They're on the clock.
Look at Duke Tobin. Is that the outdoor living area? Is it his son sitting out there by the grill?
Why is this kid at the bar, too? I'd like a little bit of an ID check on that guy, too. Actually, if he's getting absolutely tanked during his dad's draft, I love that.
Yeah.
Here we go. We got a virtual Cincinnati Bengals crowd. Oh, they put bags on their head. ESPN is burying the Bengals right now. Absolutely burying. Longest active streak in the NFL, 29 seasons without a playoff win. Yikes. Now here it is, fourth number one pick in the last 30 seasons. That's the tied for the most during that span. There's Joe Burrow, the knight in shining armor, sitting at home on his phone. Is the Ohio kid going to be the savior for the Cincinnati Bengals, who are known for all the wrong things?
He's not on the phone yet. Like normally.
He doesn't look happy.
Well, what's he supposed to do though? It's kind of
Diggs.
awkward.
Diggs, don't you start spinning that.
He doesn't look happy.
Diggs, he's at home with his parents.
None of them look happy, to be honest.
Yeah, the dad, former coach at Ohio, Ohio, right? Ohio University.
Yeah.
Bobcats. Yeah.
2004. Why? So he wanted to go to Ohio State. I feel like if he would have transferred earlier, probably
He would have what? Been the number 1 overall pick?
Could have won 2
I
Heisman.
guess you're right.
Mel Kiper said earlier today, last season before Joe's last year, he had him ranked as a 6th rounder.
Yeah, Todd McShay told me right before the national championship that he saw him as a 5th rounder. What do you guys know? You know nothing. You don't have a clue over there.
Well, don't lump me in with McShay. I always had him, top 5 on my big board.
No,
even
you
when he was
didn't.
at Ohio State.
No, you didn't.
That McShay's a stooge.
No, you're a stooge, Mel.
Fair enough.
The ESPN graphic department went to work the last few weeks.
These things had to take months to make. I mean, honestly, we tried to get a graphic done for this. A guy told us it would take 35 days to get 1 minute done. And the ESPN is just popping them out. Michael Irvin has made an appearance. Here we go. The NFL Network is there now. Kurt Warner. And somehow Trey Wingo's suit is still winning the production at this point.
As if it's not tough enough to do all these Zooms and have people talk at the same time. Why don't we put 13 of the guys on the screen at the same time and try to get them to not talk over each other?
It's the right move. That's honestly the right
It's
move.
a tough. You know what? Trey deserves something for this because that is not easy to be the guy going back. Like you have to, like each question you have, you can't just open it up to the group. They're all going to start talking at the same time.
All right, Mel's done. Trey, after this, send it to Michael Irvin. All right, Michael Irvin is now send it to Kurt Warner. Now tell the NFL Network people to get the fuck out. Let's go back over to Kirk Herbstreit. That's what's in Trey Wingo's ear right now. That is happening in Trey's. Oh, let's bring in Daniel Jeremiah. Hit the sticks. He's NFL Network's Mel Kiper. If you don't know who he is, that's what Trey Wingo is hearing in his head while wearing that pimp suit. So I respect him being able to direct traffic here, but you're not going to get as much reaction from the guys because they know that they're not allowed to talk, right? So, for instance, I would not do well here, right? Because I'd be laughing at people, and the first thing I'd say is like, Trey, your suit is outrageous, and I would get a little pop. Daniel Jeremiah has got a couple gears in the back. I don't know if you guys saw it. Did you see the gears? Gears, like bicycle gears or
what?
Yeah, right behind him. Kurt Warner showing off the what's that?
Is that his bust?
That's his Hall of Fame bust.
Ooh.
Got that Lowe's helmet that is a sponsor.
Walter Payton Man of the Year award right there. Oh my God! What is
What's
that thing
Edward
over his?
Scissorhand looking thing?
What is that, AJ?
I don't know.
Oh, Joe Burrow's dad smiling, mom smiling. Hey, Joe Burrow's telling him, look around this house. We ain't never living in something this small ever again. Get your last glimpse at a leather couch that we will be upgrading stat. Although the signing bonus won't come in. Joe, he still hasn't got a call, though. We got 6 minutes left on this damn thing. They told him hours ago, call the fucking kid.
Cincy being Cincy. Nice drapes, though.
Making him sweat.
Great trade.
Hey, the dad looks good in purple. I mean, let's not undersell the dad looking good down there in purple. Did you like him getting that billboard down in Louisiana saying, and then he signs it Joey B? I like the Joey B tag.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. Why not? I mean,
I like it.
seems like the right thing to do. He's a legend. He and Coach O are a legend. They're tied together for eternity now.
Forever. Joey B, double L's, Burrow, EAUX. That's
Man,
French.
how about Coach O? That sucks for him, though. They wins the national title finally. Everything's all good. He got a big old contract, and he and his wife break up.
Well,
Jesus.
does that suck for
AJ,
him?
I think that's what happened, actually.
I mean,
What?
is Zach Taylor a car insurance salesman?
He does. He has the drop behind him. He's got a good office chair. He's watching ESPN just like us. He's got a massive playbook to his left. What's this guy's name? Duke Tobin with his kid, who seems to be, by the way, probably Andy Dalton's favorite player if you look at that kid's hair. I don't want to judge him too much. I don't know Duke Tobin's kid. He looks like a handsome kid. Great layout there in the basement, wherever he's at. They've already made their decision. Why don't we call the guy and get this thing going? Do you think they were told, hey, every minute that we can get out of this thing, let's get it out of it?
I wouldn't be shocked, honestly. I mean, think about it. What they don't have anything to go to after this. There's no programming that people care about once it's over.
You got to get a Super Bowl.
Think how many commercials they sold. Like, they've been in a time where it's so tough to get sponsorship. People are backing out of deals, and now they're like, hey, man, we got 3 days of the draft, especially the first round. This will be the highest watched thing since the documentary everyone watched on Jordan. So, yeah, they jam-packed this thing with commercials, I'm sure.
AJ, you know we have a ticker below us right now on the screen?
I'd love to see it. Can someone show me?
Well, I can't even see it because it's being – listen to this, Zito production. So the thing is coming out of this office into a computer in another room where they're adding graphics onto it, and then it's going out to YouTube. So what you see in this room is nowhere near what's getting broadcasted out to the people.
That's good. I can never see what's going on anyway. I can just see you. I don't even see what the viewers see.
Yeah, I don't know why that happens. Well, it's probably because Zito's only got 2 hands back there, if I had to guess.
Needs 8, so
Yeah,
it's a little
he only
tough.
got 2 hands back here. Booker McFarland's breaking something down. Can we get to this? I mean, are we shutting down this draft special already?
What is going on?
I'm not doing this. I am not. I can't do this. It's 8:23.
Should be 2 picks in right now.
We are 23 minutes into this thing.
You want to show the
At least
photo we
pop
took
the thing
earlier?
up saying the pick is in.
What's that?
At least say the pick is in. You know, a lot of times they'll say the pick is in, then it'll be a minute
Maybe
or two.
it's not.
before
Pick's
Rodgers
not in.
comes up.
Maybe it's not.
Hey, you know what? Maybe the Dolphins are still trying to make a play.
Last second push.
I didn't see Duke on his phone there, though. I didn't see him trying to make a play. Is that going directly to Mike Brown, who's the Bengals GM, who does not have a camera set up, by the way? He said, get that the hell out of here. I don't want you seeing what I'm doing or what I got going on. You think Roger Goodell's basement's bad? Wait till you see my skeletons down here.
You should see Cliff Kingsbury's setup. I don't know if we are possible of pulling things up right now.
It must be. It must be next level, right?
Oh, it's
Cliff
All right,
Kingsbury's
pick is
what?
in finally.
He's like 28 years old.
Yeah.
Pick is in. Here we go. Hit the sound. Cincinnati Bengals. Pick is in. Let's get this thing started. 24 minutes late. Here we go. Everybody's excited. They're showing Athens, Ohio, rundown homes. Looks like something David Koresh might live in or take over there in Waco. Have you been to Athens? How far is Athens from where you're at?
It's not too far. My brother actually went to school there, played quarterback at Ohio U.
I guess the place is run down. I didn't know that about Athens. And then when
Athens doesn't look. I mean, yeah, there's parts like that, but I mean, the campus obviously doesn't look like that.
Joe Burrow's speech at the Heisman was awesome. I think he probably has had the best speech in recent memory.
Yeah.
I don't even know who's a close second, to be honest.
He seems to be a perfect combination of being just cocky enough
Yep.
on and off the field, but being very humble at the same time and being a man of the people. Like, he has it all. He's kind of figured it all out, it seems like.
He's a Rust Belt guy. That's what he is.
Thanked his lineman right away at the Heisman too. Gives credit where credit is due.
Raised money for his hometown. I mean, and he still has that swagger. So normally, if you're super humble, you don't have that swagger, right? It just kind of takes over everything. But here they're telling the story of him raising $500,000 for the Athens County Food Pantry. Hey. And there's a giraffe, by the way, getting it on. I mean, good for the giraffe. Hey, those giraffes.
It's probably the giraffe's child or kid. Baby.
Okay.
Giraffe.
Hey, I've heard giraffes get on like bunnies, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Just want to let you know. I heard giraffes get
Dolphins. I know dolphins do.
Oh yeah, dolphins will have sex with you too if you get in the wrong waters. They'll come and stick it in you.
They love drugs.
Stick what in me?
You know what?
Their snout?
Nah.
That dolphin dog.
Not dorsal fin either. We're talking about dolphin. Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow, quarterback, LSU. Wow. He's got his headphones on. He's FaceTiming probably with ESPN at the time. His dad just patted him on the back. Mom just patted him on the back. Congratulations. You're going to stay in Ohio for the rest of your life and be the quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals, a franchise that has a lot of records, not a lot of them great. They have won games, potentially building a monster there. Joe Burrow, LSU quarterback. Despite the Miami Dolphins trying to give away a king's ransom to get to number one, or anybody else, Cincinnati Bengals locked in on the 6'3.5", 221-pound Heisman winner and national champion, Joe Burrow. AJ Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what everyone's been saying for the longest time, that he's the far and away number one pick. I thought it was a no-brainer, absolutely. But sometimes when things seem so, like, foolproof 100%, you're like, something's going to change. Someone's going to mess this up.
I wonder if the Dolphins trying to give everything they have to get up to number one made the Bengals realize even more, like, oh, we should probably keep this guy. This is a guy, because it came out, a week ago, that not everybody in the Cincinnati Bengals scouting room or whatever is sold on Joe Burrow being the guy. Now, granted, that might be complete BS that somebody just tweeted out for clout, but that was a tweet that was sent. And then whenever you hear teams trying to give away 3 first-rounders or next year's first-rounders trying to get the guy, I wonder if the Bengals were like, we should not pass on a guy that everybody wants like this.
Well, I think, too, with the Bengals are kind of covered, too, on the back end. If Joe Burrow, something happens, he gets hurt, or he's not the guy he's not the guy he was in college, I still feel like you can't come back and be like, oh, the Bengals were wrong for taking Joe Burrow number one overall. You can't say that.
3 years from now, Joe Burrow stinks. I think we can say that.
I guess you could, but you could at least go back and say, hey, I understand why they made this pick after watching what he did his last year at LSU.
He was amazing at LSU. Watching him in the national championship on the field, what you just saw there was some of Foxy's actual shots there that wasn't ESPN's footage. That is actually our footage. Look at Foxy working the slow-mo in the Joe Burrow warm-up because we had access to the sideline for that, what was it called? Game Pass? No.
Gamecast?
Hey, are you guys FaceTiming me?
Yeah.
Should I answer it?
Oh, no.
Again?
You know who that is?
No.
It's not us. That's probably.
It's probably.
Is that Bill?
Is that Mr. Rogers?
We are not
No,
calling
it's a different. It's an email that showed up.
What's the email? Let's read it aloud.
you. Don't do that.
Starts with a G.
Oh, no.
With a G.
Nah, somebody's trying to
I have
ruin
no
our show.
idea.
Somebody's trying to sabotage our show. It's probably Trey Wingo, to be honest with you.
Or his family.
Heard you called him a joke. Okay, so now
That's a hell of a ball right there. They just showed the over the shoulder into right in the corner of the end zone.
just dropped it in an absolute bucket. He took a shot to the ribs too that I don't think has ever been addressed. Did he break a rib in that game? Did anybody talk about that?
Might have.
Because he went in at half struggling, and then he came out. Look at this guy right down the gullet.
I don't know, better buckle up, kid. It's the AFC North now. Buckle your chin strap.
It's Pittsburgh Steelers fans obviously understanding that that new quarterback has come to town. So now we got Baker Mayfield, Joe Burrow, Ben Roethlisberger off of Tommy John, and Lamar Jackson off an MVP season. The AFC North is going to be fun to watch. Is this going to turn around the Bengals? Is this one pick potentially a full turnaround for a franchise, you think?
It should be. I mean, they hope to that he is that guy, I guess. But man, they need some help other than just Joe Burrow. I mean, Joe needs some help. They have plenty of players around him, but like, look how bad they were last year. I understand they lost a lot of very, very close football games, though. So their record, I guess they're definitely better than what their record showed last year.
A guy named Dan in the comments section asked, with Joe Burrow going to Cincinnati and being a godsend in Ohio, are you thinking about coming out of retirement to play for the Bengals?
Yep. Can't wait.
Torn rib cartilage, by the way. That's what he had.
Torn rib cartilage? That came out?
Yes.
Hasn't been talked about, right? Hasn't been talked about. The kid's got grit. He's a Rust Belt guy. Hell of a player. Comparison, they're comparing him to Jared Goff. That's not good news for the Bengals. This guy's going to sign a contract and ruin the team.
So is it a no-brainer? Redskins going Chase Young?
It's already come out, I guess, earlier today that they are taking Chase Young. Now, unless there's some trade talk that's happening, I'm not 100% sure. But damn, man, let's get this thing moving. We all want to see what the Lions do, pal. Oh, yeah. Hey, there's potential fireworks happening on the other side. Hey, are we supposed?
That's where the draft gets interesting. It's coming up now with the third pick. If not the third, then around the fifth, I think.
Are we supposed to FaceTime old buddy?
He was supposed to call in.
Okay.
I'll send a text.
No, we'll just wait it out. What's that?
Palmer?
Yeah, well, I don't know what to do because I don't know what to do right now.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? Because
The
there's
draft screwed
The
us.
timing is interesting.
long draft.
Roger Goodell taking his time.
Yeah.
We're not even to the second pick yet. Joe Burrow's on the screen right now. He's got a flat bill on with the Bengals, talking to Susie Kohlberg, 740 shirt on. Right, what is 740?
Area code, where he's from.
For all of Ohio?
No, where he's from.
Athens?
Oh, that's
Like where I live is 614.
It covers Newark, Lancaster, and Marion.
okay. So he's got a 740 shirt on, representing Ohio. I do believe that house is probably going to be changed a bit. There's a Bengals hat in the back corner too. Is that right? What's in the lower right corner right
Yeah.
there? Is that another Bengals hat?
Different teams?
I see the New Era logo.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's a Bengals.
Hey,
or
did
not.
you see Tua has all 32 hats in his house?
Smart, because nobody knows what the hell's going to happen.
Hey, Zito,
Yep.
you gotta FaceTime A-Rod. He said the number's not working.
You got it.
It means you know what we got to do.
Hang up.
See ya, Hawk. It's not because we don't like AJ. It's because we have to FaceTime. Mel Kiper, Cincinnati Bengals going to really turn it around with this kid from the 740.
Yeah, I mean, probably, you look at all the intangibles. He's got them all. He's got a laser rocket arm. He's got big hands. I mean, some people said he had small hands, but I think he has big hands. I've been going through his laundry. His jockstrap always smells great after a big, hard-fought victory. You really can't look past that when looking at what the scouts evaluated on Joey Burrow.
What's up, dude?
The card is in at number 2.
The card is in, so the pick is in.
Yes.
Whoa.
Would you like to know?
It's Chase Young.
Chase Young.
Yeah. We knew that 6 hours ago. Congratulations to Chase Young. He's got sunglasses on. He's got the family there. He's got a picture of a family member, I'd assume. He's in Washington, D.C., going to the Washington Redskins. Last year they had Dwayne Haskins, who's a Washington, D.C. kid. Now you got Chase Young coming in there. Ron Rivera, who's been making some moves and trying to change the entire culture, drafts what some people are saying, once in a generational like talent at defensive end from the Ohio State.
And Schefter said unless something changes very soon, the Detroit Lions are expected to hold on to number 3 overall pick and make their selection.
Oh, here we go. Let's go. Here we go. So now we are heating up. Fresh fade on the guy that's with Chase Young. I don't know who he is. He's got a little bit of a, it's like a mohawk mullet. It's kind of a mullet. Is that a mullet? That's a mullet.
I don't know how to.
Yeah.
That would be.
It's
like a fade, but he's got that thing all the way down to the back there. Ron Rivera representing America and the Redskins down there in his basement, it appears. Stairs coming down, not going any further. He's down in his basement. They got a good player in Chase Young. As soon as Chase Young got on the field and back on the field for Ohio State, game changer immediately. Here's Roger Goodell reading the selection. We already know, Raj.
Come on, Raj. Catch up.
Look at the Redskins fans, by the way, all cheering. So all the Redskins fans are very happy, it looks like, in the background.
Is this 20-20 now?
I'm not 100% sure. Chase Young got his phone call there. He is a specimen of a man. Joining us now is another specimen of a man. One of the greatest quarterbacks ever walked this earth, ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah!
Yes! Yeah! Look at you! Hey,
guys.
Aaron, you see that?
I love the bolo. I couldn't find my bolo. I have none of my good clothes here. They're all in Wisconsin.
Well, the denim looks fantastic. Do you know anything about these young guys that are coming in? For instance, Chase Young. Have you seen him play on Saturday? Usually you're pretty busy traveling and things like that. But these guys that are getting drafted into the league, do you know anything about them, or you just wait until you see when they get there?
I don't really know a whole lot about him. AJ's been pumping Chase Young for a while, so I know he's really talented. But no, I mean, just from watching, obviously watched Joe. He had a great year last year. But I don't know a whole lot about these guys.
Me neither.
Hey, Aaron, do you ever pay attention to if any of these guys? It's like a common question media members like to ask, like, who's the first quarterback you love to get your hands on and sack in the NFL? You ever hear that if they bring up your name and you get all upset?
No, I don't.
Do you feel anything when they say that? Or actually, are you offended if they don't say you?
Yeah, because Chase Young said Lamar Jackson, by the way. Aaron Rodgers no longer the number one target.
I'm offended. Yeah, you guys are looking good, man. What's the rest of the crew wearing, Pat?
Great question. Let's go around the room. Mel Kiper's here looking great in a Trey Wingo pimp suit in the corner. Also, Tone Diggs is here wearing blue and pink. We're respecting the shield. Nick Moraldo's here. Cuban Zede is here looking fantastic. Evan Foxy's wearing all black because he says it's a funeral for the other 31 teams. He's a diehard fan of the Detroit Lions. He lives a hard life. And in the back, Boston Connor looks outrageous, this guy. Look at that guy.
Oh, my God.
Lou Holtz is also on the phone, Aaron.
Yes.
He wanted to say something to you. Yeah, Lou Holtz wanted to say something.
Listen, Aaron, you have always been one of my favorite quarterbacks. I know your particular draft day experience maybe wasn't what you thought, but keep in mind, you ended up going to the Notre Dame of the NFL in the Green Bay Packers. I love watching you, pal.
Big fan.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks so much.
Hey, that beard, is that something that's sticking around, or is it a quarantine beard?
Yeah, I was really thinking about what I wanted to wear for this important evening to be on with you all. And I kind of feel like I channeled, at least from a hair and beer standpoint, Harrison Ford in The Fugitive. Underrated movie for sure.
Yeah, smart decision.
And he doesn't have the beard for much of the movie, but the first scene, if you can remember, as he's at this dinner, he's got the slick back hair and the big beard. So this is an ode to H. Ford, as I call him.
Is your hair slicked back right now? I didn't even notice it was slicked back.
Oh,
yeah. Look at that. You got the AJ Hawk slick back up there.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a whole lot on the sides.
Yeah, he's got that Ohio as tight as we can get military cut.
Yeah, that's what we call it. It's definitely an Ohio cut, Pat.
Yeah. By the way, Joe Burrow was upset that he didn't have it. He was upset he didn't
have his normal barber. Yeah, he couldn't get to him.
He was pissed off about it.
Man.
Aaron, how many times have you told a story about your draft day?
So many. Is that what you brought me on here for, Pat?
Yeah, I heard you guys on the Hawkcast. I listened to that thing front to back to front a couple times. And I heard you were not happy about potentially having to talk about draft night on draft night.
Oh, no. I just like giving AJ some, Can we swear on the show or not?
Yeah. Let it eat. Yep. YouTube, we're good. Yeah, YouTube.
Family show. I got you. Yeah.
No, it's not a family show.
AJ's smoking a cigar here. What cigar is that for? Are we counting? Do we have one of the boys counting the number of cigars he smokes?
Yeah,
tonight?
he's on 3 right now, but we're projecting 6 throughout the night because this is probably going to be a 4-hour night because Goodell pushed this thing 24 minutes after 8 to announce the first pick.
Why?
You tell me, Aaron. You know the league better than
I haven't
anybody.
been watching. I've been getting ready. So it's a really good shot. I got the coverage here. This is way more important. Obviously, you get the sound all the way off. Even if I wasn't doing this, like when I'm off of you, I'm going to keep watching you guys. And with the sound off because that's how I you guys. What I want to know is what does AJ got in the background there behind him?
Just some promotion for the show.
Yeah,
nice.
Can't read
really
it or
good.
see it, but
it's
it's
high quality. Spared no expense, huh?
The Detroit Lions in your division. Pick is in.
Corner.
Yes.
Corner. Okay, Aaron.
Wow.
Real question here now. Obviously,
I'm 3 for 3, by the way. Real quick, sorry to cut you off.
Son of a bitch. I am not. That kind of derails.
We're competing our mock drafts with a point system. I'm 3 for 3.
Pat, who'd you pick? Who'd you think they were going to take?
I thought the Miami Dolphins were going to trade up to there to get a tackle and a quarterback at 3 and 5 because they have so many picks. Because everybody was talking about the Miami Dolphins wanting to take an offensive tackle before taking a quarterback. So I thought that's what they were going to do.
Yeah, but you knew if Detroit stayed there after they got rid of Slay, they'd probably take that kid from Ohio State.
Well, Slater's a damn good player, huh?
Yeah, he's a great player.
Anything else? Like anything else about Darius Slay?
I felt like it kind of paused there, so I didn't want to cut you off because you have such good questions, Pat. I just felt like there was another one kind of lurking on the fringe there.
Rookie corner coming in. Does that mean anything to you?
Well, it means you go at them until they figure it out for sure.
I watched. This is my. I don't want to say my welcome to the NFL moment because I had no idea what I was doing my rookie year. But whenever I realized that it was just a complete different level, is whenever some other team's corner got hurt. And I watched the corner go off the field, and then I watched them bring in a guy. I think he's wearing like number 30 something. It was a terrible number. And you actually saw Peyton Manning in shotgun scan the field and then saw the guy, and he actually looked at the guy. And I think the corner might have even saw him looking at him. It was like, sir, please do not do what you're about to do. And he changed the play. And that next, I think it was 3 quarters straight, that guy was just getting targeted the entire. I felt terrible for the guy. I was like, well, that's the NFL, though. As soon as you can get one little advantage, you attack it. I'd assume that is similar offensive strategy for every great quarterback.
I think so, Pat. That's excellent analysis there. However, what you're missing is that kid most likely wasn't the 3rd pick in the draft. To be a 3rd pick in the draft, you got to be a stud player. So when Minnesota picked Xavier Rhodes early, what about 6-7 years ago, you knew this kid was going to be unbelievable. Like once he figured it out. And you knew that you might have 1 year, maybe 2 years where you can take some shots at him, but at some point he was going to be locking guys down. And sure enough, the first time we played him, we had some matchups with Jordy. We threw on him, threw some back shoulders on him, took some shots. But that didn't last for very long because he figured it out pretty quick.
How do you know, like when a rookie comes in, especially if he's playing corner and he's on an island, how do you know early on, okay, hey, we may get a few games or a year out of maybe throwing towards this guy, but after that we're going to have to stop. Like what does he show you early on?
Well, jumping routes for sure. When they started jumping routes, then you got to be a little bit aware because that comes directly from like the film study and a feel. Kind of an instinct and intuition that comes from just a football sense. And some of the guys got it where they can just step on the field and they have a feeling based on a split alignment of a game situation, a slant's coming, or a fade's coming, or a stop's coming, and they can just sit on it and jump it, and then the best corners, the guys have been around for a long time, they'll do it, and then they'll get kind of bored, I think, at times, and start to bait you to say, I'll give you a shorty, you might give you a little confidence throwing my way, but that'll be the end of that. And the guys like Pat Peterson and Sherm, who've been doing it for so long at such a high level, will do that. Every now and then they'll give up a throw, but there's not going to be many more of those completed.
Whenever people talk about defensive end or corner, That's like the conversation that they were trying to drum up in these mainstream sports media conversations. It was like, what would you rather have, a dominant defensive end or a dominant corner? And then every human that we've talked to that I respect their opinions, like defensive end is the person you want because they disrupt every single play. How many guys in the league, and you don't have to give their names or whatever, but how many defensive ends are guys that whenever you're going into a game, either the offensive line is shifting to cover for him or you guys getting a chip on him? How many of those guys exist? And is it fair to say Chase Young is going to be one of those guys? Because I think that is an anomaly type thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's putting a lot of pressure on the kid right away. Obviously, he went second, right? He went second pick to Washington. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, so there's going to be super high expectations on him, but it takes a while to figure it out. It's different. It's a different game. It's the best at every position. So now, if you want to be the best, and you're a stud rusher, you're probably going to be on the left side of the offense, because right-hand quarterbacks, they don't usually put their best rusher on the backside. I think when we go into game weeks and prep, there's probably half the teams have a really dominant rusher, and then maybe half of those, so maybe a quarter of the league, or you got that one dominant player where you have to slide protections to that guy the entire game just because you're worried about him.
Hey, Aaron, I know the Packers are picking 30th tonight. Do you think tonight they kind of – yeah, maybe. Pat has them trading up 14 times. Who knows if it's going to happen. His mock is already starting to go downhill. But
completely fucked.
Do you think this year they buck the trend of going defense in the first round and maybe get you another receiver to air it out to?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I think that there's Goody is shown that he's going to make moves to improve the football team. And if he feels like there's a guy that he wants to go up and get. I think we have 10 picks in the draft this year, so we have some capital to move up for sure. If there's a guy that he really wants, I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. I wouldn't also be surprised if they trade out of it. A lot of times, as we saw with Lamar a couple years ago, I think the Ravens traded back into the last pick in the first round to get him. Pat, maybe correct me if I'm wrong there.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You and the Minions know.
Yeah. Stat guy says, yeah.
Just check.
Yeah, thanks, guys. But a lot of times in the positions, there's a guy who the teams in the second round really, really want and don't want it to get to that point, and they will trade up with 29, 30, 31, 32 to grab a guy they don't want to hope falls to the second round. So I wouldn't be surprised if we did that. But if we stay there, I mean, I think there's opportunities on both sides of the ball to pick up guys. Obviously, we addressed the defense pretty heavily in free agency last year. We lost Brian Balaga this year on the offensive line. We also signed a new tackle. So that still could be an option. A receiver, I think, could be an option if we stay there. Or, maybe when we signed a linebacker from Cleveland, Kirksey. But linebacker and D-tackle maybe could be an option there as well.
Well, to be honest, I mean, my picks are already off, which is very surprising because I felt very good about it. I had you guys going up to 10 to get Derek Brown, which is D-tackle from Auburn. Still can happen. Let's not get too crazy. I don't know if
how are we getting up to 10 though? Isn't that a lot on the Jimmy Johnson chart? Isn't that a lot of points?
Well,
to get all the way up there?
It's funny you say. Yeah, you guys are giving up this year's first-round pick, next year's first-round pick, and the year after that's first-round pick. You guys gave up 186 yards before contact, Aaron. I mean, it was 186 yards before contact. You got to do what you got to do. I think thanks for dressing up, by the way, and respecting the show. I mean, you look fantastic. I just want to make sure that is said again and again because we just reached another high. So like another 7,000 people just started watching us as soon as you got here. I want to let everybody know that we respect how Aaron Rodgers looks and don't disrespect the slick back hair. Maybe that should be a new Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. I don't know. You seem to understand football so much better than everybody else. That's quarterbacks. You have to. You have to dissect things. You have to know what's going on. After football, I mean, I know you've made massive amounts of money and you've earned every single dollar that you've got. Will you stay in football? And if you were to, would it be coaching or would it be front office like John Elway got into or anything like that?
Well, I mean, I think that idea is interesting for sure. Definitely not coaching. The schedule this guys keep is just absolutely crazy.
They do meth, I think. I think they all do meth.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
One guy had some PEDs at Miami.
Oh yeah.
He loved that girl. You know what I mean?
He's in San Fran now, I believe.
Well, sometimes you just got to find, when you find your love, you send videos that would turn her on, and you don't expect the entire world to see it. You can't blame the guy. I mean, he was just doing a little Colombian bam bam. But the John Elway thing is a real, that is something that you have thought about or considered, seeing that he's.
I think it'd be an interesting proposition, but John's done it in Denver for a while now. John Lynch obviously has done a really nice job. So there's been some form of Ozzie Newsome did a great job in Baltimore. There's been some guys who've done it. It's not something that I've given a whole lot of thought to. Right now, I'd like to, finish my career out in Green Bay, play 20 years. At that point, 20 years in the league, that's a couple decades of your life. That's and the NFL, years go by a little harder on the body and the mind. So I wouldn't mind taking a little hiatus for a while.
Gettleman's basement looks hilarious. I mean, he doesn't have a single thing on the wall. It looks like he's in a jail cell down there. And the New York Giants pick is in. What
if they get Brown? That guy you think we're going to get?
Well, please, I don't need that negativity going into this. Roger Goodell from the basement. How do you feel about the people on the TV yelling at him, by the way?
Oh, they took a lineman.
Oh,
I didn't have him. I didn't have him going there.
No, me neither. I had him going to Tampa Bay at 14. I mean, what the hell is going on here?
Did you have him rocking the Steve Zissou red hat, though, from the Aquatic?
All right, you're the quarterback for the New York Giants. You just drafted an offensive tackle.
I'm not, though. I'm in Green Bay.
Well,
Oh.
all right, let's
pretend.
Okay. Let's hop into a fairy tale land. You're the quarterback for the Giants. You just drafted tackle. Are you sending a message immediately on draft night? Is that something that happens from quarterback?
Oh yeah. I'm asking for that guy's number right away and send him a message. I mean, I'll if we pick a guy tonight, I'll somebody over there will send me a number so I can get a hold of him for sure.
What's the message? Welcome to the team. This is how we do things. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Here's the number where my dry cleaners each week. I like my order at Chives to pick up for road trips. No, there's none of that going on. It's just it depends on what position we pick. It might be a little more upbeat and excited. Should be an offensive guy, but maybe it's a big tough defensive guy as well. But either way, I'm going to welcome him to the team. But it'd be kind of cool. We haven't picked a skill player in the first round in the last 15 years, so that'd be kind of cool.
Will you give him a hard time in your virtual meetings on Monday that you guys have for 6 hours together?
And workouts too, Aaron. Don't turn that Zoom off. We would like to see.
Yeah, are your virtual meetings and stuff? Does that count the workout? Like, do they do you have to put your phone up in the corner and show them what you're doing?
Be a leader, Aaron.
They definitely want you to turn into an influencer with your workouts. So we're working on specific hashtags that are going to generate the most attention, because I think there's a league-wide competition on who can get the most eyes on what workout. So we're encouraging guys about certain type of outfits to wear, or shots, specific areas we want to see, highlighted in those workouts, whether it's the abs or the core or whatnot. Those are important parts of it.
Gettleman just put a mask on in his own basement. What the fuck is going on in Gettleman's basement that he needs to put a mask on?
Going nuts.
Who is in that? Isn't the house a safe space, or is in New York I don't know. New York, New Jersey, you got to wear a mask at your house? Is that just a new norm over there?
Did one of his IT guys get caught on camera or something? Like, why did he do that?
I don't know.
Can we rewind that footage here? I'm gonna rewind it right here. I didn't see that part.
They got him on camera putting it on too. Like, I
don't fully comprehend what happened there.
Oh my! What is he doing?
Well, we don't know. I don't know, Aaron. I don't know.
Well, what are the odds that these guys camping out in the RVs for some of these coaches and GMs? Like, what are the odds they actually stay in the RV?
No chance. As soon as this thing started, that Bob Quinn guy was like, get the fuck out of the Winnebago and get in here. I need you in here, stat. I don't know what's going to happen. We're trying to get Akuda, okay? I don't need you in here. Now go back to your hole now after we draft Akuda. Please go back there. But there's no way these IT people are in the area but not exactly present. Think about these.
Who is he? I'm just wondering, who is he endangering right now in his own living room with? Mind you, he's a minimalist for sure.
Yes.
I'm watching it back right now.
Yes.
There's absolutely nothing on the wall. So he's either incarcerated or he's a minimalist. I mean, at least they show Joe Judge. At least he's got, no mask. He has something on the wall.
Hey, they're showing Tua right now.
Ooh.
They're showing Tua right now in Alabama because the Miami pick is up. And I don't
what happened?
I don't know.
He's not on the phone, unfortunately. I have him going here at 5.
Yeah, me too.
What about Herbert? What do you think about him?
Okay, great question here. I had Herbert on the show the other day. Cool dude. Cool guy. Great.
Nice locks, huh? Good flow.
He was on the show with Head and Shoulders, by the way. They're getting in there quick. They know.
Smart.
I
Yeah.
seen you.
What?
You've been pimping bows these last couple of days pretty hard. I see you on your Instagram.
Well, I can't help it, man. I'm just rocking the greatest
headphone
company in the history of the world.
Oh,
show him, Pat. No,
is that
show
right?
him, Pat.
These are the Raycon E25. Okay, these things half the price of those bows and sound just as good, Mr. Rodgers.
Half the quality, my friend.
No. Same quality. No, Aaron. Same quality, half the price. Ray J made these.
Your show, bro.
Heard of him?
Your will.
Hey, Aaron, is it possible to be? How do you, if you did have to evaluate quarterbacks in college? I think it's the toughest position to evaluate. They're all very difficult to see, like who's going to transition to the NFL well. Wait, why is this so difficult? Like when you were in college, you held the ball so damn high up here on your shoulder. I'm sure that what Tedford made you do, but then you kind of stopped doing that. I don't know if you'd be the player you are today if you continue with that high ball. But why is it so tough for people to evaluate these guys?
You look so cool with the ball.
Well, I think the talent difference is way more significant in college than the pros. You know, in the pros, the difference between the best team and the worst team is a lot closer than the difference between a really good college football team and a bottom of your conference team. So I think the talent level is different, and then there's just some things you can't measure. You know, when you pick a guy as high as you pick with Joe and you pick with maybe Tua here or Herbert, there's a lot of pressure and expectation that comes with it. A lot of times there's not the team around these guys. I mean, they're coming off a bad season. That's why they're drafting at the top of this draft. So they obviously have more needs than just a quarterback. Most of these teams, the teams you've seen young quarterbacks step in and play well, usually have had pieces around them where they can function. Think about Ben Roethlisberger. Early in his career, they had some guys around him who could play. He wasn't expected to do all that. Now, I still think put him in a different situation, he still balls out.
Hey, Aaron, the Miami Dolphins just selected Tua Tagovailoa. How happy for that guy are you? Because this week, I don't know if you know because you're in your bubble over there with your beard and your hair, but this week, everybody's been talking about Tua dropping. That's all they've been saying is like the tanking of Tua is a real thing. They're worried about his injuries. They're worried about all this stuff, but anybody who's ever been around Tua is like, this guy can sling the rock. He's a leader. He's somebody that people love. And Trent Dilfer is out there saying he's 100% healthy. The Miami Dolphins, who have put up a smokescreen with Mike Tannenbaum.
How did you know this before that even was? It's not even on the screen yet.
The internet, Aaron. It's the internet. Tua Tagovailoa is now a Miami Dolphin, pick number 5. Behind Ryan Fitzpatrick, we'd assume for half a season or so. Now he's at the Miami Dolphins. His family did not want to go to Detroit. They openly said that. Now they are in Alabama on their way to Miami. This is the second quarterback taken. Nobody knew if it was going to be Herbert or Tua. There was drafts. Who will be the number 2 quarterback taken? Minus 158 on Tua. If you listen to anybody speak, they said that he was going to tank. Now he's with the Miami Dolphins. How hard was that rookie year for you? How was it incredibly difficult sitting behind Brett? Because I think that's what he's going to have to do with Ryan Fitzpatrick down there in Miami.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, I think there'll be. Again, I was picked 24th, so I think it's a little different when you pick 24th compared to maybe a top 5 guy. Still your first rounder, so there's an expectation you're going to play at some point. But, I know Fitzy really well. He's a great dude. I mean, I think that's a great fit for him. I don't know Tua personally, but I really like the way that he talks in his interviews, the way he carries himself. He seems to be a really humble kid, and such a really bad injury. I'm watching him on TV right now doing some throwing and stuff. He looks good moving around, but being able to go to Miami and hopefully he won't have to play right away and get to learn from Fitz, I think would be a great thing for him.
I always said that if Andrew Luck got to sit behind Peyton for 1 year, and I know it would have been a terrible year for Andrew. It would have been something he would have hated during it. But the things he would have learned about being a pro would have been vital to the entire thing. I think Tua getting a chance to sit behind Fitz, who's been on, 45 teams at this point? He's played everywhere. The things that you can learn, and I assume looking back on it, the things that you subtly learned from Brett Favre during that year behind him or those years behind him is something that has helped you in the long term, I'd assume.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that was the most important years of my career, and it's different. I mean, you really don't see guys waiting 3 years to play anymore. I was behind a Hall of Famer though, so it wasn't even a question. And obviously Brett still wanted to play and was playing at a high level. But for me, that was really important years for me to just get my confidence within an offense, and then the grace period I think was a little shorter. When you start in your first year, you kind of have a couple-year grace period where you can to figure it out. But for me, it was step in, play well in the fourth year, or you might be out of here. And luckily, figure things out pretty quickly.
Yeah, couldn't you make the argument, A-Rod, that sitting down for 3 years puts more pressure on you? Because like you said, you step in there and you don't play well, they're like, oh, this guy's not who we thought he was, and they're going to draft a guy in the first round the next year.
Well, they drafted if you remember age, they drafted the quarterback in the second round, a quarterback in the seventh round of the 2008 draft. Was supposed to be my first year starting, so there wasn't a whole lot of like, hey, we're going to give you a season and a half to figure this thing out. It's like, you better play well or we're going to get your ass out of here pretty quick.
I'm still surprised by all the lies that Miami was sending out. I mean, Mel Kiper, you had no idea what the hell was going to happen over there.
No clue whatsoever. Again, I thought this was a Justin Herbert area. You look at the prototypical size, injury-free, the big arm, the great brain. I figured Herbert was going to Miami, but they knew something we didn't.
Everybody was lying about this. Is Coach Lou Holtz on it? How happy is Coach Lou Holtz for Tua Tagovailoa that he doesn't have a draft day slide that everybody was projecting?
Well, it's great knowing he's going to go where he wanted to go initially, but I think the biggest issue for Tua is we don't know what's going on with that hip still. I don't think Miami has you remember. They couldn't get the doctors down there. So we'll see how it pans out for Tua. I love the kid, though.
Thanks, Coach.
You know anything about hip injuries, Coach?
Well, yeah, I've had about 4 hip replacements myself. I can barely even fucking walk anymore, so.
Oh, jeez.
It is 700 degrees in here, and every time Lou Holtz comes on, it only gets hotter because we have no idea what's going to happen. Aaron, will you watch the rest of this draft? You said you will. Is this something that you normally do?
Probably not. I think we're all so starved for sports. It's kind of looking forward to this, and then the Last Dance on Sunday. That's kind of what you have to look forward to now in the world of sports, don't you think?
What a savage Michael Jordan. See, I didn't grow up with Michael Jordan. I'm from Pittsburgh. We're a hockey town. Then I got to Indianapolis. I started watching the Pacers. They ran into the Heat in the finals, and I got to see LeBron in high school. I was always a LeBron guy. Watching Michael Jordan and getting a chance to learn about him has been magnificent. I cannot wait for the next date. How about him just burying Jerry Krause to his face, by the way? I love that move.
Him and Scotty both.
Well, Scotty should have, by the way, for that deal that he got offered from Jerry Krause. But I mean, come on.
Well, he took it though. He probably, that wasn't the greatest business move as well. But at some point, you would think with all the what he showed and the championships, you might revisit that and go, "Hey, Scotty, we love you. Can we bump your contract a little bit here?
Can we maybe make you not hate us?"
Let me just say that what I think is just crazy, and would never get away with in this era of sports, is that Krause tells Phil Jackson, "Hey, this is your last year, buddy."
Brought in his replacement to hang around, by the way. After winning their 5th championship in 7 years, bring the guy around. Like, hey, by the way, even if you win the 6th championship in 8 years and we might never see this again, you're getting the hell out of here as soon as the season's
you're out of here. Scotty, you're out of here as well. MJ, yeah, if you don't want to be a part of a rebuild, you're out of here as well. Really? Okay, Jerry Krause, you just want it to be all about you, huh? How'd that work out for you?
Loser. He's a loser, Aaron.
Well, how did he get the job anyway? Like, was he a baseball scout and then he became the Bulls GM? Isn't that it's kind of a weird trajectory for your career, I think.
Oh, guy knows.
I think he had some special picks on some certain people, some.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking.
Blackmail.
Oh, you think so?
The NFL cut him off.
Yeah, well,
no, I was getting a FaceTime call from. Hey, look at Mel Kiper on TV. He's got a little Packers helmet in the background.
Hey, he does. He's a big fan. It's the traditional teams: Green Bay, Pittsburgh, and Dallas. The Los Angeles Chargers pick is in. Ladies and gentlemen, the Los Angeles Chargers, who were potentially going to get Cam Newton. They went after Tom Brady whenever he was a free agent with the 6th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft. Tom Telesco and the Chargers select Justin Herbert out of the University of Oregon. The quarterbacks went back-to-back 5-6 as everybody was projecting. He was on our show the other day. He said that the Chargers and the Dolphins were definitely the most conversations they had leading up to this thing. The guy's big, he's athletic, he can throw the rock. The only knock on him is that he's not as aggressive as you would hope he could be. I think this is a good pick for the Chargers. He's big, he's handsome, and he's cool. That's good for LA as well.
What do you think, Aaron?
I love the pick. I love the pick. I watched Pac-12 guy. He's got a huge arm. I think he's a really good decision maker. He threw a really low amount of interceptions this year. One of them against Cal. He hadn't thrown a pick all season until Cal got him once. But just his ability to throw the football, you can't teach that. And LA needed to. That's why I think they were trying to get Tom, because they needed to make a splash and move into a new stadium, and I think it's a good pick for him.
Why are they crunched into that couch? I mean, just a little bit more.
Hey, Aaron, I wanted to ask about Pat. So it's something that like as a knock on Herbert. They talk about his personality. Like, we don't know if he has that dog in him. Like he seems too passive or like just a good guy. Like, do you think that's fair to judge quarterbacks by that? Like just hear them have conversations on TV basically, and they're saying, "Oh, this guy doesn't really have the fire we need."
I think there's way too many of these, cliches thrown out there about, gym rat or personality related or all this other, these unmeasurable metrics and unmeasurable measurables that people think they can put on a guy. I think it's just absolutely ridiculous for the most part. You do due diligence. You talk to the high school coaches. You talk to the college coaches. You talk to their teammates if you can. But it's all about, in my opinion, it's all about empowering a guy like that when it comes to the locker room that you are expected to lead and you have an opportunity to lead, and just go be yourself. I think there's too much put into this person's a great competitor. This person's not. This person wants it more than this other. Like, get out of here. Like, winning cures all, and authentic leadership is what guys follow. And I like the way this guy talks. I like the way he plays. And if he's quiet, who cares? Like, there's been a lot of great quiet quarterbacks over the years.
Aaron, do you think that your kind of coolness and calmness was judged by people at times?
Well, I think, let's look at what they said about me. They said I was cocky or arrogant, robotic, didn't make plays with my feet. Like, these are paid scouts. What they said about me, like paid scouts. Now the personality stuff, whatever. But they said I was robotic. I can't make plays off schedule. I can't make plays out of the pocket. I can't use my legs.
Aaron, we're losing you from a service standpoint, but also I can't thank you enough for joining us here for like 30 minutes. You're the best, dude. You're the absolute best.
I love you very much, and your boys are amazing. That was a blast for me. And AJ, I love you too, brother.
Appreciate it, man. Love you, brother.
Hey!
Thanks for coming on. Keep the denim on all night.
I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to turn you guys back on because you guys had it fixed way before that ridiculous coverage on right now.
Aaron.
You better keep it on. We're going to bring you up many times throughout the night, so you're going to want to keep watching.
I'm going to keep watching, boys.
Hey, we got to defend this title, too, at some point whenever COVID-19 stops being a bitch.
We will, and you have a lifetime invitation, my friend.
Yeah! 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 Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers. Yeah! Rodgers! Oh, boy, Aaron. What a legend.
Awesome.
Such a weapon.
Just one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, wearing a denim jacket, slick back hair, and a massive beard on draft night on McAfee and Hawk Sports Talk. Primetime draft, super special. Woo! Tua, congrats to Tua, by the way. Everybody thought, and not everybody thought this week that Tua was going to drop. Mike Tannenbaum, former general manager of the Miami Dolphins, who's friends with the owner of the Miami Dolphins, came on Get Up and said he thought it would be irresponsible to draft Tua in the top 10 because of his injury history. Then you talk to anybody else that's in the scouting department, they're like, it feels like Justin Herbert or an offensive tackle is who the Miami Dolphins are going to go with. Here they are, pick number 5, what everybody thought at the beginning, and then got into a cluster truck and everybody started confusing and spinning out of it. Tua now now with the Miami Dolphins behind Fitzmagic. I like this for them. I like this for Tua, and I think they got it right. The Miami Dolphins know that the AFC East is currently wide open, and they got a quarterback of the future if he can stay healthy. He gets to learn from Ryan Fitzpatrick as well. This is a beautiful moment.
I think now that Tua and Herbert have gone to Miami and Chargers, is there nowhere left for Cam Newton to start?
New England.
It feels like Cam Newton is really – well, New England is on my draft. By the way, man, I got that one 100% right. No, I didn't. I fucking said Herbert.
Yeah, can we get a score right now?
Well, mine not great, but I'm a closer. You know what I mean?
How you start, how you finish.
Now we go.
Everybody knows I'm not really that good in the first quarter. I mean, that's a legitimate thing. I don't take it serious enough. I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Whenever halftime hits, I come out on the other side. I'm like, okay, now it's ball game time. Beer pong, when it's the last couple cups, that's when I lock in. Flip cup, if I'm the anchor, it's going to be a one flip guarantee. I kind of lock in. Everybody knew I was going to stumble out the gates, but you, my friend, I believe AJ Hawk, I believe your draft is pretty solid right now. You got Joe Burrow.
I'm 5 out of 6 right now.
Wow.
Damn.
Simmons got you.
Who did the Giants take?
What's Mel?
They took Thomas from Georgia,
Is he
tackle.
Mel Kiper, we can look it up and see what he was.
No one had Andrew Thomas, I think, going to the Giants. I don't think.
No.
That kind of came out of nowhere, but it makes sense. You got Saquon Barkley and a young quarterback. You would think if we can ground and pound this thing and build this thing from the trenches moving forward, that's a smart move. We obviously didn't think that. AJ Hawk is currently 5 of 6 and running away with this thing early.
Well, Pat, didn't you got caught up in all the hype that has been going on the last couple of days to where everyone put
What do you want
a
from
lot of
me?
people had Herbert Tua going 5-6 and they had Herbert going 5 and Tua 6.
AJ, I don't want to hang up on you, but we can call Jordan Palmer. Is that okay?
Do it.
Okay. Can we put up a screen too so I can run and pee real quick?
Yep.
Let's do that. Well, the Panthers pick is in. I can't miss that. Can't miss the Panthers pick.
Gotta be
We gotta
serious.
have we gotta wait for Aaron and Jordan Palmer to get on together. Then I can run and pee. Right? That's that's probably a smart move if we had to guess. I am kind of bummed that there isn't the fanfare and the big announcements. I think the NFL was really hitting a stride there when it was in, what was it, Dallas, Philly, then Nashville?
Yeah.
I think it was really hitting a stride of some good tie. I thought you were going to pop in his tie and ask Aaron Rodgers a question there. That had to be tough.
Well, I wanted to, but you know what? Making him laugh, also not a bad sidebar. I'll take that. I'll live with it.
Christian McCaffrey, is he making the announcement for the Carolina Panthers? Smart move, by the way, from Matt Rule. Like, hey, we just broke this guy off. I know Cam Newton's gone. We're building this thing, but it's not about me. It's not about our GM. Even Goodell's like, yeah, we get it. You guys are completely rebuilding. Let's send Christian McCaffrey down there, 22 and you. Did he record the pick? No, he just recorded a message to Trey Wingo.
Putting his ass to work early.
Would you like to know the pick?
What are they paying him? $16 million a year?
Yeah, they gotta.
Pay Teddy 21. Who is the Panthers pick?
Derek Brown, D tackle from
Wow.
Did I call? No, I said Isaiah Simmons. Son of a good move here. In the pocket. I think AJ said this actually earlier, or Sanchez might have said this earlier. Sanchez said that Drew Brees likes to step up in the middle of the pocket. Tom Brady likes to step up into the middle of the pocket. Matt Ryan likes to step up into the middle of the pocket. What do you need to do for quarterbacks to step up in the middle of the pocket? Collapse the pocket from the inside out. Matt Rule says we need a D tackle. That's a disruptor. They go with Brown from Auburn.
You said it.
This is a good play. I like this play. I thought potentially Isaiah Simmons because somebody's going to have to cover Gronk.
Yeah.
I mean, that is something that's going to have to happen. But instead, they want to just disrupt the pocket because they know that Drew's a little bit older, Matt's a little bit older, Tom's a little bit older. They're not going to be on the run much. Let's collapse this pocket with this absolute monster from Auburn, War Eagle. Congrats to Mr. Brown becoming D tackle for the Carolina Panthers. Roger Goodell is once again amping up the crowd. Does he has to be so pissed off that the internet knows before him.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's currently on TV right now, and we've known for 3 minutes that they were getting another guy. What's that?
You know what's actually? I think it might actually be going faster because he's not walking to the stage. They're not doing like the hugging thing. I don't know if that. It seems like it may be going faster.
Yeah, but we're still. There's one mask in this backdrop here. Shout out to Derek Brown going number 7 overall as a D tackle. That's not normal. This is a big day. Drew Rosenhaus somehow flew from his house in Miami to Georgia to join him. Shout out to Drew Rosenhaus, just completely abandoning the quarantine rules and laws. I respect the game. I respect the business. The nicknamed Baby Barack due to political aspirations. Okay, Derek Brown, baby Barack, is going to be president one day potentially, and for the time being, going to be D tackle for the Carolina Panthers.
With Tua in the Fins, is it kind of confirmed now that it was obvious the Dolphins were the ones that were kind of spinning that wheel about Tua?
I would assume that it was definitely the Dolphins spinning the wheel. They sent Mike Tannenbaum out there on a kamikaze mission to call AJ back if Jordan's not answering. They sent him out on a kamikaze mission to bury any thought that they were going to potentially take Tua, even though the whole world knew he was going to take Tua. Hey, Mark Sanchez told us earlier today on my show that with Matt Ryan, Drew Brees, and Tom Brady, older quarterbacks that throw from the pocket, a smart move would be to take somebody that could disrupt the pocket. D-tackle Mr. Brown from Auburn going to the Carolina Panthers. How do you feel about it in that NFC South that is about to be very highly contentious?
Well, I feel great about it. In a sense, with Drew Brees, he's not a taller quarterback. You always see how his head is cocked up, trying to look over the lineman. That's kind of how he is, looking at the bottom of his face mask. So, yeah, what do you do with shorter quarterbacks? You got to get pushed up the middle so he can't step into it and get into his throw.
The Arizona Cardinals are currently on the clock. We tried to call Jordan Palmer. I think we were supposed to call him literally an hour ago, though. So could be in the middle of something.
Now that they're on the clock, have you seen Cliff Kingsbury's setup yet?
I have not seen Cliff Kingsbury's setup.
He is
next level.
Do we have that, Foxy? Do you have the setup?
Zeet's pulling it up, I believe.
Okay. He has to have.
I might have called the wrong Palmer. I think you said Carson.
No, you knew Jordan Palmer was coming on the show, Zito. I mean, Zito, you cannot. That is not something you can deflect. You have 5 different hats on right now, so I understand there's a lot going on. But not one time did you think this was Carson Palmer coming on the show.
They're brothers. I got confused.
Yeah,
they look alike.
Yeah.
Hey, are the Cardinals going to take Tristan Wirfs?
I have the Cardinals personally taking Mekhi Becton, offensive tackle, because they're a move and groove offense, right? Kyler's going to get out of the pocket. I assume they're going to pick up some stuff from the Baltimore Ravens that Lamar had success with. And if you can get a – oh, that's not – I thought the pick was in for the Cardinals already. Shout out to this guy, man. Look at Rosenhaus, too. Longer hair for Rosenhaus. Normally keeps that thing tight. Kind of got a little bit of a wig on top there, it looks like. Fist bump for as long as they're on TV. Hurry up, no huddle. Gus Malzahn, Auburn head coach, sitting down in his basement with a ping pong. Is that the players' lounge at the facility, or is that his house, you think?
It's got to be his house. I mean, it looks like the players' lounge. That's a heck of a setup.
Good for him. Look how happy his wife is. That's that family feel that college has that the NFL doesn't, by the way. So happy.
Well, you know what that feeling is, Pat? Like, oh, man, we just had a guy go 7th overall. This is going to work wonders for recruiting. We were going to pump this hard for the next 5 years.
He was SEC Defensive Player of the Year. I did not know that. What a stud. Anytime you got a D tackle, I think he's lined up in a kickoff formation there, too. Anytime you have a single-digit defense, it's all right. The pick actually is in for the Cardinals. It might have been a little bit blurry, but anytime you have a single-digit defensive lineman, that means back in the day he was a wideout. He was maybe a something else, a running back, and he moved down into D tackle. What an absolute Cliff Kingsbury! Wow,
jeez,
look at that house. White couch, by the way. Just living his best life.
Not bad.
Ty, have you seen it? You can't see it.
I have not, but I assume it looks like Gordon Bombay's house in D2 when he was coaching Team USA at the Junior Goodwill games.
Exactly.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty fucking spot on.
Look at that backyard. He's got a fire pit in the ground. It's in the middle of the desert. I think he's got the Isaiah Simmons goes to the Arizona Cardinals.
Look at his house.
Here we go. Isaiah, whose house is that? Isaiah Simmons' house? Maybe he's taking a pay cut.
They might have rented a place. I'm pretty sure he said he was having a few extra people at his party.
He's from Olathe, Kansas. 3-star recruit out of high school. Brother Victor Jr. played cornerback at Kansas. He won back-to-back state titles in long jump, and we already know that he's a freak athlete. Plays 3 to 4 different positions. The Arizona Cardinals, who brought in DeAndre Hopkins, Cliff Kingsbury's making himself at home out there in the desert. This feels like a good move. What are they going to do with him? Nobody knows. AJ, what are your thoughts?
Well, the dude can play any position on defense pretty much. He's that much of a freak, and he's so big and how he moves. So they'll find a role for him.
Bro,
Start him out slow. But don't you think the Cardinals here, Pat? I think they didn't expect Isaiah Simmons to be here at number 8. They may have gone offensive tackle, but all of a sudden they see Simmons is there and they're like, hey, we cannot pass this guy up.
Look at that. Safety, slot corner, outside linebacker, inside linebacker, and other corner. I mean, the guy played all over the field for a Clemson defense. By the way, that was not an easy defense. It was like an advanced, sophisticated defense that isn't normal for college. What's that D coordinator's name?
Brent Venables.
Brent Venables. Yeah, all Orlovsky talked about that entire simulcast of the national championship game, because Joe Burrow couldn't figure it out in the first half, was Venables is bringing the heat here. He's got disguises. He's got that stuff. Isaiah Simmons has a high football IQ and obviously an incredible athletic acumen. I think this is a home run hit here for the Cardinals, but I guess we will find out at a later time.
Hey, Zito, Jordan has called me like 4 times.
Yeah, I call him right now. Now I know it's not Carson. That's on me.
No, you knew it wasn't. Zito, this is classic Zito here. You knew it wasn't Carson. Carson, I think, is on ABC right now, actually.
No wonder why he did not answer.
All right, call Jordan up. AJ, we'll talk to. I'm going to have to go pee, by the way. So whenever Jordan gets on, it might be you and him for a little bit. Yeah, we had to hang up on him. Isaiah Simmons is a stud. Who said earlier something like Palomalu? Somebody said he.
I think it was Sanchez.
Sanchez, by the way, spot on with the D tackle call for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Or it might have been Mike Adams.
Yeah, Mike Adams maybe said it.
Yeah, it was.
Whenever you're that big, that fast, that athletic, it has to feel good to wake up and look in the mirror.
I couldn't even imagine.
Could you imagine waking up, looking at yourself, be like, yeah, I could play corner, I could play the other corner, I could play linebacker, I could play safety. His lady just gave him a kiss on the mouth. He's tatted up on his sleeve, just put a hat on. He's leaving a monster house. That house might be bigger than Cliff Kingsbury, which is an interesting one. But I think the Arizona Cardinals got a great football player here. What a home run hit. Now, he's got 2 watches on. If he's got 2 watches on, I am a big fan of that
Dove
move.
watch?
I am a big fan of that move. Isaiah Simmons shaking it like he's LeBron James, throwing it up in the air. What a ball player, man. What an absolute ball player. I thought the Arizona Cardinals were going to go with an offensive tackle. The offense, they were trying to revamp it. Cliff Kingsbury, they were giving people problems late in the year. They were starting to figure it out. Will Kyler Murray make the big jump from year 1 to year 2? They got DeAndre Hopkins in there with Larry Fitzgerald. They lose David Johnson, but I feel like they're probably okay with that. Isaiah Simmons on the defensive side they might be a very good football team. Patrick Peterson's still there.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
For 3 years straight, Patrick Peterson, I thought he was leaving. Now he is potentially going to be lining up alongside one of the biggest freak athletes the world has ever seen.
Plus, what's his name?
Chandler Jones.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, he picked up like
He had
16
like
sacks.
19 and a half sacks last year. A lot of production.
They got Kenyon Drake on the offense at running back to replace Johnson.
Are the Cardinals about to become a force out there in the desert? Cliff Kingsbury House says yes. Isaiah Simmons says yes. Will be determined. Jaguars pick is in. I have no idea what they're taking. Joining us now, a man who coached the number 1 overall pick this offseason, Quarterback Summit founder, Jordan Palmer. What up, Jordan?
Hey, guys.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Louder.
Yes.
I told you.
Oh,
big
sorry.
deal. Gosh, it's not every day. I mean, get Aaron Rodgers off and get me on. Give the people what they want.
We planned on calling you immediately after Joe Burrow being drafted, but since Goodell milked that thing so long until 28 after, and then Aaron was coming on, we're in a bad spot. I apologize for the delay in the call here. Let's talk about Joe Burrow, though. You guys knew all along he was going to get drafted number 1 overall to the Bengals, yes?
Yeah, I mean, it really certainly looked that way. I think when you look at the need that they have, and then you look at what he just did, and then you tie in the whole he's from Athens, Ohio, and all this stuff, I think this made as much sense as it ever has before. And what's funny is, so I'm at my parents' house right now because I got 2 little kids at home, and it's chaos if I was trying to get on FaceTime. And
we appreciate it.
And my parents and I were talking like, you know, the last time that somebody literally way in advance knew that they were going to be the number 1 pick was when we all went to New York and had Bengals hats on and Carson was number 1. It was essentially like the deal was done the day before. So super random that, you know, whatever that is, 20 years later, it was the same deal.
Jordan, like when you work with these quarterbacks, how does that process start? Like, how do they find you? Or how do you find them?
Yeah, so some of the guys, what I say is like I like to be a part of the guy's journey. Sometimes I'm part of the whole thing. Like Sam Darnold, I met when he was 14 years old. I'll probably work with him, from here on out.
David Cross.
And then some guys, for Joe, I worked with him going into his last year, and I worked with him for the draft, and so it's more bits and pieces.
I should not have said that. You said you met him when he was 14 years old. I just watched Waco. David Koresh. I mean, that is 100% on me. You did not deserve what I just said right there. But I do. I enjoy watching, since we've got to meet, since you come out here, watching your videos of training with Sam Darnold. And then the E60 thing that came out about you was absolutely beautiful, watching you kind of take this over by storm. Another quarterback that you worked with, Jordan Love. Now, there was a lot of confliction about what was going to happen with the Miami Dolphins. Everybody, the bullshit was spinning this week that
Totally.
Justin Herbert was going to be there. Nobody knew what was going to happen to Tua. Is anybody going to take Tua because he's hurt? Jordan Love has been a name that has been talked about a lot by a lot of teams that you might not expect. If he falls, a lot of people are thinking about taking him. What were you hearing whenever you were training him? What was his thoughts? Or do you guys just strictly talk about business on the field?
Well, like with Jordan Love, it was a lot of stuff in the classroom, just getting him caught up. Middle of the pack size school. Most of the stuff's new for him. Coming from a school like Utah State, so most of the stuff I was working with him on was X's and O's and understanding, kind of just going to the league. Like AJ, when you come out of Ohio State, there's just a ton of dudes who used to play at Ohio State who are in the league. So by the time you get drafted, you know really well what to expect. You know what I mean? There's been agents around. There's been other players around. Dudes win Heismans. You know what I mean? You guys all won a ton of awards. When you come from Utah State, there's no, vets to ask questions to. So for a lot of these guys, the role I play is kind of just like the older vet. Hey, here's how this is going to go. Here's how you kind of create goals. Here's how you work. And, I've said this before, but AJ, I bet you could name a couple of linebackers that you learned as much from than a coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bobby Carpenter.
And Pat said Vinatieri, yeah.
No, Bobby Carpenter. I don't know if you know who Bobby Carpenter is.
Well, my favorite Ohio State linebacker of all time is Anthony Schlegel.
Oh,
yes.
You got to go way down the line on that one. Schlegs is all-time favorite.
You talking about this guy right here? You talking about that guy right there?
Schlegs. Shout out Anthony Schlegel.
Hey, Jordan, I wanted to ask you, though, with Jordan Love.
AJ, Jaguars pick
that?
is in. Jaguars pick is in. If you want to save this for a second.
We'll wait. I won't say it. I got it a little early, I guess.
C.J. Henderson, corner from Florida. They get rid of Jalen Ramsey, ship him out of town. He almost fought the coach 4 times. He goes to L.A., becomes a staple of that Rams team. I assume they're going to have to re-up and pay him. That was a hole for the Jacksonville Jaguars, even though quarterback was potentially a hole for them as well because they shipped Nick Foles out of town. C.J. Henderson, corner from Florida. Another second corner goes in the top 10 here to the Jacksonville Jaguars. What a play. Good for this guy. And that is something that they had a hole in as soon as Jalen Ramsey was gone.
Well, and then after they got rid of Jalen, they got rid of A.J. Boye. So AJ just went to Denver in free agency, and talking to a lot of young quarterbacks, when they had Ramsey and AJ Bouye, it's one of those things where you just assume you go away from Ramsey. There's a lot of respect for AJ Bouye too. So Jacksonville just let 2 really good corners go. So this was when all these other guys kind of went off the board. I mean, if they have Tua was there, maybe. I don't know what they think of Justin Herbert, but with Tua gone, they gotta go corner, and this dude's a baller.
Hey, what I was asking you earlier about Jordan Love. He lost his offensive coordinator, right? David Yost, who's like an eccentric, a guy that likes to put the ball in the air. How much did that play factor into him? I guess his numbers maybe not being as high as last year.
Yeah, I think especially with these guys at middle of the pack or smaller schools, if you're supposed to be a first round pick, it's so easy for coaches to just put everything on you. You know what I mean? And just make it about you and, go make a play for us now. And he just had such limited resources. He had 17 picks this last season. 3 of them were not his fault, which there's always a couple picks that aren't your fault. And then the rest of them, it looks bad, but it looks like he's throwing it up for grabs. But if you look at the situation, you're like, there's 3 guys running in the same area. There's no, you know what I mean? Where's he supposed to go with this ball? So I think he was put in a really tough spot with a lot of eyeballs on him. So the bad is magnified. But I don't know that you can evaluate him off of this last season. I think if you do, you're gonna pass on him and then have to play against him.
I love CJ Henderson's family right there. They all got J's on, by the way. He's got Beats by Dre headphones on. That's why they cut him off the screen quick. Can't do that, pal. Can't do that. Got to have the Bose or the Raycon E25 everyday earbuds. Right now, you go to buyraycon.com/sportstalk. You get a sale on these things.
You guys figure out what that discount is?
No,
Not yet?
No, Jordan, we're working on it. I mean, the back end here is trying to figure it out.
3 used autographed cigars from AJ Hawk with purchase.
Cleveland Browns pick is in. Who is it?
It is Jedrick Wills.
Tackle from they got to go tackle there. They got to.
So they brought in Conklin from Tennessee and Jedrick Wills here. They understood that a big issue last year, and this will be a good conversation with you, Jordan, a big issue for them last year was Baker would get pressure in his face. He would roll right. Everybody knew he was rolling to his right. Defenses would be able to jump it. The offense wasn't running. Freddie Kitchens was running draws on 4th and 18 or something like that. The offensive line was a definite necessity for the Browns coming in. But if you're a quarterback, you have to love your offensive line. It's like something you have to do. These men are protecting you, obviously, every day. If you're a quarterback who has a bad offensive line, how hard is that to bite your tongue?
Well, it's tough because it's any teammates letting you down. I mean, any athlete, we've all been let down by teammates, right? We play team sports, so you got that element, right? So like we're not successful because we can't move the ball or we can't get off the field on 3rd down. Second one though is it hurts. Like you guys are going to get me hurt. Oh. So it's one thing like like for example, if I'm a quarterback and my defense can't tackle, that only affects our team. Like I'm pissed because they keep scoring on us. But when your O-line's bad, it hurts our team, but it also freaking hurts, dude. Stop letting me get smoked by all these dudes. So it's a double whammy, and I think it's really, really difficult. And then when you get young guys, and I think this will be the case with Tua. I really hope Tua can sit and Ryan Fitzpatrick can play, a big chunk of the season for them. When young guys get in there, they do what they are good at. They get really good at what they have to do to survive. And for young guys, that's like running around and making plays. You do that, you open yourself up to injuries, getting tackled from behind, landing on your shoulder, AC joint separations. You open yourself up to those types of hits, the ones that wear and add up on you. And so with Baker, he's been running around way too much for a guy who's not an elite runner. And it's not a knock on him. He's just not an elite runner. And so they had to go O-line here in free agency and the draft. Big ups to Cleveland. I think that's a great free agent acquisition, and I think that's a great pick.
Andrew Berry, GM of the Cleveland Browns, formerly of the Colts. I thought he should have been the general manager of the Colts back in the day. I think this is a smart play. I think this is a good play. I think their team gets better. There was 3 offensive tackles that everybody had, like Jedrick Wills, Wirfs, and Thomas. And Becton.
Yeah, Becton.
Becton from Louisville. So I didn't know who they were going to take. He's wearing denim on denim at his house. I love what he's doing.
Denim.
I respect what he's doing right there. I think this is a good play. Here's a quick question. How do you teach a quarterback to be comfortable in a pocket that's collapsing? Is that something that you either have or you don't have, or is that something that you can learn how to be good at?
I think it's just an experience thing. I don't know that there's a move you can make. I think the biggest thing with these guys is they've got part of it's peripheral vision, part of it's feel, which if there was like a drill I could come up with, it'd be awesome. There's just not. It's a repetition thing. You got to get used to having people moving around you. And the reality is football, you work year round and you play 16 games. And so the reps that you get in practice when nobody's going to hit you, those don't really count. And then if somebody hits you with bags or, swings things at you, whatever, like that doesn't really count. And then you get in preseason and you only play a couple series. So it's one of those things where guys get such few reps that, it takes, I think, a while for guys to really develop that feel, which going back to Joe Burrow was one thing that was really good. The way that he manipulated the pocket as a college kid was really, really impressive. And not because he was faster than everybody, but more so because he had feel. AJ, question for you. I mean, of the big names, who did you feel like was more of like a magician back there? Like always found, I believe the quarterback position, the future of it is your ability to create time and space. And that doesn't mean you have to be Lamar. There's certain players, Romo, these different guys that bought a ton of time. Who sticks out to you?
You know who sticks out to me because I watched him play in college for a while too is Ben Roethlisberger. Like Ben's not only is he a big old dude that's tough to get down when you get there, but Ben has like eyes in the back of his head where he can feel where pressure's coming and just slight little movements. And you mentioned like manipulating the pocket. That's the thing. That's the like hot thing that broadcasters were talking about during games this year. Ben like has such a good feel for people around him. Guys are hanging off him all the time. He's making throws, but I mean, our guest earlier in the show, Aaron Rodgers, does a great job of buying time with his legs. I think he's a lot more athletic maybe than people give him credit for. But it's a backbreaker as a defensive guy. It kills you. And I would imagine as an offensive coordinator or an offensive coach on those teams, like they can bail you out of a lot of bad play calls if the guy can buy some time.
I love whenever Aaron starts skirting on the outside and he outruns somebody that he probably shouldn't outrun. He's going chin strap off. Shit is being talked immediately upon it. And it'll be a positive like, I didn't know I had that in you. I think Aaron has done a wonderful job of staying healthy over the years. He moves too. He runs a lot. He's smart at getting down. And those videos of Ben Roethlisberger in practice, whenever they're throwing the bags at him and he's just sitting there eating them, like that is what Ben Roethlisberger is. And I don't know how he's been able to last this long, to be honest. Every year he has a boot. Every year there's a potential injury. But here we are now. That Steelers team can make a real run with Ben being back. And his elbow's back like rookie of the year. You're 100% right. There's a guy that can extend the hell. Patrick Mahomes is another guy. He can extend a lot of plays in a beautiful fashion. And Lamar Jackson's entire offense is extending the play. I mean, that is kind of what they do over there, Jordan.
Yeah, I think Jared Goff is the last high pick who's a good NFL player. I'm not saying good. I'm saying it, worst case scenario, he's really good, right? He's been to Pro Bowls. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's the last high pick who's a good NFL player, not a bust, who can't really move.
Made to
like
Super Bowl.
I don't think it'll ever happen again. I don't think we're going to have another guy go high first round at the quarterback position who isn't a really good athlete. Look it off the board right now. Joe Burrow, really good athlete. Tua, sick. Justin Herbert, super fast. Ran 4.7 at 240. Like, we're just not. Jordan Love, really good athlete. And then go back every single draft. I think Jared's the last one because Carson Wentz is an awesome athlete. He's fast. He's quick. So I just think that's where the position's heading.
Do you use the word sick in everyday sentence? That is, I need to pick that one up. That sounded so cool when it came out of your mouth right there.
Did it sound sick?
Yeah.
Wow.
Bro, wicked sick, bro. That was wicked sick.
Hey, what about your guy Jordan Love now? I mean, he's in play. I think
he's the guy right now.
And we've had no trades so far in this draft.
Yeah, this stinks.
That's the craziest part.
First time.
A bunch of trades.
This
is it the
stinks.
technology that's caught? You think that? What's the reason?
No, so here's an interesting thing that's happened, and I've heard this enough to believe that, and it's true. Is normally when you have, so let's say that no coronavirus, the regular off season right now, the regular draft process, and just tell me when to shut up when the Jets announce their pick because we're on different times here.
Sick.
They won't take Jordan Love. That's my call. So normally you have pro days, right? And so pro day, the players, LSU is their pro day, all the athletes perform, all that stuff, and all the coaches and teams and scouts come in. Well, I do pro days for quarterbacks, and so when you kind of start seeing the same guys every year, different pro days, and for a couple of months, those guys are on the road, which means they're running into each other in restaurants, at the airport, at the bar, standing around before the practice field. Dudes have loose lips. In person, it's way easier to kind of like have a longer conversation and talk to 10, 15, 20 people in a day. Right now, nobody's going to be texting anything, right? No scout from this team is going to text a scout from that team anything, right?
True.
And they're also not really making calls. So there's just way less communication happening this year, team to team, which is why rumors are so all over the place. And it's going to make it even more unpredictable. And I was expecting a bunch of trades. We've had none.
Me too. Henry Ruggs has his name above his head. This is my favorite setup to date. Henry Ruggs has an entire banner right above his head. The Jets pick is in. It is
Mekhi Becton.
Becton. They're protecting Sam Darnold over there. That's got to feel pretty good. You got Le'Veon Bell in the backfield. Now, granted, Adam Gase, I'm not 100% sure is in love with that pick, but you got Le'Veon Bell. You got Sam Darnold. Now you get an offensive lineman here, a guy who's big. He's an athletic freak. He can move humans, and I assume he's only going to be able to get better. I think the Jets, this is a smart pick for the Jets, and I would assume as a guy who trains Sam Darnold, you're very thankful for this choice of an offensive lineman to protect your guy. I'm going to go pee while you answer, but I will be listening. Holy shit, who is the guy that's there in the gray shirt? I want that guy to be on the Colts. Get that guy on the Colts. Is that his dad? I would like Mr. Becton to be a part of the Indianapolis Colts. That guy is a legend. Congrats to Mekhi Becton getting drafted to the Jets. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
I think it's a great pick. They could have gone wide out for sure. Just with what they need. I mean, they're just limited at wide out. But you also have to address the O-line. So I think right there it's a decision. Can we get a lineman that we can't get anything close to later and pass on receiver and maybe get a receiver later, or do we go receiver now and get a lineman later? So I think it's automatic that you take that guy if he's there. There's going to be a ton of receivers in the second round.
If you were a GM of a team, what's weird is picking. Like we may have 6 offensive linemen, 8 offensive linemen taken in this first round. It's a weird thing because it can solidify your team. Yeah, we know we need a right and a left tackle to protect our guy, but it's not a sexy pick. It doesn't get your fan base super juiced when in the moment. Would it be tough for you to pull the trigger to draft a guy, say in the top 10, that's an O lineman?
I think if you recently have done exactly what you just said, if you've gone quarterback, if you've gone running back, right, in the last draft or two, and so look at the Giants. They went QB at 6 last year. They went running back at 2 the year before. They don't need another playmaker. They need to get some money out of, they need to get some work out of the 2 guys that they took. And then with the Jets, they went Sam 2 years ago. Ton of free agency stuff last year, bringing in Le'Veon. So now you go and support it. So I like that move. Again, if they would have gone whoever they have it as number 1 receiver, CeeDee Lamb or whatever, if they would have gone there, I don't think it's a bad pick. But you still have to address the O-line later. I like your ability to get a receiver in the second round and move around the second and third round. I like your ability to add receivers there more so than linemen. I just feel like O-line, at the top of the draft, you got these locks, and then it's up in the air, man. It's like running back. You can get a 6th rounder can be a baller, and your second round can be a bust, So O-line it's hard. It's a hard position to recruit in college. You hear college coaches say that all the time. It's a really hard position to recruit and evaluate. And then you hear NFL guys say it's a really hard position to evaluate and forecast because everybody's huge and strong, and everybody played on a good team,
And everybody in college runs different offenses. A lot of the spread, air raid, you're blocking a little different than you might in the NFL, even though that's transitioned. A lot of that has crept into the NFL. But I wanted to get back to Jordan Love quick. So Pat and I did these mock drafts, which I never knew how much work it is to do a mock draft and how, if you actually care, how much to try to figure things out.
God, you paid somebody to do that for you. That would have been a ton of time.
I tell you what, I was doing all right until these last couple picks. But I have on my draft, I have 1 trade in the first round. I have the New England Patriots. I know this is a weird one. They don't like to do this. I have them jumping up to 14 with the Tampa Bay Bucks and taking your boy Jordan Love. What are the odds of that?
Ooh, slim. But you knew that when you wrote it. It's interesting. I think I like Indy for him. And this isn't off any inside information. I just think most teams are going to look at Jordan Love and go, man, I'd love to sit this guy for a year and put him in a position to learn from somebody great. And there's a bunch of teams, right? Pittsburgh is in that mode. New Orleans is in that mode. Indy's in that mode. With is that a new jacket? Whoa! New jacket alert!
Costume
Zito,
change.
Can we get a ticker along the bottom here? New wardrobe.
I'll tell you what, this one fits a little bit tighter. I got the other one from Target, this one from JCPenney. You got to do what you got to do. The Raiders pick is in, boys. Thanks for carrying the show there while I took a longest leak.
I think this is where the wide receiver run starts here. CeeDee Lamb is my pick.
No, it's a surprise, a little bit of a surprise. Henry Ruggs.
Wow. Henry Ruggs, the guy who has a banner across. Henry Ruggs ran an incredible 40 at the Combine. Mike Mayock, John Gruden, we knew they were going to want to get a weapon. We didn't know who it was going to be. Wow. Maybe CeeDee Lamb, maybe T. Higgins. Instead, Henry Ruggs the third. Henry Ruggs the third goes to the Oakland Raiders. Who will be the quarterback? Marcus Mariota's backing up Derek Carr. They got a weapon with some jets. Slant God. Henry Ruggs is now a member of the Las Vegas Raiders if we can ever find time to build them a stadium to play in.
Wow. That's a crazy pick. I mean, I don't think you can go wrong with these top receivers, but as I talked to a lot of people in the last couple of days, I don't know that many people that had him being the first receiver off the board.
Isn't that kind of a Raiders thing? They kind of jump up and surprise people at times.
Yeah, between Mayock and Gruden, yeah. I mean, last year they took Clelin Ferrell at 4. I mean, I remember walking into the green room last year in Nashville and people being surprised that Clellan Ferrell was one of the guys that came to the green room.
Wow.
And he went fourth.
The Raiders love speed.
Whoa.
Right? I mean, the Davis family loves speed. How much input do you think they got on that? Ran fastest 40 at the combine this year, 4.27. And you know what they say? Speed kills matchups. That's just what happens. That's a realistic thing. A 4.27 is absolute jets. I would assume John Gruden is excited whenever he wakes up, put his little FFCA hat on. He goes into the film room at 3 a.m. and starts drawing up plays like Andy Reid with this type of speed. Could you imagine if the Chiefs would have got this guy? The amount of speed on the field would have been electric, but now John Gruden gets a Porsche or a Ferrari ready to go. What did Mel Kiper have to say about Henry Ruggs III?
Well, definitely didn't think he'd be the first wide receiver off the board. We got a lot of screeching going on in the background. Not quite sure what that is. Could be a headphone issue. Henry Ruggs, though, absolute burner. We'll see if Derek Carr can get it done in Vegas.
Hey, Jordan, Gruden said Derek Carr was crying. Did you hear that rumor? Did you hear that rumor last year whenever they
Crying?
said Gruden was upset that Derek...
What was that about?
I don't know. And then they had to both come out and say it was a lie. But there's always been this conversation that John Gruden's favorite quarterback is his next one. And that he doesn't love Derek Carr and all this stuff. But they're getting Derek Carr a weapon now. This has to make Derek Carr feel pretty good.
Well, they added a running back last year, right? Had a great rookie year. They've added receiver now. Hey, side note, I kind of can't wait to hear Gruden say Ruggs' name.
Oh.
It's going to sound good. Ruggs, man. Can we get Caliendo on here?
No, well, I think
phone?
Gruden is actually here. I think he is on the phone right now. Coach Gruden, congratulations with Henry Ruggs III. What are you looking to do with this guy?
Like you said, man, speed kills matchups. Okay, I mean, Henry Ruggs, this guy's fucking incredible, man.
That's not John Gruden, but it was close.
I like Ruggs, man. Hey, you were talking about Sanchez earlier. You got to hear Sanchez's Gruden. He's got a great one.
Have you seen his mustache that he has right now currently?
Yeah, the other day, yeah. We live about 5 minutes from each other.
What, you quarterbacks just all hang out with each other over there?
Yeah, we went to the same high school, grew up in the same area. Yeah,
bro, that is sick.
Sanchez.
That is sick.
It's super sick. Ruggs, man, I can't wait to hear that. Ruggs.
Hey, Jordan, are you ever going to get into coaching? I'm sure there's been offers. It seems like a natural step for you.
I mean, I think it's this awesome like back pocket thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got little sons at home and a growing family. So for me, I don't want to move unless it's closer to the water. I'm in a cool spot and I'm right by all my family and everything. So what I'm doing right now, it's super fun. I genuinely, like, I work with like sixth graders, high school guys, college dudes. I work with all ages. I'm not going to get fired. I don't lose any games. And so I only coach half the year. So January through July, I'm coaching. I'm calling games, during the season. So for me, I'm just switching to like being a fan and loving it. And I'm in a fantasy league and you know what I mean? Like, nice. So for me, I love that side of it. At some point down the road, probably. But right now it's a cool little niche.
They just showed Henry Ruggs. He is in a full robe, iced out, got a hat on. Oh. He is having the time of his life in his living room with a banner of his name across the top. They cut the John Gruden and then a spark plug version of John Gruden, who I'm not 100% sure of. I don't know who that was.
That's his son.
That's his son, the spark.
Isn't that Deuce, the strength coach, right?
Strength coach for the Redskins.
I love that, man. I think he's at the Raiders. He had a Raiders shirt on. I don't know if he would be in John Gruden's war room if he was with the Redskins, even if they were.
Former.
Yeah, but he has a robe on, a watch on, his name. He's got, this guy might be my new favorite player in the NFL. When you get drafted in a robe and you're iced out, this is somebody that I would like to be friends with. This is somebody that I'm incredibly happy for. Good for Henry Ruggs III going to the Raiders. I don't know how much Gruden loves the robe and the watch, but I'm assuming he's going to have to get used to it.
The Raiders beat reporter is reporting that the Raiders were trying to trade back, but they couldn't get anyone to do it with. So
they were trying to get the hell out of there. They were like, we don't want to pick anybody. They take Henry Ruggs just because he was the fastest guy. Smart. See how that plays out for him. Jordan, when is the Love kid going to get drafted? I'm sick of this. Like, what are you not supposed to tell us this information? What are we doing here?
No, I have no idea. Because those first dominoes of Tua and Herbert's the one that shocked me. I wasn't on with you guys when that happened. I was surprised at that pick, big time.
Bro.
but that's a domino, right? And so Jordan's on the board here. I think it's going to be one of these teams that does not need a quarterback this year, but has one of these older legends. So I look at Pittsburgh, I look at New Orleans, I look at Indy. I actually like Indy for him.
Really?
Yeah. I think that's a great setup. Jordan Love's really, really smart. Like, he picks things up really quickly. So I don't know if Zoom would have really like shown everything, all the sides of him, but he's impressive. And so I look at these smart offensive coaches who can say, hey, we can park him behind and a legendary veteran. I know when Aaron was on, you guys were talking about him sitting behind Favre and all that. So I actually like Indy as a landing spot, and I think they're in the 20s, right? Or are they 19, somewhere around there?
The Colts do not have a first-round draft pick, and Chris.
They don't have a first-round pick.
But there is a trade finally. The 49ers trade their pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who just signed Tom Brady this offseason. They brought Rob Gronkowski out of retirement. They got a 7th-round pick with Rob, sent a 4th-rounder up to the New England Patriots. Now the Buccaneers, who everybody said that the 49ers were looking to get out of their pick, by the way. The Niners were very open with saying, hey, we would like to move. We have 2 first-rounders. We got the Colts first-rounder. We got our own first-rounder. We're looking to get out of here. Now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers slide up there. What is Bruce Arians thinking, Diggs?
They trade up one spot, so there's got to be someone that they were
tackle. It's got to be a tackle, right?
Yeah, has to be.
Yeah, I would assume it'd be an offensive lineman that they didn't want to waste a potential thought of losing by 1 pick. Now, granted, a
couple good receivers on the board still.
Yeah, they don't need any receivers. They're going to the Wurf. I think Who is that? That's
Wirfs.
Yeah, Wirfs. I would assume that is what everybody is thinking. That's why they just shot his living room, which looks like, by the way, just classic American living room here. I love everything about it. Mom and dad sitting on the love seat, got his lady next to him, little recliner, got his...
Look at the big close-up picture in the background. That's great. Just a big zoom in of his face. It's great.
Hey, that's
just smiling.
That looks like a high school senior photo, by the way. An absolute monster of a man.
It's like his LinkedIn profile picture.
Bruce B.A. in his living room, right by the... I assume he's got some vitamins over there for himself. His vitamins, not my vitamins. I'm talking about actual vitamins. He's on the phone right now. He was not on the phone with that Wirfs guy there. If we start doing 2 and 2 here, maybe Light's making a call and not BA. But this is interesting. The Buccaneers moved up for somebody. Who's it going to be?
The trade details are that San Francisco is getting the 14th pick and number 117, and then Tampa's moving up to 13th and then getting San Francisco's last 7th-round pick.
Okay, Jason Light now being shown with his kids down in his war room. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, obviously, from the war, from the pirate ship down there. They just put their pick in. They are not on the phone either. Who are they taking? If they traded, that means they already know who they want. Give us what we want, and that is who is the next member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers team that it seems to be stacked at this moment.
Hey, Pat, I got a question. How come, like BA, they showed Bruce Arians, he had a USB mic plugged in. Right there, Light had a USB mic, but we can't find people on national TV shows to have a mic when they're doing a hit during this time of COVID-19.
I'm going to say Tom Brady probably told him. That's what Tom Brady brings to your city, by the way. When he comes to your team, there's these little observations that he sees. He goes, listen, here's the deal. I want to play in a park. They won't let me. I'm going to break into Byron Leftwich's neighbor's house. They won't let me. What I will let you do is please get a microphone here so it isn't an echoey mess like everybody else sounds like. Diggs?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are taking offensive lineman Tristan Wirfs.
Okay, here we go. So get some protection for old Tom Brady down there. Now, look, the trenches are what is winning right now in the NFC South. Derek Brown of Auburn gets picked. Now Tristan Wirfs of Iowa gets picked for the Buccaneers. They didn't want to potentially miss that. They slide up 1 pick. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Were the Niners potentially going to take him? I guess so.
They just drafted McGlinchey.
And they have Staley.
But they just were getting antsy. I bet you Bruce was like, oh, hell, let's go get it. Let's go get it.
I want to get on the board.
Hey, Jordan, we asked Aaron this, but this is a good thing. Do you tell, like, younger quarterbacks, for instance, whenever an offensive lineman gets drafted or an offensive weapon gets drafted, what is the protocol? Like, hey, welcome them, reach out to them. You kind of got to be the face of this team to this guy immediately. Like, is Tom Brady texting that guy right now, you think?
I don't know why he wouldn't. I just, not everybody does that. I think guys, I have no idea what Brady would do. I'll bet Darnold's getting this guy's number though, right? Mekhi Becton. Like, so these younger guys, I think they're all kind of similar age and all that stuff. I don't know Brady because of who he is, but yeah, I just don't see. I mean, what are you doing that's more important than reaching out? You know.
Well, all Tom
but
wanted
usually
was
the
everybody's
coaches are
number.
putting these guys on threads and all that stuff. And yeah, I think especially right now with the way this offseason's going, these guys, the only thing you can do is talk and connect and Zoom and FaceTime and text. So
This dude ran a 4.8540, which is faster than the Chargers defensive end Joey Bosa. Why is Joey Bosa get a ricochet shot? That's faster than a lot of people, by the way. This was I believe his mom walking the red carpet over there. Is he from Iowa, Bill?
Yep, he's from Mount Vernon, Iowa. Kind of a shithole, to be honest.
All right, Jordan. Hey, we appreciate the hell out of you, brother.
yeah, I wanted to share something with you guys in honor of being in my parents' house when I came here, and my dad said, "Where do you want to sit?" And I'll go with all the stuff on there. And look what I found.
Okay.
This is a Carson Palmer
bobblehead
draft.
Wow.
Bengals, number 9. How good is that? Can you see that all right?
Yes. Yeah. AJ, did you get one of those?
No, not a draft one. No, that's nice. I mean, Carson was the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah. Got the little stuff on the back. Pretty good.
Hey,
pretty good find.
Quick question. The studio does need some things. I have a monoscope. They're showing a video of this man who is massive, jumping out of a 3.5-foot pool onto the side. Massive explosion for this guy. I would assume Bruce Arians had him on the big board immediately upon seeing him jump out of a pool. That is not easy. Is there any way you and Carson could sign that bobblehead and get that thing in this studio right here?
I will. My dad's nodding yes.
Yeah,
green
Mr.
light.
Palmer! Woo!
Hey, tell
green light.
the Palmers we said thanks. And Jordan, we
I
can't thank
will.
you enough.
My dad's nickname is High Pockets. He's about 6'6".
We needed a
With
big
him
old
and
high
Pistol.
pocket.
Can we see High
All
Pockets?
time. He's in the other room. That's an all-time great nickname,
Have
by
him
the way.
sign
High
it,
Pockets.
too.
It's so good.
Oh my
so
God!
Good.
If I was called
Got it in Nom.
High Pocket in Nom,
Yeah.
Oh, man.
so Mr. Palmer was 6'6". High Pockets fought in Vietnam.
Yeah, and this is his son right here, the real official bobblehead.
Oh, tell Mr. Palmer we said thanks for everything. Tell High Pockets we said thanks for his service. We thank you so much, Jordan. We appreciate you, brother. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thanks, guys.
QB Summit founder, operator, CEO, Jordan Palmer. Thank you, Jordan. Woo! Okay, so here we go. A lot of things are happening. Our first trade happened. It was only for one spot. Neither AJ nor I predicted that with our mock drafts. They just showed Wirfs out like 15 yards down the field running over a corner. What an athlete. This is a guy at Iowa, I assume, made a lot of Hawkeyes fans very proud. Mel
Oh,
Kiper?
yeah, he's one of Kirk's dogs. You know, I mean, that guy knows how to move beef around, period.
Dude, while you were taking a piss, the Mekhi Becton tape might be like the most impressive thing that I've.
Oh, they showed like his highlight reel?
Oh,
He's pushing an F-150 uphill.
No. Jacked up F-150? Was it a jacked up
the brake lights are on, so I don't.
Up a hill?
The brake lights were on? He was pushing a truck uphill with the brakes on? It's all right. I saw Tristan Wirfs just jump out of
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever tried to jump? AJ, you ever tried to jump out of the pool? That thing, back in the day, that was like the fad.
Well, I think that's still the fad. Like when people can do it. No, I have never even tried.
I've given it a go. Couple times.
It looks very difficult.
Well, I'm a pretty explosive guy. I thought it was something I could do rather easily. Turns
You
out.
just got to keep going go to the kiddie pool, and you could probably do it.
No, I did. I got in the kiddie pool with all the piss. I told them, get the hell out of here. I don't like kids. Excuse me. Get your pee out of here. I'm going to try to get out of here. Hit the toes off of the very close. Almost busted my face on the side. Ooh. I was with the Colts at the time. I was told to stop doing that stat. Yeah. Probably the right move, by the way. The fact
now I think that's the test for you. I know you're kicking the ball around in your yard every once in a while now. I'm not saying you're trying to make a comeback and chase a ring down in Tampa, but
this guy,
maybe that's something that will bring your explosiveness back to the level that you want it.
Well, I could be teammates with that guy if I was to play with it. Anybody that would play with the Buccaneers would be teammates with that guy, Gronk, Tom Brady. Congratulations to that guy, by the way, getting on the good side of Tom Brady immediately. Not a bad person to get him.
Did they really need to trade up one pick to get him?
Maybe they got a little bit of a sense that John Lynch and Shanahan were also interested in him, and they did not want to miss him. I assume Bruce Arians was celebrating, by the way. clapping, fist pumping at his house all by himself in front of his computer and his microphone. I assume this was a guy he really wanted bad on his team, and he said, listen, if we're going to only give up a 117th pick alongside this thing, fuck it, let's go get it. And I respect that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's so many O linemen going so far. I guess. So we know for sure, or nothing's for sure in the draft. Next quarterback off the board is going to be Jordan Love. We just don't know where that's going to be.
Well, we don't know where Jordan Love's going to go. We don't know what other defensive players are going to go. We don't know if there's any other.
Kinlaw is still on the board. I thought Kinlaw would be picked by now.
Yep, Kinlaw is also on the board. And let's not
Could be a spot here with them trading Buckner to go to the Colts.
And by the way, I thought the 49ers would take Kinlaw. That is a pick that I had.
Yeah, you did.
Still can.
I did not predict the trade.
Can anyone tally up what's the score is
AJ,
right now?
you're winning. AJ, you're winning. Okay, I think you're winning. I'm not 100% sure I've gotten a single one right other than the Chase Young and
Hey,
Joe
I don't
Burrow.
care about our mock really. I want to see what Mel's mock draft looks like, and maybe even Todd McShay.
Todd McShay is battling COVID-19. I mean, he's obviously not in the right
I'm
mind.
saying he might be 100% right now. We need to give him his pub because he's not on TV.
It was said that the reason why Gettleman had the face mask on is because he's 69 years old and had chemo 2 years ago. Okay. Congrats on beating cancer, by the way.
for
Very,
him.
very thankful that he beat cancer. But I don't know what the fuck that has to do with coronavirus here 2 years later. What does that have any? Why are people tweeting us like we're the
in your
bad
basement.
guys? Why are people tweeting us like we're the bad guys? Like, take it. We're just pointing out something that we saw, pal. Get off of
People were tweeting you like you're the bad guy?
Oh, yeah. They're kind of, maybe learn a little something about the guy before you start bashing him for putting on a
Why
mask.
didn't he have it on at the beginning, though? Why did he all of a sudden put it on like pick
Great
5?
fucking question, AJ. Don't know why that hasn't been answered yet.
Kyle Shanahan is in a tiny room. John Lynch also in a tiny room. Are they in the same room?
Remember John Lynch's picture of his setup? We showed it
Doesn't
on
look
the
like
show
that.
a couple days back.
Oh, they lied to us.
Is that a faux
Looks like
setup?
a different room.
Smokescreen setup.
A fake lamp, too.
Apparently, the Niners took all 10 minutes because they were looking to trade back again.
Oh, so they played the Bucks. The Bucks, by the way, didn't give up much to get there. They got the guy they wanted, only gave up pick 117. CD Lamb, Oklahoma wide receiver, is just chilling at his house. Big balloons.
Pizza Hut wings, though.
Oh, CD.
There's some more Pizza Hut.
Hey Pat, I got a text from my brother that Gettleman said that his IT guy came in the room. That's why he put the mask on.
Oh, okay. Hey, tell your brother we said thanks because that was not the tweets we were getting. We were getting tweets that we were terrible people.
FYI.
Yeah, we were getting a terrible person tweets. Jerry Judy also hanging out, got a little billiards. Were you good at pool?
Nope, I do not like pool very much.
What's your problem?
Bocce guy.
No, I love ping pong, but pool is like, all right, man, you get a table. Like, say you're a middle school, high school kid, you get a table. The first night you play a bunch, then you never play again.
Bingo, and it's impossible to get out of your house. I had to find that out.
The
I think my parents still have ours in the basement.
Yep, never been touched. Now it's just it's a weight to hold down your floor. Go ahead.
The 49ers are selecting Javon Kinlaw, D-tackle out of South Carolina.
Bingo.
Okay, that's who we all thought, by the way, that they were going to get. It was on my draft and also on yours, I believe. The Niners taking Kinlaw. Good move. Another D tackles off the board. The trenches are winning here in the first round. I don't think a lot of people expected that. This has been a good first round here for a lot of teams. They were trying to move out of it. They take Kinlaw, move forward. That means there's probably not a lot of other trades happening, by the way. If the Niners, who are the next pick, were trying to get the hell out of their pick and nobody wanted to come up, I would assume that there's probably not a lot of other action happening. I could be wrong. I'm not 100%
No,
sure.
because the other teams that were looking to move up were Denver and Atlanta. They're the next two picks.
There was a old white on the screen there for the Niners behind Roger Goodell, and he looked to be shaking his head. And I don't know if he was yelling yes or booing. And now Javon Kinlaw's, I think mom was just pushing people out of the camera.
Yep.
They might have had something that was not NFL sponsor on.
Or too many people.
Or too many
1,000
people. They just got caught. By the way, it would be hard not to have your family and friends on draft night. I understand a worldwide pandemic is happening, but some people just can't listen. Like, what if your neighbor just comes moseying over? I remember when I got drafted, people that I hadn't seen since like second grade who lived in Plum just started showing up at my house and drinking our beer. It made no sense. It made absolutely no sense to me. I was picked 222. I would assume if you're a first rounder, there's a lot of people who have impacted your life throughout your days that want to come say what's up, and we live in obviously pretty crazy times.
Yeah, how would you make that list, Pat? Who would make the cut if you had to have 10 or under?
Guy
would
just
you
dropped-
be able to make that list? Because you roll with a crew usually.
Somebody just rolled on the ground. Somebody dropped their phone from the peanut gallery that was pushed out of the camera, which I respect. I like that Kinlaw got.
They're all off there to the right. They're all off at right side. You can see everybody.
And the one person said, "You might kick me off the screen, but my phone's going to make an appearance." They threw their phone in there. The comparison is Richard Seymour. That's a hell of a comparison there. That's a hell of
Kinlaw's a monster, man. Look how strong this dude is.
Oh my God.
SEC.
Imagine there was a 15.5 bet, I think, for over/under amount of SEC players drafted. I think it was 15.5.
Lock that in.
Yeah, I think over is probably going to hit here. It seems like it's just different here, and the SEC is ringing true. This guy's how are you this big in this athlete? How does this happen, AJ? How are these people this big in this? Our boy AQ Shipley locking down in the no, he just got. Oh, AQ.
No.
It's a potential Hall of Famer right there.
Yeah, he's not AQ. What do you want AQ to do? I don't think.
Hey, what do you think the Broncos do? You think they take CeeDee Lamb?
I had the Broncos taking Henry Ruggs, but since he is off the board, I think they are going to take a wide receiver for sure. I believe.
I had Justin Jefferson. I don't know if he'll go that high, but we'll see.
Well, Drew Lock. I think they found a guy in Drew Lock. By the way, a lot of swag, a lot of confidence. Can make.
Well, you love that he got caught on camera.
Yeah.
Rapping on the sideline or right after like halftime.
Call that bitch my bodyguard?
Yeah, that's my bodyguard.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of what he got going on. Anytime you're singing Jeezy on the sideline while stroking the rock all over the field, I'm a fan of yours. And also, I feel like that team got better whenever he got in there. And that Denver Broncos team was kind of irrelevant until he got in there. They go down to Houston, get a big win. I assume with an offseason, him and his boys are going to do good. I assume they're going to pick up a weapon for the guy.
Don't you think John Elway really needs him to be the guy? Like he's catching some heat as the GM.
John Elway does not care. He won a Super Bowl as a GM and a Super Bowl as a player. He's very happy, and he has 75 car dealerships that have made him $1 billion. And a lot of these sacks, by the way, it seems like I could have potentially got. These offensive linemen just quit on the play. He's got good motor. This guy's got a good motor, good strength, good effort, and he was a demon down there in the SEC. Diggs, what do you got?
You're talking about it. 8 of the first 14 picks have come from the SEC, which already ties a record for most picks from a conference in the top 20.
By the way, ESPN said this was going to run from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. It is 10:02. We are 15 picks. We aren't even halfway home yet. And I love this guy's family.
Yes.
Oh, I love this. Got the glass on. Hey, what up? No. Hey. Look at that crowd, by the way. That's why they pushed him back. They might have 30 deep in there. Go ahead and lose your mind, man. Dude just got drafted number 14 overall. Enjoy yourself. That's how I feel.
Broncos pick is in.
Who they got?
Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy.
Okay, Jerry Jeudy. It was intriguing that Henry Ruggs was drafted over Jerry Jeudy with how Jerry Jeudy was their number 1 target at Alabama. So either the Raiders think that Saban and Tua and everybody at Alabama are stupid, or they think that they found something in him. Jerry Jeudy was a hell of a player. I thought for sure he was going to be the number 1 wide receiver off the board, but now the Denver Broncos with Drew Lock at the helm have found another weapon. This guy's a stud, and I think he's going to transition very well into the NFL.
Oh, I think he's going to be a monster, especially coming from Alabama, playing against top flight competition for the majority of the year. Not those out of conference games that Nick Saban likes to people like to kill him for. But you know what? He's still playing against some studs and game pretty much every single week. But I love him, man. I think he's really good.
I just got your text message.
I'll tell you about that later, actually.
Oh, is that right? Usually off-air conversations just make their way on there.
No, it was just something regarding the show that we had to get situated.
Yeah, of course. John Elway.
Technical.
John Elway, that man right there. This one's for Pat. Thank you, John. I appreciate you doing that for me. His dive into the end zone, getting twisted around, is a legendary play. Him at quarterback is legendary. Him giving the keys over to Peyton Manning and just kind of letting them do their thing, awesome. But since then, you're 100% right. They have not really hit at the quarterback position. A lot of people say that John Elway doesn't want them to hit on a quarterback because he doesn't want his name to potentially go down in the record books as quarterbacks for the Denver Broncos. But I think Drew Lock's a guy. Jerry Jeudy could be good, and their fans, 3 of them didn't show up. They've been blocked from the game. If you get blocked from the Zoom behind Goodell, is that because you were saying expletives during the break or something like that? And Goodell's like, get him the fuck out of there. Block him as well. Okay, here we go. Congratulations, Jerry Jeudy. Got a family out there? What are those big things on the table there? Little vase? Is that a vase?
I don't know. They're fancy.
They are very fancy.
table weight.
It's a centerpiece.
He's from Deerfield Beach, Florida. He received straight A's senior year of high school. Not easy to do. Dedicated football career to his sister, Aaliyah. Aaliyah passed away Jerry's senior year of high school. Okay, so this guy has been through some things. This guy got straight A's the same year his sister passed away. This is a mentally tough guy, and at Alabama had a hell of a career. This feels like a guy, by the way, that Gruden would have taken. This feels like a guy who would have fit in with the Raiders, but instead now the Broncos take him. Maybe he'll be able to light up that division that seems to be kind of following a little bit. No, I'm joking. They got the Chiefs there. That's a tough division. That is a tough division.
So are you trying to say when you said that people claim that maybe John Elway doesn't want a quarterback coming in there and erasing his records? Are you saying if a guy like Pat Mahomes was available, he wouldn't go after him?
Well, Pat Mahomes was available for the Broncos, and they did not take him.
But at the time, though, you didn't know he was going to become the Pat Mahomes that he is in the NFL.
I think if you look at my mock draft, I did know that. I mean, don't let this year's mock draft affect how my previous mock drafts have gone. I did know that. I like this kid a lot, strictly because the Pizza Hut right there, that is not just sitting there as a commercial. It looks like that has been tapped into a little bit. I respect that from him. And I'm a big fan of this pick for them. 6'1", 193. He's as tall as I am, about 57 pounds lighter than I am. Much faster, can jump higher, and is an absolute animal. I thought he was the first guy, AJ.
Yeah.
Why was he not the first guy?
I don't know. I mean, this is a deep receiving class when it comes to this whole draft class, but I think no matter who you talk to, they all had different opinions on what top flight receiver you were going to show. And also, I love that he played at Alabama for Nick Saban. You can't Nick Saban's not going to let you coast. Like, you are going to be used to being coached hard every single day. So that's why I think these guys come out. They're ready to play day one.
There was apparently like a little knee thing this week, but the doctor said he was perfectly fine and cleared. But also a lot of people were saying that Roger just did a wardrobe change after you did your wardrobe change. So thanks, Roger, for watching.
Roger Goodell did?
Yeah.
You're welcome, pal. I mean,
what did he do? I didn't see what else he...
Did he get comfortable?
I haven't seen it. I just saw it on the internet that people were talking about.
He's never comfortable.
Internet doesn't lie. The internet does not lie. But man, dude, we're 2 hours and 7 minutes into this thing, and we are just now getting to the 16th pick. Are we doing the entire thing? Did we sign up?
I think it's going to start to go. I think it's going to go faster. They're going to start the next clock. And by the way, I checked the guide before we.
There is 75 people in the back room.
Yeah. You got to tint those windows.
That is awesome.
Cut away.
I absolutely love it. They were starting to sprint around back there. What did you say, AJ? I'm so sorry. I was distracted there.
I don't even know where I was going with that. I got distracted by all the people trying to scramble when they saw the live shot.
Are we keeping with the jackets on? I am dripping in sweat over here.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty warm as well, but I am invested in the cause, and I'm going to respect the shield and the show, so I'm going to keep mine on.
The top left screen here on this commercial, I think this lady has 2 masks on. Can't be too safe. That's like wearing 2 condoms.
That always works out, doesn't it?
That's what they say.
It's good for the friction.
Double it up.
Double it up. They always say if you wear 2 condoms, why not put on 3 maybe?
Yeah.
It can't never be too safe. Put 2 masks on. So Gettleman's IT guy came storming in the room, and Gettleman said, "Are you kidding me?" and got strapped up with the mask as soon as he came in there. By the way, because the mask is to protect
New York. Man.
Oh, yeah.
me from you.
Number
right?
one client.
No, you from me.
Yes.
I don't know if you're
And
Gettleman.
vice versa, both ways. They kind of both apply.
No, I think that is something that has been a very big topic of conversation.
I think the idea is that a mask is protecting other people from you spreading the virus to them potentially.
Yeah, because the asymptomatic thing seems to be a big problem.
Hey,
Very
I got
serious.
a question quick, Pat. What if I thought that Mel was talking to Dr. Lou about the mask and what you're supposed to do with it?
That's a great point. I didn't even think about that. Is Dr. Lou still on? And Mel, do you have any questions for him? This will be good. I'm excited to see how he balances this. Foxy has to balance this as well. So this is a lot of moving pieces here. Dr. Lou, have you talked to Mel Kiper about the mask?
I haven't talked to Mel about any kind of mask. To be quite frank with you, I always thought Mel Kiper was kind of a sawed-off little prick when I was coaching at Notre Dame. He really did a number on Steve Bellis, who was my starting quarterback, who I thought maybe could have won a couple Super Bowls. But I think he's kind of an asshole. So,
Mel, do you have anything to say to that?
Well, Lou, I look at what you did at Notre Dame. To be honest, I don't know how I feel about a guy taking shots at me who doesn't even know how to wipe his own ass anymore. walking around with a full diaper all the time. So
We're going to get sued.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough.
all due respect to Coach Holtz. I love the guy. He's a great coach. Love what he's done for football in the United States of America and internationally. But I'm not going to take any shit from him.
Full diaper.
Shout out to you, Mel Kiper. The Atlanta Falcons pick is in. We're probably going to get sued for that noise, too.
I think you might have this on your mock draft.
You're damn right I do. No, I said C.J. Henderson. He's gone.
Nope, you're right. Clemson cornerback A.J. Terrell.
Okay, they take a corner in Atlanta.
I knew it was a corner.
So now Carolina and Atlanta loading up on the defensive side of the ball. Seems to be a smart play in the NFC South. Shout out to this guy getting picked up. Who is it?
AJ Terrell.
Of course it is. A.J. Terrell.
He had the pick 6 to start the national championship.
What is this? Are you kidding me? Did you see this video of Roger Goodell talking to his television right now? This is instead of the dap up. I respect it. I think one of the most impressive things in draft history is when that massive man, I forget who it was. I think he played for Miami. I think he was drafted to Miami.
Christian Wilkins.
Was that from Miami?
Mm-hmm. He went to Miami. He's from Clemson.
Yeah, so he comes out and he goes and does the shoulder bump with Roger Goodell, who's a 60-year-old man, okay? He does not jump at all. He is just leaning, and it's actually Roger Goodell's Twitter profile, by the way. One of the most impressive things I've ever seen, him not just collapsing and dying on the stage as a senior citizen taking a chest bump from a 22-year-old man. The conversations on the television, I understand that it has to be like the celebration of welcome to the league, but good for the Falcons potentially getting this right here. They wanted to load up on that defensive side of the ball. They weren't great last year. Dan Quinn fired everybody that he could possibly fire. I'd assume that he does not have a long leash down there. He's going to have to win early and often. Getting a corner there who could potentially shut down some of these offensive weapons in the NFC South seems like the smart move to me.
Yeah, I know corner was definitely a position that they needed to fill. And, yeah, A.J. Terrell, I tell you what, if you're going to get a guy, I think it helps having those corners from those big-time schools that have played in huge games. They're not scared of the moment. Nothing is too big for them.
Thomas Dimitroff, the GM, is in a cave right now.
Last name gives it away, yeah.
What's that?
Dimitroff just sounds like someone lurking in a cave.
Huh. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, does Roger hold up the card to the fans on Zoom before he turns to the camera? Is that what he's been doing?
No, I would assume that the camera for them is probably up front here. They're probably seeing him the same way. And he did make a casual change. This is sporty spice. This is business casual Roger Goodell announcing A.J. Terrell, cornerback from Clemson, the newest member of the Atlanta Falcons. Congratulations to him. Nice house setup, family, blessed together, I believe is what the signs say above him. Hometown Atlanta, Georgia. He's going home to the Falcons. Number 9 cornerback recruit in ESPN class of 2017. Who cares? Nobody does. 29-1 record as a starter at Clemson. That Clemson team, a lot of winners, a lot of competitors. Dabo's good at building up players down there. The experiences, to your mention, when you're playing in national championships and playing in big games, that goes miles whenever you have experience like that in handling emotion, handling pressure, and kind of being able to compartmentalize that and perform at a high level.
And to play in a complex scheme too, like we mentioned. Brent Venables, the D coordinator before this,
and now Jerry's on the clock all by himself.
Jerry Jones. Earlier today, it was reported that Jerry Jones told his scouts and everybody that is paid to tell him their thoughts on players to not bother him tonight. He said, don't even think about reaching out to me. My hands don't get cramps writing checks, and they don't get cramps muting you motherfuckers either. Jerry Jones is at the wheel. He is the captain of the ship for the Dallas Cowboys, has been for a long time. He's been successful in damn near everything he's done. What will the Dallas Cowboys do? Everybody knows that they paid Zeke, they paid Jalen Smith, they paid Amari Cooper, they paid an offensive lineman. They haven't paid Dak Prescott. What will they do to continue to build this team to hopefully have a big-time win for the first time in a long, long time, AJ?
I don't know. I can't wait till they cut to the camera of Jerry Jones. But going back to what A-Rod said earlier in the show, remember we were talking about corners and young guys to go after. He said, well, when they start jumping routes, that's when you got to be worried. They just showed a clip of A.J. Terrell. He was on number 1 or 2 receiver. He came off, jumps in front of that route, gets a pick to the house. That's exactly what he just did. What Aaron was talking about is so special that I guess young guys can do when they come in the league.
Amen. The Cowboys' last conference championship is 1995. Teams without conference championships appearance since 1996. It's the Cowboys in a litany of teams that you do not want to be associated with, included if you're a starting quarterback who's trying to get broken off. I would assume, that is not good stats. I assume, does Jerry know that they're putting up these things on the screen? I'm not sure he knows that they're putting that up there. The graphics people have been immaculate. Michael Irvin's on the screen laughing, enjoying the hell out of his life. When he was with the Cowboys, it is alleged that he had more fun than any other human on earth, I believe. The White House in the back, I guess, was a pretty legendary place. The Cowboys, though, always on primetime television, always a topic of conversation. Jerry Jones is like the head negotiator for the NFL for a lot of things, television, stuff like that. It will always be a staple of our Americano football society, the Dallas Cowboys, because their fan base is massive. The success they had back in the day was huge. They need to get back there. Mike McCarthy, Yinzer, is touching his face on the screen.
Mike.
Tell him to
so close to the camera.
AJ, tell him to back his ass up.
He doesn't care. All he cares about is ball, man. He doesn't care. I guarantee you, he was trying to not let that. He was trying to cover that camera up, and he probably got a call like, "Hey, man, you got to take the tape off your camera."
You ends want to film me while Jerry Jones makes a pick. I ain't doing anything down there. 618 win percentage whenever he was with the Packers. Good enough to get fired. 9 playoff appearances in 13 seasons. Good enough to get fired. 4 NFC title game appearances. Won the Super Bowl. 35. Is that 35? 40. What is that? XLV. XLV. What was your...
45. It was Super Bowl 45.
Really?
Is X 50 and then they subtract?
You were on that.
L
team.
is 50. X is 10. V is 5. So, yeah, X before the L would be 40.
Okay. Are we really going through this?
V after the L would add 5.
What are we doing? There's Google if you need it.
AJ is correct. He did, in fact, play in Super Bowl 45. Yes, he did.
AJ, you won Super Bowl 45. Is that correct? XLV?
I was there. I probably wouldn't know that if I wasn't on that team.
Hold on.
I just watched it the other night, by the way.
Yep, he was there.
Yep. I just watched that the other day. Mike McCarthy getting back into the game, I think, is good for everybody. Jerry Jones there with the family, I believe.
Is he in his yacht?
Spaceship.
He does look like he's on a boat.
That's not his wife.
The mega yacht. Oh,
jeez.
Whoa.
Well,
No, I'm not like making any accusations. I'm sure she works for the team.
Sure.
But yeah, where is he? It looks like he is on his yacht, maybe.
Oh, is the pick is in? Who is it? Diggs, who is it?
I haven't seen it yet.
Is it, Nick?
I'd say you're showing on the screen right now.
They are showing CD.
It is not.
Diggs, where are you getting your picks from?
Twitter.
Earlier? Who are you following on Twitter?
The internet.
I have run all the insiders on Twitter.
We need an insider in this office, by the way. That is something that we do need to invest in.
Oh, yes,
Mike
McCarthy's back.
Yeah, he is. Look at that guy, man. Look at that guy. I love that man. You liked that guy a lot, huh? When he played for him, he was awesome.
Yeah, he feels so awkward right now knowing that he's on.
Who's he talking to? Is he just talking to a... I mean, we don't have sound on, so...
Probably his wife or kids behind the camera.
Look at that suit. He suited up, too.
The Jerry's being made into a meme right now just for his background.
He looks like he's on a ship right now. I mean,
he has a giant yacht. I mean, it's possible he's there.
Look at Jerry, by the way, telling his scouts, don't bother me. I'm going on my yacht. I don't want to hear a single word. I am going to draft.
Or maybe he went to space because he knew if he was closest to the satellites. Oh, my God. He's taken Oklahoma
Lamb.
wide receiver CD Lamb.
Okay,
Wow.
so Jerry Jones released information earlier today that none of his scouts are interrupting what he's doing. This is a Jerry Jones pick. He brings in another weapon for Dak Prescott to potentially sign a franchise tag for one more year. Amari Cooper, Ezekiel Elliott, a good offensive line, and now CD Lamb on the outside. Is this enough to make the Cowboys, with Mike McCarthy's system in there, if Dak Prescott signs his franchise tag, which nobody thinks is going to happen, but if he does, I feel like this is potentially a move that makes them much, much better.
Look at Rodgers just the casual left hand with the thumb out in the pocket. Again, hey, look at me, guys. Look, I'm just relatable right here.
I'm one of you. Look at me. I'm one of you. Look,
just got a sweater on, dressed down.
It's a good fit.
It's a great fit. By the way,
and wave to the crowd, wave to the fans on Zoom.
But the camera's this side, though. First name, full first name is Sedarian. Received CD nickname in 4th grade. He was born in Louisiana. Relocated to Richmond, Texas after Hurricane Katrina. He wears 32 chain in honor of his uncle, Chester Ramirez Jr., obviously.
Chester.
Let's go, Chester.
Chester.
Hey, congrats to Chester, by the way. You got drafted too tonight.
Boy, Chester.
CeeDee Lamb, it seems like his people didn't know he was going to be waiting this long. They seemed to be a little bit bored with the entire process. We apologize for how long it took, 2 hours and 20 minutes for CeeDee Lamb to hear his name called. But going to the Dallas Cowboys, yet again, I don't think anybody has made that big of a mistake where everybody would be like, oh, this is a bad decision. It feels like this is a pretty deep draft, and this is a good call by Jerry Jones, making that offense a little bit more dangerous and have Mike McCarthy have him a couple more tools to operate with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really go wrong with Jerry Jeudy, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb. Like, all these guys can play. I don't know who's going to be the best pro, but they're all legit players.
I mean, Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb, I mean, what, 3 Heisman candidates threw to him? Three?
Back to back to back.
He had Baker, Kyler, and then Jalen, and he was obviously very successful in all those things. But I would argue that he was the X factor for all of them, right? He was a guy that all of them used to potentially go to Heisman and become number 1 overall and stuff like that. I think CeeDee Lamb is going to transit. Oh, this is him going up there and getting with one. Oh, give me that.
Jeez.
Oh, he bobbled it a little bit in NFL. I don't think that's a catch. I don't know. I don't want to be the bad guy here,
CD.
But obviously he's a great athlete. CeeDee Lamb.
Is there any
now the
chance...
Dolphins have their second first-round pick coming up.
They need not.
Do you think they trade back?
Everybody was saying they're looking at an offensive tackle. Who's left? Wills.
No,
he's gone. There's Cleveland from Boise State. Is Josh Jones still on the
Does CeeDee Lamb have
Yeah.
7 chains on? I think he has 7 chains on. Good for that guy.
7 chains.
True.
2 chains, but I got me 7 on.
I'm seeing a lot of on the internet people who love to like normally rip draft picks. Everyone's saying that they think everyone's doing a great job drafting it.
This has been the most boring draft of all time. There hasn't been that many trades. There hasn't been that many buffoon moves. Lincoln Riley celebrating. Jerry Jones and his spaceship is happy. I mean, it feels like this draft is moving along quite smoothly. Who's going to be the stooge who's going to mess it all up? That is what I want to know. Mel Kiper, what do you think is going to happen next? I got Michael Irvin on the screen to talk about a new wide receiver with the star on his helmet. Mel Kiper, you like CeeDee Lamb to the Dallas Cowboys or what?
Yeah, I think CeeDee Lamb's a great prospect, very explosive. You know, he runs every route on the tree. You look at the guys he's been thrown to. To be honest, who did he get drafted to again? I already forgot.
Cowboys.
Cowboys got him. Well, it all depends. Are they going to have that unathletic white guy throwing footballs to him? They're going to have Dak Prescott throwing footballs to him. That makes a big difference.
Big difference. Anytime you got an unathletic white guy throwing it, that's going to be a sophisticated offense probably. But, they got to figure out Dak Prescott at this point. Hey, and maybe that's why they got a weapon, by the way. Are my parents out of here?
Yeah.
Hey, see you later. Hey, Sal. See you, Mom. Hey, will you say bye to my mom, AJ? She's a big fan.
Sally, didn't get to see you. Love all your work, everything, all your thoughts.
Sally McAfee hates the camera more than any human I've ever encountered. Hates it. I was going to force her to come in here. I don't think she'd be happy. Tim, will you come here for a second? If we do recall from earlier in the draft, Tim McAfee is completely strapped right now.
There you go, Tim.
Tim, come on in. How do you feel about this draft? Have you been bored yet? The Cowboys make a big selection there with a wide receiver. How do you feel about it?
I predicted they'd go with a wide receiver.
Oh, you knew this. You've been studying this lockdown with Sal in quarantine.
Jerry and I discussed it a couple days ago.
He's on a spaceship or a yacht? Where the hell is he?
It's a yacht.
Okay. All right. He's out there on the water. You see Sally McAfee in the corner there, AJ?
No, I did not.
Sally, poke your head in. AJ wants to say hello.
Where am I supposed to poke my head in?
And where?
Can she hear me?
Mom, we got to get you in a little bit more. You got to get in. There she is. Look at
Sally,
that lady.
good to see you.
He said, good to see you. AJ.
Always good to see you.
You're a big fan of AJ Hawk.
I am. I appreciate the video that you sent the other day. Thank you.
Oh, Sally McAfee.
It was my pleasure. Hey, both your parents, amazing people. And now I see your dad in the cowboy hat with the pistol in his hip, even more.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, she said you can have him, by the way. Love you guys. Take care. Good luck in quarantine. They've been locked down together for the last month and a half. I'm not sure they've spent this much time together ever in their marriage. Honestly. The whole world has experienced it, I guess.
Do you think it strengthened their marriage or did it tear it apart?
My family is built on sarcasm, right? My entire life. I think that is something that keeps people together. And I don't know how long, you could potentially bicker with each other until you lose it, but they're 40 years into this thing and just still going strong. So maybe 30 years. I don't know how long they've been married.
Either 40 sounds better.
Thick as in I'm looking for.
XLV.
Eagles fans are disgusting.
They wanted CD so bad, and now that they went to Dallas.
Oh, yeah, because the Eagles need another weapon for Carson Wentz. Are we doing this entire thing, by the way? We got 14 more picks.
18's already in, though. Dolphins pick is in.
This is the Minka pick.
This is Steelers traded this pick to the Miami Dolphins for Minka Fitzpatrick. Steelers fans have said that Minka Fitzpatrick, Defensive Player of the Year candidate, was an easy trade. Who will the Dolphins pick up for the pick that they got for Minka Fitzpatrick? The Dolphins alleged, by the way, it was all a bunch of bullshit. We're thinking about Herbert instead of Tua. Then they were allegedly thinking about an offensive tackle. Then they were allegedly packaging picks to try to get up to number 1 to get Joe Burrow. We don't know anything about the Miami Dolphins. They've kept everything under a nice, tight lock and key. They picked Tua at 5. Who will they pick at number 18? They have Ryan Fitzmagic at quarterback that Tua hopefully can learn under. They got some great wide receivers that they just got paid. B-Flow is an energetic coach that I think everybody loves. They signed Kyle Van Noy and a corner. They are very much in a build. Let's win this thing now. What will they go with at 18? What are your thoughts, AJ?
Well, I'm not shocked that they threw everybody off the scent with what they were going to do in their first-round picks. I mean, their head coach is Brian Flores. He had a long time in New England with Bill Belichick, so he's seen how you can kind of keep everything close to the best. And then I don't know who was putting all this info out that you bid on, and you thought for sure, like, you probably even said Tua was falling out of the first round, didn't you?
Me? Nah.
I thought I heard you say that. I don't know if that was on air or not.
Nah, I never said that. I never said that.
But you did get caught up in the whole hype that Herbert was going to go before Tua.
I did. I said Tua was going to go to the Chargers, and Herbert. Mike Tannenbaum, I mean, he's a real son of a bitch. I mean, what do you want from me? The guy's friends with the owners of the Dolphins, and he said that if they draft Tua in the top 10, it's irresponsible. You just assume when that guy says something, it's like, okay, he is obviously in the know of something. And that is, see, there it is. It'd be irresponsible to draft Tua Tagovailoa inside the top 10, former Dolphins exec who's friends with the owner, Mike Tannenbaum. What do you want from me? I'm just trying to listen to the people that are saying things, and if the people are saying things are wrong, I'm probably going to be wrong as well.
Well, Tannenbaum is friends with him. What does a real friend do? They help you throw everybody off the scent.
I can never trust Tannenbaum ever again, by the way. Not that I ever did. Not that I ever did. I didn't even know he existed, I don't think, until he said this. But boy, that was a bunch of malarkey.
Smokescreen City.
Nick has this pick.
Nick, who is it?
USC tackle Austin Jackson.
There we go. So they did get an offensive tackle. They didn't trade up with their first pick being the offensive tackle, but they get a quarterback. I assume that they wanted this entire time. Now they get an offensive tackle. Chris Greer's internet is terrible, and good for Ryan Fitzpatrick. For a year, gets a little bit of protection. Roger Goodell's hyping up the Dolphins fan base. Hey, here we go. You like this pick, huh? You like this pick, huh? You want me to say it, huh? I'll say
That's
it.
the worst part of the draft right there is Goodell looking at the Zoom.
AJ does not like that.
I don't get it.
Why don't you like that? What's the deal? You don't like Goodell playing to the crowd?
No, and the casual left hand in the pocket with the thumb out is killing me for some reason.
I will say there is a webcam in the top right of that TV.
Oh, so they can see
He's
him.
giving him a wave.
Austin Jackson, offensive tackle from USC, rocking a fresh pair of J's. His entire family is recording him. There's also a camera on from ESPN filming you guys. His grandfather, Melvin, won the 1974 national title at USC. Okay, he's a generational player. Then he was a Packers guard for a little bit. And he donated bone marrow to his sister, Autumn, helped save her life from rare form of anemia. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Austin Jackson.
Let's go.
Okay, Austin Jackson.
Like that.
Saving lives, moving humans, playing for the same team his dad played for. That's awesome. That is awesome.
It's a good pick.
It's a great pick.
Well, think about it. The Dolphins had 6 of the first 70 picks, Pat. They absolutely had to become a better football team tonight.
Bro, I didn't even have this dude picked in the second round. I mean, what in the...
Did you do 2 rounds?
Yeah, I did the whole draft.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Show it to me. Send it over.
Well, we only have the first draft in a graphic, sorry.
Bro, I'm like Brian Flores, bro. I keep everything really close. I didn't even know this guy existed, to be honest with you, but now I'm hearing about his story. I love him. His dad's got some shell tops on, I believe, or maybe, yeah, I believe it's his dad, maybe his brother. I'm not 100% sure. I like his family setup. Good for Austin Jackson. Good pick here by the Dolphins, who still have another first-rounder tonight.
Jeez.
Still have
they're coming up soon. They pick at 26.
That's 7 hours from now. That is 7 hours. He's 6'4" and 7/8", and he weighs, how much did it say? 300 and what? Damn. These are some big dudes, dude.
Big boy.
These are some big guys.
Long hair.
Big body. You probably wasn't expecting this.
What?
Expecting this.
Shout out to Uncle Sam. Look at him getting down the field there. Hey, whenever you got offensive linemen that can move like that, as a linebacker, that obviously sucks, I'd assume, because everything's talking about getting to the second level, and that is you.
It's terrible. And those guys, too, will be leading around on a screen, and they're coming downhill with a full head of speed. You may have like a weird angle, and you have to make a decision. Okay, am I going to chop this guy down and try to create a pile? Am I going to try to like swim underneath, do whatever? And a lot of times, especially if you don't find a way to juke him in the open field, you're pretty much dead.
This guy was drafted out of USC. The Sanchez is going to join us. We have to hang up on AJ Hawk to FaceTime with Mark Sanchez and AJ. I think whenever you play at USC, it's a little bit different, right? You're in LA, you're in the big lights, you understand the big moments. Now, USC hasn't been relevant for a while, but this guy is a player. I mean, look at this dude. He's a mauler.
Confirmed that was Jerry's yacht.
He was on his yacht?
Yes.
Smart.
So this son of a bitch, everybody's asking if he has a landline. He's like, nah, I'm going out to the sea. I want this Wi-Fi to be. By the way, perfectly clear signal. Perfectly clear signal.
Yep. Good bandwidth out there.
It was on his $250 million super yacht.
Oh, good for Jerry. Just a big old flex on the entire squad. I'm happy for Jerry Jones going from his yacht. Here's our guy, Austin, just celebrating him being drafted in the first round of the NFL. Good for him. He's bigger than everybody that's in his family. B-Flow's kid is electric. 2 thumbs up, big smiley face. Throws up double hands. Hello, how's it going? Brian Flores, by the way, if you do recall, almost fought a ref last year.
Oh, yeah.
That is a guy that I would want to play for. That is a guy that is going to win this first round. And he can't be on the phone long. They got to get back to work. They got a pick coming up here in 7 tries. Sanchez is on. DeSanchez is on. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us out of USC, immediately after a USC player gets drafted, joining us, legend Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, Mark!
Mark, what the hell are you wearing? Mark, what are you wearing? Respect the shield. Oh, sweat. It's that Sweat Taylor you were talking about earlier.
That's the gear I was telling you about, man. Taking in the sunset.
Oh, wow. Look at you, California. Is that a golf flag?
Get out.
Just breaking draft pick news over here, man. My bad. On Twitter.
What did you break? That Austin was going?
Dude, I had a run of like 5 guys in a row, and then I blew it with K'Lavon chasing to the Dallas Cowboys. I went too early.
Hey, your call about the Carolina Panthers, by the way, was 100% accurate. You said that the Carolina Panthers were going to want to get somebody up the gut because Matt Ryan, Tom Brady, and Drew Brees are pocket passers. That was very, very smart. And whenever it happened, I said, hey, the mustache Sanchez said this just earlier today.
AJ, are you going to get your boy Mangold on here or what?
We've had him on the show before. We should have asked him to call into the draft show, man. You're right. Maybe I'll send a text.
Hold on. You had him before me, Pat?
No.
Never.
No.
Not as far as you know, huh?
No. The Raiders, by the way, the pick is in for the Raiders, their second selection of the first round of the NFL draft. Damon Arnett, cornerback from Ohio State, of course. That's exactly who we thought they were going to take. You know who this guy is, Sanchez?
I didn't break this one, no.
Do you know who he is, though?
Yeah, he played opposite of Okuda.
So normally whenever you're playing opposite of a good corner, right, you're going to get targeted on a very regular basis.
It was like Cromartie and Revis, so yeah.
That was a hell of a tandem that you guys had there at the Jets for a while. That Austin Jackson guy, we just heard a story about him donating bone marrow to his sister Autumn. Is this dude just a legend of a guy? I mean, he looked like a big body who could move. I did not have him in my first round mock, but it seems like you did.
He's an absolute stud. He's a team captain, family first, team first kind of guy. They're going to love him. Of course, man. He went to SC. I got love for him.
Hey, Mark, what do you think of the job Graham Harrell's doing out there as the USC offensive coordinator? I played with Graham in Green Bay and followed him. I think he's a smart, offensive dude.
Well, you see what he did for Keaton Slovis. I mean, a young kid stepping in, and he already broke a bunch of USC records that have stood for a long time from guys like Rodney Peete, Carson Palmer, a bunch of great players, Matt Leinart, and he's shattering all these records. So I think after a tough one against Alabama to start the year, I think that it's going to be pretty promising for these guys, and they're lucky to have held on to him.
The Jets picked up an offensive tackle. Do you still pull for the Jets, obviously? Is that like your team you still pull for? A lot of friends, I assume, in the front office and such?
I do, and it's honestly for Darnold, just because I know his story so well. He's a local guy, and he lives like right around the corner from me. So, I just pull for him. He just moved into the neighborhood, and he's a great kid. He's got an awesome family. And, you just I know everybody wanted them to go get a wide receiver, but you got to be standing upright to throw to a receiver. You could have the best receivers in the world and no offensive line, and you don't even have a chance. So I'm happy they beefed up that offensive line for him.
Hey, Mark, how do you think Joe Burrow's going to do in Cincinnati? Obviously, they were picking number one for a reason, but like this guy seems like of course, quarterbacks need everything in place around them to be successful, but he seems like he needs the least amount of help. How do you think his transition to the league will be?
Yeah, I think if anybody was ready to just step in right away with his pedigree, with the amount of snaps he's had, he reminds me a lot of a guy like Matt Stafford, who played so many snaps. He's seen so many reps. He's seen so many coverages, and played against Nick Saban twice, and played against good LSU defenses every day in practice. I think if anybody was ready to jump in and play right now, it's him. I think the other guys, they could benefit from having a year to wait, being behind a solid veteran, or maybe competing in Justin Herbert's case with Tyrod Taylor. But there's nothing wrong. And I know there's going to be pressure. It's a new stadium, where maybe football's delayed a little bit. People are going to want to sell tickets and jerseys and all that. But just give him some time, man. Let him marinate. Let him cook in the oven, and then take him out when he's ready.
That's what's going to happen, too, behind Fitzpatrick. I think that's a really smart move.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can't believe that he was allegedly dropping. I can't believe people bought into the hype that other quarterbacks were going to get drafted ahead of Tua. Those people are stupid.
I just think it was the physical part. Certain teams that couldn't do the physical, like Miami, they just eliminated them from their board. And that's fine. You don't have to have 32 teams fall in love with you. You just need one.
Bingo. Speaking of one, John Gruden was just high-fiving the other Grudens, and then I think coaching.
Chase on to Jacksonville. Sorry.
What'd you just say?
Chase on to Jacksonville.
Chase on. There we go. Okay. Chase on. Clavon Chason going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is a big-time pick for the Jaguars. I assume that they did not expect Chason to fall to them. Mel Kiper, do you have anything to say about this guy?
Yeah, I mean, I initially had a early top 10 pick on my draft board for this guy. Didn't expect him to fall this low in the first round, but Jaguars are really getting a player here. He's athletic, he's explosive, long arms, good base of power, great pick for Jacksonville.
That's pretty good.
He's been here all night. Hey, you want to hear Lou Holtz? You want Lou Holtz to give you a little wake-up speech over there?
Big rivalry.
I tell you what, Mark Sanchez has given me more nightmares as a former Notre Dame football coach than any other Trojan quarterback of all time. Maybe next to Todd Marinovich.
Okay. All right, Mark, I will say this about USC, and I respect the USC tradition.
Watch your mouth. I'm just kidding, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was trying to figure out how I could word it. They've stunk recently. I mean, there's been no hype. There's been no hype around the USC, and I remember how awesome it was whenever the hype around LA, and you had all the stars were coming out, and everybody was pushing for USC. Every night at the Rose Bowl was a big thing. I assume it's still a big deal, but do you see USC coming back with a vengeance, especially with Graham Harrell out there and the boys?
Listen, I think they got a chance with that offensive firepower. It's all going to be depending on what these kids are doing right now. How are they working out? How are they preparing? They had a young team last year, so having a lot of carryover and continuity moving into this next season with all these variables coming up, when the season's going to start, how much time they can have with their coaches. I think that's only going to help. But it starts in the recruiting battle. And one of their coaches that they just took from Oregon, who was stealing all the kids out of LA and getting them up to Eugene, Oregon. I don't even think these kids coming out of LA that went to Oregon knew where Eugene, Oregon was on a map. I got to be honest. Okay. But they got him back. Coach Williams is back coaching defensive backs for USC, and he is a masterful recruiter. This guy's the man. And so that's going to be huge for us. We can't lose players out of LA, out of Southern California. You lose one or two to Cal or Stanford, Northern California guys, that's fine. That's one thing. But two of the top quarterbacks in Orange County, one of them went to Clemson and one of them went to Alabama. That can't happen if SC is going to be back on top, and they put the Pac-12 on the map. That's the way it is. The people care about the Pac-12 when USC is good.
What about the head coach Clay Helton? Like, he's kind of like unassuming personality, not like a rah-rah guy. Definitely not a Pete Carroll type character. Is he the right guy for USC going forward? I know there was plenty of talk about him not being there next year.
Sure. And I think, to be quite frank, I think the school was looking at potential, changes at that position.
Urban Meyer?
I mean, I didn't say that. I'm not breaking that kind of news. But
what?
I think that because of this whole situation with the quarantine and this virus and all that, keeping your head coach is important because you don't want their first meeting to be training camp. You don't want their first meeting to be, August 1st or whatever it is, or whenever the season starts. You want continuity, like I said. So keeping Graham Harrell and keeping Coach Helton was huge.
Everybody in the YouTube comment section is saying, Mark Sanchez, do your John Gruden impression. Is that a real thing?
Every once in a while, I got a good John Gruden. I actually did.
Let's go.
In a Monday night meeting, the night before a Monday night game, and they said, "Hey, we hear you have a good John Gruden." And I said, "It's okay." And then I looked at Gruden, and he just kind of gave me the Chucky face, and I was like, "Coach, imitation is the highest form of respect, right?" And so I said, "Hey, man, you know what I love about Peyton Manning, Jaws? This guy comes into town on the road and lays down the law. That's why I call him the sheriff. You know what I mean, man?" Gruden goes, "Hey, man, that's pretty good. You play your cards right, you might be the deputy."
I respect that so much. Hey,
It was awesome.
Sanchez, do we know any other picks? How are you getting these picks? Who's telling you?
Come on, man. I can't give up my secret, but Chason was right. That's going to be my walk-off. Sammy Sosa.
Can we get one more shot at the beach over there? That seems like the most beautiful place I've ever seen. Oh, my
We got the draft on outside.
Oh
man.
I got the invite for you guys. Come on, as soon as quarantine's over, let's go.
Okay.
See you there.
I saw you playing a guitar earlier.
Guns out, baby.
You cannot have that mustache, those guns, and that pool within a 30-mile radius of any ladies, I'd assume.
No chance.
Ladies and gentlemen, former 5th overall pick of the New York Jets, USC legend, Mark Sanchez. Thank you, Mark.
Love you, dude.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one. Okay, so we're at 21 now. Things are moving a lot quicker.
Let's go.
Which is good news because I was about to die. I was potentially about to die. If somebody could bring me that water pipe from out there, that would be fantastic. I think I didn't know it was going to last this long. We're going on 3 hours at this point. We had to hang up on AJ there because we had to hang up on the Sanchez. That neighborhood, it's him, Jordan Palmer, Sam Darnold, all the quarterbacks just live out there. That has to be, what is that, just some dreamland they live out?
Because remember, I think Jordan Palmer said that Kyle Allen maybe just bought a house out there too with them. Goodell also getting tired. He announced that the 2020 draft will be going to Vegas. He meant 2022. So Vegas will get a draft after next year.
Adam Schefter is reporting that in 2021, Cleveland will be hosting it. By the way, there's a downtown part of Cleveland that if they shut it down like they did Nashville, could be dope. They have like that one strip. It's like bricks almost. That could be awesome. Las Vegas in 2022. And then the reigning, defending, undisputed Super Bowl champions, the Kansas City Chiefs, host in 2023. Now, granted, we don't even know if there's going to be a football season this year. I like that we're projecting things 3 years in advance. Doug Marrone of the Jacksonville Jaguars seems to be celebrating. Did you see John Gruden yelling at his grandkid or whatever, coaching his grandkid? His kid was smiling and laughing or whatever. What a moment there for John Gruden.
Coaching him on what? On how to celebrate after a pick?
That guy, I think he was saying, Sanchez is Gruden, by the way. How do we feel about it?
I mean, it's tough.
Listen, I love Mark Sanchez, man. All right, love the guy. Not a great impression.
Easy time.
Don't quit your day job, Sanchez.
Everybody on YouTube was saying, please, please, please do the Gruden impression. I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was pretty good.
We lost a little bit in the connection, too. I bet it's much better in person.
Yeah. Lost in translation or whatever.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you calling AJ back?
Yeah, we're just having some internet thing, but
is our internet done?
No, he's just not answering, so I'm just trying to see if what's going on.
Oh, he's probably going to pee.
AJ probably taking a piss break at this hour of the draft. I don't think anyone expected this to be this long.
He was potentially grabbing like maybe his 17th cigar or two.
How many years have you gone without taking a piss break?
To be honest, I don't know. I've been watching more film than usual. haven't slept more than probably 45 minutes a night in the last 18 years, just looking at film. So I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to buy time right now, stall a little bit, running out of things to say.
I know the Eagles pick.
Eagles pick is it?
The Eagles pick is it.
All right.
They are taking wide receiver Jalen Reagor from TCU.
Oh, no.
Over Justin Jefferson from LSU.
Oh. Yes.
Wow.
Oh, no.
This is a shocker, by the way. The Eagles fans look, his friend thinks it's, oh, no.
Oh, geez.
Maybe that's the next pick because Minnesota needs a wide receiver.
The Eagles fans were pumped about getting a wide receiver. Pumped. They get one. I assume this is one that the internet would be ablaze for. Like, picking over Justin Jefferson, especially when ESPN shows Justin Jefferson and then a wide receiver gets selected that isn't Justin Jefferson. They're just alley-ooping a reaction, obviously. Trey Wingo's suit still looks good. Congrats to the Eagles getting another weapon for Carson Wentz. Last year, they ran into the injury bug worse than any team I think I've seen in modern history. Carson Wentz was still willing them to victories, but this is a team that has to win a Super Bowl with Carson Wentz a quarterback to ever get that monkey off of his back about Big Richard Nick Foles being the guy in Philadelphia. Carson Wentz is incredibly talented quarterback. Everybody knows that they were looking around for either a new QB coach or a new offensive coordinator. Orlovsky, former friend of the show, Orlovsky got a call allegedly from the Eagles. Now they're trying to build onto that offense. Howie Roseman has done a great job over there with the Philadelphia Eagles. Doug Peterson obviously has already won a Super Bowl. What will they do? I did not. Reagor is the guy's name?
Yeah, he was the dude who didn't run great at the combine, but then he ran really great at his recorded combine. We know a Philadelphia Eagles fan. They do not seem happy with this.
Yeah, I would assume that the Philadelphia fan base is known for being timid too, by the way. If they don't like something, they are not going to voice it. If they like something, they're not going to voice it. They're a very calm, relaxed crew. They are not happy with this, I'd assume. Especially Justin Jefferson now. Just national champion.
Yeah.
Had a big night, national championship night, and in his entire run. Obviously, I guess you just got to trust that Howie Roseman did enough film study and Doug Peterson did enough film study. Did you see this pick, AJ? I don't know where you were trying to call you. Did you see this pick with Reagor?
Who did they take? No, I missed it.
They picked Reagor, the wide receiver out of TCU, over Justin Jefferson to the Philadelphia Eagles. Pretty wild scene here. No Eagles fans on the board behind Rodgers. Oh, there they are. There they are. Go Birds. They're cheering. That is not the Eagles fans that I know. This seems like this is probably some plants. This seems like this is potentially a bunch of they're shooing people out of the room as well. Jalen Reagor, wide receiver, TCU, now a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. Congratulations to him. Dreams are coming true, but no, they tried to. I love that.
That's the best part of the draft so
far. He's originally committed to Texas Tech. He switched to Oklahoma and eventually signed with TCU. He had a lot of questions. Mrs. Johnson ran track at Texas Tech. Father they went very quick with that graphic. I mean, how am I supposed to read that entire thing? At least help me out a little bit. Anyways, 5'10", 206 pounds. Didn't run great at the combine. Ran fast on his own. His dad played for the Colts back in the day. Of course he did. I knew that.
Buckled the knees.
He did. He went to low. That was the Carson Palmer rule. Everybody knows that the Eagles need another weapon. How do you feel about it, AJ?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it is kind of weird they didn't take Justin Jefferson, but they like what Reagor can do. I mean, he's like you can't call him like a scat back, but definitely a slot receiver that is super quick and sudden, explosive. I'm sure Mel Kiper has all kind of great characteristics to describe him.
Well, yeah, he's quick twitch. You got to keep in mind, too, a prospect's draft stock will rise if they run a 3.7 40 in their backyard, timing themselves. A lot of teams could not pass that up. Guy's a burner. Once again, can run every route on the tree. I think this is a great pick for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I mean, he's got some good highlights.
No, why didn't they take Justin Jefferson there?
Did Justin Jefferson run a 3.7 40?
Good point.
I'm not 100% sure of a lot of things right now, AJ, but I'll get back to it.
Should the pack trade up for Justin Jefferson?
Hey, now Minnesota's on the clock. They need a receiver.
Yeah. Definitely. Justin Jefferson's still sitting there. That feels like that's an easy pick. You lose Stephon Diggs to the Buffalo Bills. Stephon Diggs didn't want to be a Viking anymore. I think it all revolves around that week 4 or week 3 $200,000 fine when he didn't show up to practice, which eventually turned that Vikings offense into something special whenever they had a bunch of public meltdowns. He takes the Buffalo Bills off of his Instagram. He then starts working out in Arizona Cardinals gear. He gets traded to the Buffalo Bills. Now the Minnesota Vikings need to to replace that is what everybody's thinking. They have Adam Thielen. They have Kyle Rudolph. They have Dalvin Cook. They have primetime Kirk Cousins back. I think it is his prime for another wide receiver. Justin Jefferson didn't end up in Philadelphia, but it feels like he's going to end up in Canada, Minnesota.
Maybe. I mean, Minnesota could also go with a corner here.
Why is that?
Why not? They need a corner. They could use some help there.
What do they need up there?
Xavier Rhodes left.
Yeah, he's gone, man. The guy that Aaron mentioned earlier in the show as a stud, he's not there.
You said Aaron wanted to come join us again, huh?
I got a text from an insider that was on the show earlier. He said, call it Justin Jefferson to the Vikings.
God.
Oh. Mel Kiper's not happy over there for some reason. Oh, was that Ty? Was that Ty Schmidt or was that Mel Kiper? Was that Ty? You're not happy about this. You could be.
If he slips this late, this would be a guy I would like the Packers to slide up and try to get.
Well, they don't have much to move.
Well, and if he's going to go within the division, the Vikings aren't going to trade that pick to the Packers.
No.
Patriots could also get him. Maybe we wait. Maybe we wait and let the Patriots take Justin Jefferson.
Jordan Love, by the way, Jordan Love still on the board. Not for the Vikings, obviously, but the Patriots, if they're not sold on Jared Stidham, do you take another shot on Jordan Love? There's a lot of other places that you have to build now in New England. I'm not saying quarterback is the number one spot, but boy, Jordan Love, in some people's mock drafts, had him falling to the New England Patriots, which would be an interesting decision.
Hey, Ty Schmidt, not Mel Kiper Jr. On my mock, I had Denzel Mims out of Baylor, the receiver, going to the Packers at 30. Do you like that pick?
They just got to help out Raj. Like, if Kenneth Murray's still there, I would get that. But, I mean, we need to be helping out Raj, you boys.
Have to. He can see 18 right now.
Bro, our show is so stupid big right now. There are so many people watching this, and I do not fully. I think maybe the vitamins just. We were up to 70,000 at one point. We're currently
72.
We're currently at 57,000. Quite a drop off. I don't know who
on live. This is live views.
It wasn't like a steep one though. It's just been like a steady trickle.
It's been a casual because people have been falling asleep. It's almost past everybody's bedtime. This thing's going into hour 3. Nick Maraldo has the Vikings pick.
I don't have the pick. The pick is in though. The Patriots are trading.
The
Chargers are on the clock.
Oh, no.
What happened to the Vikings?
So what happened?
The Vikings pick is in, but the next pick would have been the Patriots.
His microphone's not on, but you can keep going.
They traded that pick to the Chargers.
Okay, so the Patriots traded down to the Chargers or just out of the first in general? The Patriots said, get us out of here. We need a lot more than what we can get at 23. The Chargers are now on the clock. The Vikings pick has been in for about 3 minutes now. We have no idea what it is because the Old Spice guy, who makes good commercials, is currently on the television blowing into a mighty large saxophone. And now he's on a horse on a basketball court, and now he has a hockey stick.
So the Chargers traded back into the first.
Because they did pick up Justin Herbert at 6. Now they're trading with the Patriots. By the way, Tom Telesco making a deal with Bill Belichick. Didn't expect that here in round 1. Boston Connor, how do you feel back there? You are not happy with the Patriots moving out of round 1. Why not? You don't trust Bill Belichick anymore?
I trust the plan. I love the plan. This makes me feel better about Jared Stidham because if they're not going to take a quarterback, then they probably like him. Go ahead. I'm done talking. I'm stupid.
No, it's all right. Studham's ready to go. Pick is in. Who do the Vikings take?
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson in the division in the NFC North. A.J. Hawk got a text from an insider just a little bit ago calling this pick. I think everybody saw it as soon as the Eagles didn't take it. I'm not 100% sure they would have taken Rager, but whenever Jefferson is on the board, a man who's a stud, the Vikings take him. Kirk Cousins now has Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson, Dalvin Cook, Kyle Rudolph, and the boys. An offense that was very good and made a deep run in the NFC playoffs is building upon again. What do you got, Tiggs?
The Patriots traded pick 23 to the Chargers. The Patriots get pick 37 and pick 71.
Nice. Didn't have a second round pick, so now we're in the second, so that's good.
And by the way, if you're upset, that means you don't trust Bill Belichick. If you don't trust Bill Belichick, is that because both Gronk and Tom Brady don't want to play for Bill Belichick? Is that why you don't trust him?
I trust Bill Belichick with my unborn children. But with that being said,
that needs to be clipped, by the way. That you look so ridiculous right now, I can't fathom it.
With that being said, it's nice to get a first-round pick. I've been sitting here the entire time watching other people get picks. I just want to pick.
The Colts don't have a first-round pick. The Steelers don't have a first-round pick. Now the Patriots don't have a first-round pick. Trey Wingo's still rocking an incredible suit. He has Kurt Warner on the screen. And that Edward Scissorhands thing over his shoulder is still alive and well. What is that thing, dude?
And he's got the one earbud in.
Hey, Kurt Warner, by the way, plays an hour of basketball a day against a bunch of people. Nick Morado says he knows something that everybody else does not.
The good news is Schefter just tweeted out 4 Patriots fans. Starting center David Andrews, who missed the entire season due to a blood clot, announced he has been cleared to return.
There you go.
Does he want to play for them anymore?
Yeah, he does. Big Bear loves New England. Loves New England.
Oh, does he? Wow.
How does Edelman feel about New England right now?
Let's talk about Zimmer's moose over the fire pit, and then a jackalope, I believe he has over there.
Jackalope?
David Andrews is back. Oh, now he's doing the skull chant.
Skull! 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 Skull!
Skull! We already know the pick, Raj. We already know the pick. We've known it for 5 minutes, Bob. That state. Have you played in? No, you didn't. You retired. Did you get to play in the new stadium they had?
No, I never. Not Minnesota.
Bro, it is awesome. They got this big ass Viking guy that blows into the.
Yeah, it sounds just like that. Well, don't they have like celebrities come and like ceremony, like they blow the horn to start the game?
Yeah, he might do the drum. Actually, they have a drum that goes boom, boom, and that's why they know the chant of the skull. He does the entire thing. It's an electric building.
Did they ride? Did the Viking ride out on a motorcycle?
Oh, he got third in the punt, pass, and kick national championship at age 9. Justin Jefferson, shout out to you. I won it. No big deal. Maybe I should be a wide receiver in the NFL. I'm sorry. Back to you.
No, I'm just asking. Did the Viking for Minnesota? Did he lead the team out on his Harley?
Do you remember when he was holding out? Do you remember when he was like, "No, I want more money," and they're like, "We'll put another fucking wig on another guy. We do not care."
Was he really?
Yeah, he was holding out. It was like a big deal. It made actual news that the Vincent the Viking or whatever the hell his name is was holding out, and he wanted more money, and they were like, "Okay, sounds good. See you later, pal." And then he inevitably came crawling back whenever he heard he could be on the drums every single game and on a motorcycle.
He was good. He was a nice dude. I remember like walking off the field after games, and he'd be like, "Hey, good game, guys. Good job." Like in his normal, he was acting like he wasn't really in character anymore.
Well, maybe that's why he's not getting paid. Kayfabe, bub. They're the Packers. You should hate them. Maybe you shouldn't be. Maybe your mascot shouldn't be congratulating Green Bay Packers and then ask for a raise. That's probably what the Vikings are saying.
Ever seen Gritty? Why don't you watch him film? I know how to act like a mascot.
Gritty punches kids. He punches the fans. He does everything. That's what we're looking for in a mascot, pal.
Yeah, you're right. Does the West Virginia Mountaineer, does he do the same?
I'll tell you what, he's got a musket, and don't let that son of a bitch pack that thing. It takes like 3 to 4 minutes, but he'll get you. He has to travel with that thing.
The guy hands out sack
He had to travel with that thing. I don't know how he does. I mean, it is.
But he's going past security.
Oh, just putting it in
This
there.
is my freaking musket.
Hey, Justin Jefferson. I wonder what the Eagles saw in Rager over.
I think they saw Aguilar, and they're like, "Hey, let's give this another go."
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What am I talking about?
You think that they think Rager is Aguilar?
They said, you know what, Nelson Aguilar. We missed on him the first time. I think Rager might be the second coming of him. Except this guy can catch. Let's give it a chance.
Did Aguilar go to TCU?
Sure.
No. I believe he went to USC. He was a Trojan.
There it is.
Unbelievable.
No.
He's got an 8-point buck over his shoulder there. Zimmer is just in his kids. Where is Zimmer at? Is that an office? Or Spielman, I'm sorry. Spielman is in a tiny little office. Great drawing over his shoulders, though.
Basically, Minnesota traded Justin Jefferson or Stephon Diggs and that's because that was that pick from Buffalo, right?
Great handshake there. But lock it down. Mom, does she get a handshake? No, a hug. Dap and a hug. I respect it. Suit at the house. Is that what you would have done, AJ?
A suit at the house? No, I don't think so. I probably would have been more casual. Only for these kind of shows. I dress up for these kind of shows. You know, I saw something on Rager, a great little tidbit. It said didn't run very good 40 time at the combine, but the night after it, his agent told a guy that he put on some water weight. That's why it wasn't as fast as he would like. A couple days before that, they had him timed much faster, so he has good speed.
How much water is this guy drinking?
I know. Did he really I don't know. Maybe he really wanted to weigh in 10 pounds heavier than he normally was.
You know what? When I'm running 40s at 215 pounds, it's much different than whenever I run it at 215. It's all because of the water that I'm drinking. Diggs, what do you got?
The pick is in for the Chargers. Ty's not going to be happy with this one either. Chargers take Oklahoma linebacker Kenneth Murray.
Okay, so the Chargers
Good
loaded.
player.
Yeah,
They're
that's a
loaded
great
up.
player. That was the first linebacker that we thought was going to go off the board. Kenneth Murray heads the Los Angeles Chargers. This is somebody that I think a lot of Packers fans are hoping would potentially be a pick. Anthony Lynn, Tom Telesco making plays. They get their quarterback of the future, and now they get the linebacker of the future. I think this has been a good first round here for the Chargers.
Yeah, we're okay at number 23. Okay.
Yeah, they traded with the Patriots. Or no, yeah.
Yeah, traded up.
And the Patriots, by the way, here's a little fun fact, now have 7 picks in rounds 2 through 4. 7 picks.
That's such a Belichick move. Like that's where he wants to get his guys too.
You got a plan.
The last time we had a superstar, it was a fucking problem. He left. He went on Howard Stern. We want no superstars now. We want everybody that nobody knows about. And we're just going to play football the old school way.
Hell yeah.
Or
hard hat, lunch pail.
Or Belichick, did you not want to be shown on camera in prime time in the first round?
Oh, we're going to see him at some point. I want him to know we are going to see him at some point.
He's got a
Really?
hell of a setup.
Have you seen even a screenshot of anything that he is doing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Have you really? I have
It looks
not.
good. Looks
Yeah.
like he might be on his house in
I'll send
Nantucket.
Oh, really? He's on the...
He had one of those old wooden tables. It looked good.
Are we saying that Jerry Jones definitely had the biggest flex of the night, going from his $250 million super yacht that everybody was worried about? Kenneth Murray. Okay, we got some old school furniture. Old school
Got
furniture.
plastic on it still.
I love what Kenneth Murray's doing. I love that move. Hometown, Missouri City, Texas. Youth football team had 4 other D1 athletes. Damn, they probably beat everybody. He saved a woman's life with CPR last year. Okay.
Kenneth.
He learned CPR at age 12, by the way.
Big Ken.
If you don't know, I got certified in an airport this past fall. You go right to the middle of the chest, and then you do ha, 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 staying alive, staying alive, ha, 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 staying alive.
I can tell by the way
Don't hold the staying alive too long though, because you got to get back to pumping on that heart. Oh
Yeah,
you
you
know
still
what I
gotta
mean?
kiss him too.
And they said that
you kissed the guy?
No more kissing.
No more kissing. You just pump the shit out of the heart.
You want to see Belichick set up?
Yep, absolutely we do. AJ, here comes.
Oh, boy, that's a man with a plan right there, boys. Man with a plan. Take a look. Take a long, good look at greatness,
Flintstone
gentlemen.
vitamins on the
those
table?
fish oil vitamins.
Yep. Take a long look.
What is he
Don't
doing?
forget it too.
So Linda must have taken this shot, right? And he was so disgusted by her taking that picture.
Oh, what are you doing? Take everything off the wall. Take it all down. What? He just completely bare walls over there.
Yeah, that's how we roll. Stick to the plan. Keep it simple.
I like that he's at the kitchen table too. By the way, he's like, yeah. Some people are doing this in a basement, maybe their office. Nah. You know what puts the food on this table? This draft. So clear out everything. I'm going to work. 7 picks round 2 to 4. He has a vision, doesn't he? It feels like Belichick has a focus and a vision for what this team's going to be. He knows the exact humans that he wants already. I'm excited to see what the Patriots do with this. Bill Belichick's a mastermind. We all know he is. He's a mastermind. Greatest of all time. What's he going to do with 7 picks rounds 2 through 4?
He's going to do a lot, and he's going to draft people that may not have the highest profile, but you know what? He's going to bring them in, and the good thing is they're going to be humble. They're not going to be first rounders, so he can claim. I don't know. He can have his power over them from day one.
Maybe people are saying that we shouldn't have sang because we ruined a lot of people's eardrums with that.
What?
Nah, we
Really?
blessed you. We blessed your ears. New Orleans Saints, NFC South. Carolina Panthers went defense. Falcons went defense. What will the Saints do? What do they need? What do the Saints need?
Jeff Gladney out of TCU,
seven?
DB.
They need a DB? Is that who the Saints are? The Saints in the
They
league?
got
They
Lattimore
are-
and Jenkins.
They're pretty solid.
Actually, what if they
team.
picked up Jordan Love?
Probably best available or Jordan Love?
Oh, just smack Taysom Hill right in
Didn't
the mouth.
Sanchez say
No, they wouldn't. That's not smacking Taysom Hill in the mouth. Drew Brees is still here for what, another 2 years? I mean, that's a long time. Taysom Hill came out of BYU. He might be 65 years old whenever Drew Brees decides to retire. You know, nobody knows that. I think it was very nice of Sean Payton to say that Taysom Hill, we view him as Steve Young and our future quarterback, and that might be real. But I don't think getting another backup quarterback that can win you some games if Drew Brees gets hurt for 5. The Saints aren't in the position that they were in last year, obviously, if they don't have Teddy Bridgewater winning 5 games in an offensive system that goes around Drew Brees. Maybe they do get another quarterback. And I just saw here on my mock draft, obviously, I also had them taking Gladney. So when you said that, my immediate reaction was to fight you on it. I completely forgot that I had that same pick.
What about Patrick Queen, LSU linebacker, staying in New Orleans?
They got Demario Davis at linebacker. He emerged on the scene this year in a big way. Cameron Jordan's on that D-line. Maybe
AJ Klein, he's not there anymore, so they do need somebody next to Davis.
Maybe it is Mr. Queen then. Maybe it is.
He's a hell of a player. He's a hell of an athlete too. He was like a one-hit wonder because LSU has stud linebackers in the last 5-10 years. So he kind of had to wait his turn. Came in, started for the first time, really got significant time and just dominated. Played awesome. So yeah, I think I wouldn't be shocked by that. They could find a corner like Gladney, as Pat and I both have on our mock, or they easily could go Patrick Queen, or a little wrench in the system, Jordan Love.
Sounds like Queen could be a reach for the Saints here. I like him falling back to number 30 for the Packers.
What if it's 2 minutes left? Are the Saints trying to trade right now? The Saints might be trying to get out of there right now. They might be trying to move.
Confident in their team, huh?
Because it's been they brought Drew Brees back. I think they're pretty pumped up. Michael Thomas is there. That defense got hot. Kyle Rudolph pushed off for that touchdown to win it, to beat him.
Add to that Brady. We're talking about Brady in the same division. Don't you want to add to that?
And Gronk too, right?
Yeah.
And Gronk is there as well. I really thought Isaiah Simmons was going to go to the Carolina Panthers. That seems like a guy that you could have locked down, maybe Gronk for a little bit. He's big, fast, athletic. That is going to be your immediate threat, I think, in the NFC South. Now, Saints fans will say, no, the Saints are the immediate threat, and I respect that. But you're talking about two GOATs on the same offense. Not that Drew Brees and Michael Thomas aren't potentially the same thing, but I feel like Gronk is just an anomaly. That's not a guy that you can just put a corner on. You got to have a guy to put on there.
Yeah, but you're thinking longer term than that. How long do you think Gronk plays in Tampa?
2 years. I think him and Tom played 2 years down there.
Yeah, so I mean, you're not going to draft a guy just to cover a guy for 2 years, and even if you do, you're still going to probably double him.
Oh, see, in my eyes, I think you're drafting to win next year, and then let's figure out the year after that. And that, by the way, might be completely wrong. I have always said I am a checkers player, not a chess player. I want to jump over somebody, king me now. I want to win. I don't want to plan 5-6 moves in ahead, and that has got me in some bad places and also some good spots. So I don't really know how to feel about it.
Well, your guy, Michael Lombardi, he talks about that all the time. Like, you got to think about the cap a year, 2, 3 years down the road. You got to look at your roster and see, who do we have that's coming up for a new big deal in another year or two? We got to figure out how to make all the pieces work.
Saints pick is in.
Ooh. Cesar Ruiz.
Oh, center. Interior lineman. Okay, here we go. They just saw Derek Brown get drafted to the Carolina Panthers and said, we might as well beef up the middle of our offensive line here because we see what they are trying to do. Cesar Ruiz, leader up there in Michigan, great player. Everybody thought he was going to be the first interior lineman off the board, and he is. The Saints have a new guard or a center. I'm not 100% sure of their setup down there, but this is a nice move to answer the Derek Brown move by Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, you know what's weird? The Vikings are coming up. I know Josh Jones from Houston, the tackle, is still on the board. And the reason I think you said earlier, like, oh, this seems like a boring draft because there's not a whole lot of action, not a ton of trades going on. It's because there's so many stud offensive linemen in this draft to where nobody really knows offensive linemen. People that watch football, they've heard some names, but they don't really know if they're good or not. So there's so many of them coming off the board. People are like, okay, yeah, looks good. His highlight tape of 3 clips they showed looks pretty good.
Yeah, that shows the other 67 clips from the play, that game, or that is single game. Sean Payton is a guy who I feel like makes sound decisions. And the thing about offensive linemen, especially going off the board, is just like you said, nobody has a single clue who the hell any of them are. It's always a safe pick. Anytime you decide to build the trench from the trenches, you can win a battle. You're like, well, we need to protect our quarterback. They got their quarterback. They got their offensive weapon. Sean Payton knows that. They're not doing OTAs. He told the boys not to show up until July. Just be ready. Interior offensive lineman, have your body right. Here's the playbook. Let's get moving, plug and place. Let's get them in the game.
What do you mean? Did he say something different than other NFL coaches said?
Yeah, he said we're not doing that virtual shit, basically. He said we're not,
really?
Yeah, he said we're not doing it. We'll see you at training
camp. Good for him. I'm even a bigger fan of him now.
Yeah, he's the best. We saw him down at, I think he was West Virginia. What was that golf course down there?
Greenbrier.
We saw him at the Greenbrier. And I think he was having a beer. He came out to me, said hello. Very cool, very personable. I became a fan immediately whenever you see a guy drink a beer and be cool. And he came out and said that we are not doing that bullshit virtual stuff. Because remember, back when the lockout happened, there was no off season, and I don't think we saw any fall off in anybody's performance. In fact, I think it enhanced training camp. Everybody took the meetings a little bit more serious, the practices a little bit more serious, the walkthroughs a little bit more serious because they knew that's all they had. Sean Payton knows he has a veteran team. Here we go. Let's roll through training camp. I think that's a smart move, and I agree. I like him a lot more because of it.
Hey, Zito, do they need to call me back or anything? I know Pat's connection's weird.
Yeah, I'll call you right back.
Hey, should we call
He's calling in a little bit.
Okay. Was my connection bad?
I thought it was fine back here.
Yeah, Connor's good here.
It looked good.
It looks good to me.
Caesar Edwin Ruiz got a little camo on, got a family on, 3 chains, I believe. Okay, I like the 3-chain setup. Mom's happy, as she should be. Her son is going to a very good football team in a very tough division. He's welcome to big-time NFL football stat for this guy. Okay, so the Falcons went defense. Carolina Panthers went D-tackle. Saints go with a monster of a man. Damn. He's an offensive lineman. That guy is a big boy right there. What did Mel Kiper say about this guy?
Well, you look at a guy like Caesar Ruiz, comes out of a rough and tumble Big Ten. He's got a great base of power, huge caboose. Reminds me a lot of Heather Brooke in that aspect.
Jeez. You couldn't hold it together, huh, Mel? You couldn't really keep it together. You felt good about that?
Well, Heather Brooke's out of retirement. I'm one of her biggest fans. You know what I mean? If you haven't checked it out, follow her on Twitter, follow her on Instagram. You know, look for her work. It's going to be great stuff.
That was a deep take from you there, Mel. Thank you so much for that.
A lot of our younger listeners probably don't know anything about Heather Brooke. Check her out. It'll change your life forever.
Mel Kiper didn't know that was your game there. They are showing this guy roadblock. Just absolutely. Did you hear the Heather Brooke deep take there? I mean, from Mel Kiper?
Yeah, who was that again?
Mel Kiper was saying it. Yeah, I don't know who he's referring to, but
said Cesar Ruiz has a great base of power, incredible caboose. Reminds me a lot of Heather Brooke in the backside, you know.
That's what he said, AJ. That's the breakdown that you get here on YouTube.
It's good to know Mel's thoughts.
Hey, Sean Payton, by the way, let's get back to this. Had an incredible outfit on. Did you see that?
Oh, what was he rocking? Visor still or no?
No, he had some shoes that were obviously like StockX shoes or maybe Flight Club shoes. He had good sweats on, had like a salmon hoodie.
Oof.
Sean Payton gets it.
Is him and Henry Ruggs in the robe the two best fits we've seen tonight, or what?
Nobody's going to touch Henry Ruggs in the robe. I mean, nobody is going to touch Henry Ruggs III in a robe and iced out. When his whole family was dressed up, by the way, he was wearing a robe.
No way.
I love that man.
Hey, was he wearing the robe the whole time, or did he put it on after he got drafted?
After he got drafted, he put it on. It was like a celebration.
He's the man.
robe.
He is amazing. We're going to look back at his draft footage like 10 years from now when he's a stud in the NFL and like, look at this dude. When he's getting drafted, he's 20 years old, 21, throwing the robe on. I'd like to know the story behind it.
What did Schefter do?
What do you mean?
What did he do? He just tweeted an apology. He tweeted, for the first time in what feels like forever, a real live sporting event. And then he tweeted underneath there, my apologies to anyone who was offended, was caught up in the moment of the NFL draft and forgot about the WNBA draft from last Friday night. Sorry.
We have a trade.
Oh, boy.
Who yelled at Schefter? Who got a hold of Schefter and said, are you kidding me? The WNBA had their draft last Friday. You asshole. That's awesome. I love the world we live in. Go ahead, Diggs.
The Vikings are trading out of the number 25 spot. The 49ers are now on the clock. So the 49ers, who
wanted out of the first round,
Yeah, they were trying to get more
are
picks.
now coming back into the first round because they did trade out already.
Interesting.
Now they're coming in. Here we go. San Francisco 49ers.
And they still have the 31st pick.
Yes, they do.
Oh, the robe is Old Spice. Sponsor.
Official NFL sponsor. We did not see. He didn't do great, by the way. Listen, as long as he got his money. But Old Spice, if we know anything about these marketing agencies, the fact that I do not see Old Spice on that robe could be a bit alarming
Might
to the
be
old.
on the front.
That's what I'm saying. And I don't think he turned to the front, by the way, because this is all the shot we saw.
No, that's Old Spice's fault for not putting a huge logo on the back as well.
Well, that's what Henry Ruggs is the third people will be saying, but I'm assuming that Old Spice might have something to say about this. They got Kyle Shanahan now on the screen, and he has one of those pieces of art that you don't truly understand why it's art over his.
Oh, it's a Picasso?
Yeah.
Is that a Picasso original?
The Niners traded pick 31. So they traded pick 31 with Minnesota to get to 25, and then 117 and 176.
Hey, let's try to get John Lynch. Someone zoom in on the reflection in his window behind him to see what's going on the screen.
Somebody clip that for us.
Clip it, zoom in.
Does he got?
He's watching.
What if Heather Brooke made an appearance?
He's watching himself
Mel
on.
Kiper was correct.
He does have a lot of screens, by the way. We saw his pick earlier. The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers. Will ESPN go to a break here? No, Roger Goodell fanning the flame of the fans.
God, this is the worst part of the draft.
You can't say that.
What's he doing?
You can't say what you just said right there.
Why?
Because we'll probably get kicked off the internet if I had to guess.
Get kicked off the internet for just. Yeah. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just they're making him pump the crowd up.
You said Roger Goodell is the worst part of the draft.
No, I didn't. I said what he's doing to the screen is.
Oh, here we go. Wide receiver Brandon Ayuk to the San Francisco 49ers out of Arizona State. Mel Kiper, how do you feel?
I mean, at this point, if the Packers don't trade for Odell Beckham, I'm going to be really fucking pissed, okay? Been waiting all fucking night for the Packers to help out A-Rod. They're going to end up drafting some fucking guy I've never heard of who's probably going to wash out in 2 to 3 years.
Queen.
Hometown Reno, Nevada, the biggest little city in America. He attended Sierra College and then transferred. He has an 81-inch wingspan, longest of any player under 6 foot in combine history. This guy's got some long arms and catches balls for the Arizona State Devils. Now he is a member of the San Francisco 49ers who lost Emmanuel Sanders, still got Deebo Samuel, still got George Kittle, still have a backfield that rushed for 186 yards before contact and a loaded defense. I mean, this seems like a smart play for the San Francisco 49ers.
They just showed a nice little double move he had. Is he playing against Oregon there? Yeah.
He just smoked Oregon.
I think I saw earlier as a returner as well.
Well, he's not really. Well, if you give him the ball in space there with the screen,
he played for Herm Edwards at ASU. Is no one there? Herm Edwards isn't in studio with you?
Does anybody know how Herm Edwards speaks?
A lot of excitement. He's an energetic dude.
Ty, you should have seen Ty's face rolling through his brain right there trying to see if he could find Herm Edwards on the phone. You let me know, Herm, if you're there or not.
Wait till Monday. I might have something for you.
I didn't think so. It looked like on his face, it was very much like, I don't think so. San Francisco 49ers take Javon Kinlaw with pick 14 and then Brandon Ayuk out of Arizona State with pick 25. Good first round for the NFC champs, man. They were one push-off call away from winning a championship probably last year, winning a Super Bowl. Now they're getting even better. I don't know how they have 2 picks. Good for them. They were the number 2 overall pick a year ago, AJ. People forget that. Now they're in the Super Bowl, and now we got big things popping.
Yeah, Jimmy G was hurt, so yeah, they got up. That's why they got Nick Bosa. But it seems like everybody like, oh, this is the first time in a draft. I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
John Lynch just had like an evil laugh into the screen. It was like, ha ha. Yeah, it was a pretty awesome moment. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, no. We're talking, it seems like everything, at least in this draft, I'm sure if you talk to individual fan bases, they won't agree. But doesn't it seem like everybody's winning tonight? Like, oh, yeah, seems right. I understand the pick. Like, is anyone losing right now?
The Eagles. The Eagles picking Rhaegar over Justin Jefferson, I believe, will be causing. I haven't checked Twitter because I haven't been able to, but I believe that's probably causing a little bit of a stir.
That and Ruggs.
Yeah, Henry Ruggs to the Raiders, which I assume nobody expected. They thought Judy would go there. So the wide receiver choices are really the only thing that have been a little bit of a stir tonight. Other than that, I think everybody has made a decision where they go, yeah, and it's because a lot of offensive linemen have gone, and everybody's like, that's just smart football, protect the money, and that's the
And then actually, was it the other Raiders pick, the second corner from Ohio State? I don't think he was projected to go as high as, even as close to as high as he did.
People have been saying that's been the reach so far.
Has Mike Mayock had good drafts?
The one last year, he took...
the safety was good.
Well, he got hurt in training camp.
But he had a good season.
Running back was a great pick.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's had a good draft. Like I think he is known as a guy.
Oh, they took, what's his name? The wide receiver from Clemson.
Oh, the white dude.
yeah.
He was like seventh rounder.
Renfro.
Hunter Renfro.
Is that his name, Mel?
Yeah, looks like he's about 85 years old. He's only like 22. Started balding at about 16. But once again, he's another guy who can run every route on the tree. Gruden loves him, man.
Mayoka's had some good drafts, and he hasn't made a lot of, like, are you all right over there, AJ? You all right, AJ?
It made me think of Sanchez as Gruden when he kind of went into a Mel Gruden hybrid right there.
Oh, did he? How'd you think of Sanchez's Gruden, by the way?
I was going to ask you.
We talked about it whenever you were off the air, I think. So we're just waiting to hear what you think.
Oh, I heard you guys. Yeah, I just wanted you to repeat yourself.
Nah, I just want to hear what you thought.
His mustache is amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And, he's the only one that hasn't dressed up for the night. I guess Jordan Palmer didn't either. Those guys in that neighborhood couldn't find the time to really dress up.
Yeah, you're right. What happened with Jordan? You were the one communicating with him before this.
He told me he was going to dress up. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
He wore a little Bruce Arians hat. Maybe that was it. No, actually, he had a flat bill on.
I have a pick is in for the Dolphins.
What do you got?
No.
What are you laughing at, Pat?
Oh, no.
All right, he has to say whatever's going on.
Do you want me to?
Yes.
It's about you.
Oh, great.
All right. So there was a DM to the pod, PMI, which is our podcast. I have a story about AJ Hawk. I love the dude to death, first of all, but I went to
That's not a good start. That's like
I went to an OSU game in 2002. My old man had season tickets.
Keep going.
I got every single person's autograph. I needed one more to complete the whole program. That was AJ Hawk. AJ looked at me right in my eyes and said, "Sorry, bud, can't do it." If he would have signed that, I would have made a significant amount of money. Let me just ask him why he didn't sign it. I would love an answer. I was in second grade. I remember his blockhead looking at me and just saying, "Sorry, bud."
All right, so first off, that
remember?
pisses me off that this dude said that. I promise you that's a lie.
I agree.
100%.
I agree, but it's a hilarious story. I'm happy we read
Especially
it.
a second grade kid. What do you think? I'm Michael Jordan from the Last Dance documentary, just stonewalling dudes?
I know you wouldn't do that, by the way. It's impossible to do, by the way. You can't do it. People that think people just blow people off for autographs, you can't do it because you feel like the worst human on planet Earth. I mean, people will show up with the worst intentions, and you know they are going to sell this completely for drugs or other things, and you still have to feel obligated to sign for the people. I think those days of blowing people off is very much a thing of the past, like old school days. And by the way, awesome if people were doing it.
Sorry, kid.
Wasn't that awesome in Jordan in the documentary in the first or second episode when he's sitting there and it was like a guy working the hotel and Jordan just kind of glared at him and then looked over his shoulder at the security dude. He's like, "Oh, come on, man. Killed this guy."
And by the way, did not sign it on the way out. Like,
no,
didn't even think about it. That was something where, like, after he gets mic'd up or whatever and he's done and he's walking out, he could give like the old, "All right, give me it. I'll sign it." Nope. He just walked out of there, never saw that guy again. Get the fuck out of here. Diggs has something to say.
The pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. The first running back is off the board.
Clyde Hilaire?
DeAndre Swift, running back from Georgia.
Wow.
So they call him Philly because he's from Philadelphia, and he is very impressive. He's a scat back, but he's fast, he's powerful. He has all the tools. This guy is a stud. Good pickup for the Miami Dolphins. So the Miami Dolphins get Tua, quarterback of the future. What's that?
That's not. Now there's been a trade.
The Packers have moved up to 26. What just happened, Diggs? You can't be our breaking news guy.
Multiple people reporting DeAndre Swift, and then there was a report of a trade. It said, "Hold on 1 second."
The Packers have traded up, and they're showing Jordan Love, Utah State quarterback.
I swear to fucking God, if the Packers draft Jordan Love, I'm fucking done.
So there was reports of DeAndre Swift, and then everyone said, "Hold up a second."
Oh, man.
Well, the Packers aren't taking
Green Bay gave up a first and a fourth to get there, so they swapped their first and gave up a fourth.
Okay, that's not bad at all. Matt LaFleur is sitting at his house in front of a drop down, and Brian Gutekunst, the general manager, is sitting in front of a fireplace, it appears. A lot of green and yellow. LaFleur looks very clean. I don't know who's cutting his hair. Must be a family member, like my lady who cut mine. What are the Packers going to do here? Why did ESPN show Jordan Love? What is the thought for the Green Bay Packers here, who just traded a fourth-round pick and swapped their first-rounder with the Miami Dolphins? The Green Bay Packers select. And we wait.
And LaFleur's on the phone with somebody.
That's weird because everyone was reporting Swift, and then all of a sudden, it's like Can you pull your pick out at the last second?
Mel Kiper is yelling at the TV right now. He looks like he does. He does. I mean, it's not. That's a fake computer too. We know it. You know it.
They may take Patrick Queen, the linebacker.
Could.
Yep.
Wouldn't hate that.
Zach Bond, actually. Get the hometown guy.
Nah.
Get the Wisconsin kid.
Is that because you went to Iowa, Mel, or is that why?
Nah, don't give a shit about that. I'd rather have the other guy who's an athletic freak. I mean, I'm sure Bond's fine.
Here we go. The pick is in. Roger Goodell is waving again.
Come on,
I
Ty.
can't watch that.
That is very uncomfortable. Ty, embrace the future of the Green Bay Packers. They are selecting.
Oh, no.
The anticipation builds.
Oh, no.
Read his lips.
I'm trying my best.
Oh, no. Nick.
Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Walk it off.
He's out.
No.
Bro.
Will Aaron answer his phone now?
No, we should not call him.
So you got, what's the best case scenario for this guy? When does he play?
Bakersfield, California.
3 years.
Entered high school at 5'6". He's currently 6'3". He received one FBS scholarship from Utah State. He threw 17 interceptions last year, but that was with a new offensive coordinator and 9 new starters. Green Bay Packers fans, I assume, are not happy. If Ty is any indication of the rest of the Green Bay Packers fans, this was a team that made it to the NFC Championship last year. This is a team that's quarterback said last year that he can see hole 18 or whatever. So maybe that's leading to this, but that's a team that gave up 186 yards before contact in the NFC Championship game, drafting a backup quarterback and trading up to do so. What a wild move for the Green Bay Packers here, AJ. I'm not 100% sure what the hell is going on.
Go back, go.
Yeah, I guess remember we talked about earlier, like you have to think years down the road. You're thinking a long way down the road, I feel like, with this pick.
Aaron, has 3 years left on his deal or 4 years left on his deal?
At least 3.
Wow, this doesn't make any sense to me. Jordan Love, congratulations. You get a chance to watch and learn from Aaron Rodgers. And I would assume, by the way, Aaron, who was in this position with Brett, saw how Brett handled it, might handle it a little bit differently. He's a gentleman. He was on our show. I don't fully understand this pick, and I'm not sure Aaron's going to understand it immediately either. I don't think Aaron is going to – I'm not sure Aaron's going to love this. I'm not speaking for him. We don't speak for him. But if you're Aaron Rodgers or a Packers fan or anything like that, you're one game away from the Super Bowl last year, and this seems like you're just – no pun intending, punting this pick into the future. I just don't fully understand.
So it's definitely a confusing pick. If they traded up to get to Jordan Love, wow. I would. If I knew they were going to do this, I'd be like, hey, trade out of the first round and build up some picks.
Holy.
Aaron has 4 years left.
Really wanted him.
4 years left on his contract.
Aaron has 4 years left. Just got a text from Sanchez that said, is Aaron Rodgers coming back on the show? We will not put him in that position because if I was Aaron Rodgers, I don't know how I would act. I would assume he's going to be a gentleman. But if any way he acts on our show, people will judge immediately forever. So I don't think we should ever put him in that position. But man, this feels like I don't want to knock anybody because they studied hours of film for whatever reason. Aaron has 4 years left. They got funches, I guess.
Hey, it was different, though, when they brought Aaron in. First off, when they drafted Aaron, when Brett was still there, Brett had he already retired at least once before that, maybe?
They were both. So I just saw a tweet that when that happened, Favre was 35 and Aaron is now 35.
Everybody on YouTube is saying, call Aaron right now. Call Aaron, call Aaron, call Aaron. YouTube wants to watch the world burn.
Or 36.
Jordan Love, how's his reaction here?
He's got to feel a bit weird, too.
He's from Bakersfield, California. Is that near Butte, California, where Aaron's from?
Chico? I don't know.
They're crying, obviously. Big moment. Happy. I want to let everybody know I'm happy for Jordan Love getting drafted. We all are. Congratulations, bub. But Mel Kiper is not happy for Jordan Love getting drafted. Mel, how's the Green Bay Packers fans taking this, pal?
Well, Goot Coons, pack your shit and get out of town, okay? Because everyone who's a Packers fan fucking hates you right now, pal. If you're a Packers fan, you know where that guy lives. Show up in pitchforks.
Oh, my God.
Maybe throw a couple bricks or rocks.
No. you know.
Let him know we're not fucking happy about this, okay?
Hey, Mel, you were one game away from the Super Bowl last year. Your team obviously had a couple holes to fill. You basically punt on this decision and go with a backup quarterback for at least 4 years with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, let's take the only guy who's going to fucking piss Rodgers off. The only possible pick that's going to make him fucking pissed at the organization.
Schefter just tweeted about us. Aaron Rodgers was on Pat McAfee's show earlier. No respect for A.J. Hawk. Unbelievable. And said this. We haven't picked a skill player in the first round in 15 years, so that would be kind of cool, Aaron Rodgers said to us earlier. I don't remember him saying that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I recall. No,
he did. Javon Walker, last fucking receiver the Packers took.
0-2.
Good.
God damn it!
So everyone assumed they were probably going to take a receiver, didn't they?
Or someone to help stop the run.
There's a lot of people coming over to our stream right now, and I want to let everybody know we are not calling Aaron Rodgers back. We are. That's Ty Schmidt's reaction, who's a fan of it. I couldn't even fathom what Aaron's is. It would be hard for me not to get onto social media, and that's the difference between me and Aaron Rodgers, by the way. Aaron Rodgers, who has been in this exact position with Brett Favre before, right? Exact position. What pick was Aaron? 24.
24.
What was this pick? 26?
Yeah.
Pretty similar. Brett Favre had, 3 years left on his contract? Aaron has 4. This makes no sense at all. 186 yards before contact they gave up against the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC Championship game last year. What is going on? So unless Matt LaFleur said, hey, this is a guy I absolutely love for the future whenever Aaron's done, whenever it is, I don't think I'll ever find another guy like Jordan Love maybe next year or the year after that. I don't think there's any humans that are going to come out that are as good as Jordan Love. I have no idea how this makes any sense. This makes no sense to me at all. Everybody still in here is call Aaron, call Aaron, call Aaron, call Aaron, call Aaron, call Aaron. We can't call Aaron because I don't want to set the narrative for how Aaron Rodgers has responded to this. That is up to him to do on his own time. If he wants to come on McAfee and Hawk Sports Talk maybe next week or following that after he's let it, kind of dial through it all, we'll do that for sure.
We don't know the most annoying thing probably for a guy like an Aaron's shoes right now. Yeah, he's got to be like, okay, whatever. Doesn't really make sense. But it's got to be everybody else asking him questions. I mean, maybe he's in his house now with the quarantine, so you can't go out and about. You don't have to deal with the beat writers every single day. But that would be the most annoying thing is the billions of questions you're going to get about this draft pick.
I mean, I have a lot of questions about this draft pick.
Yeah, I have a ton. I don't know. Maybe some other people had this on their mock. I definitely didn't.
Bro, what are they doing? We had this draft too. It was just kind of going little drop down like the Raiders pick 2. Okay. All right. Oh, the Eagles pick 2. Okay. Here we go. And then all of a sudden, Matt LaFleur and Gutekunst or whatever his name is said, we got you. Bang! You think it's a good draft? You think everybody's making good decisions? We can fuck it up just like this if we wanted to. And I respect them for that. Somebody had to do it, and we appreciate it. Somebody had to do it, and they said we'll be the ones that do it.
If you want to stop this, just talk about the you-know-who.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Just say his name.
He doesn't deserve that right now.
But
I don't know who that is.
Don't.
You
know who it is.
You know, AJ.
You know who it is. I almost ripped the jacket, by the way. I was much thinner when I bought this thing. Need to continue this keto. I just ate pizza out there, though. I'm going to get fat. What has the internet reaction been?
The same as ours.
Bro.
Pick is in for the Seahawks.
Is
anybody
happy about this pick other than Jordan Love?
No, it doesn't seem that way. A lot of people are actually saying that Aaron might ask for a trade.
He should.
Are you asking for a trade? Are you done being a Packers fan over there, Mo Kiper?
Well, unless we're going to have this son of a bitch gain 90 pounds and play D tackle or something, I don't know why the fuck we picked him.
Ty's going to hold on to this one for a long time.
Dude. He didn't, I assume being a Packers fan has been enjoyable. You go Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, right? So you're
pretty fucking awesome.
So you've had a good run of quarterbacks, which is what you need. Lambeau is this legendary place. You had Mike McCarthy for a long time. Obviously, that kind of, after a long time together, sometimes personalities can kind of be over each other. You bring in Matt LaFleur. Ty Schmidt did not understand the hire. Hated the hire. Out loud, very much. Didn't know who he was. Why are we bringing in the Tennessee Titans offense coordinator? Then, Aaron and Matt have some success. They grow. They get better. He started coming around on him. I would assume at this point, Ty Schmidt and the rest of the Green Bay Packers fan are out on LaFleur and Günther Kunz.
I mean, not completely. I mean, shit, it's still the fucking Packers, but what the hell are we doing here, guys?
Do we have Coach Holtz calling about
The
this?
Seattle Seahawks pick is in. Jordan Brooks, inside linebacker from Texas Tech.
Oh, yeah.
Could have been a guy that could maybe tackle a running game if you have to run into one in the NFC Championship game, for sure. He was second-team AP All-American, Butkus Award finalist, and first-team All-Big 12. Led team in tackles in 2016, 2018, and 2019. I had no idea this guy existed, but let's go back to the pack. Why would this happen? Do you think this is them being like, Aaron, we did this with Aaron with Brett. We'll do the same damn thing with Aaron to Jordan Love. And we talked to Aaron earlier about how those 3 years sitting behind a Hall of Famer was vital to his success. He said he learned a lot. He in the moment, he didn't love it. Do you think that's what did the Packers hear our show and say, Aaron just said this, do we need to potentially plan for the future with this guy?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that may be the case. It's a big shocker. I guess I wonder how quickly this came about. It was weird. Didn't we say DeAndre Swift was in? Like the pick was in, and then all of a sudden Green Bay jumps up and gets Jordan Love?
So the Packers made a last-second trade up just in case Jordan Love was going to get taken before them and said, no, we have to get our guy. We have to get Jordan Love into our building. We need him right now. Ty Schmidt is not everybody saying call Aaron still to this day, still to this moment right now. They're telling us to call. You guys are evil people. I just want to let you know, evil, bad people in that comment section right there.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to feel pretty good about your job security if you're LaFleur and old Goody, the GM. It just doesn't. It's obviously a move made for the future, but the question is that could be 5-6 years down the road.
What the hell is the guy's name? Gutekunst?
Who gives a fuck what the guy's name is? All right, we'll see if he's got a fucking shit-eating grin at the next owners meeting. All right.
Ty Schmidt is an owner of the Packers. He is a
not anymore. I'm tearing that son of a bitch, wiping my ass with it when I get home.
Still Mel Kiper.
Been doing it for 3.5 fucking hours. I can't stop. I might just talk like this for the rest of my life.
Seattle Seahawks are current. They made the pick. Obviously, they're celebrating. John Schneider, general manager, has a big old house up there in the Pacific Northwest. Good for him. The Baltimore Ravens are currently on the clock. They have the reigning MVP. Maybe they go with quarterback too. Maybe they go with the quarterback because they were a couple games away from the Super Bowl on the AFC side. You get a backup quarterback whenever Lamar's done.
Yep.
Really prepare for that future, just like the Green Bay Packers, which are a storied franchise, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, well, with this Ravens pick, first off, I think Patrick Queen may come off the board here. I think he would fit well in this defense, but. Yeah, going back to the Green Bay selection. I guess once we saw that they traded up and all this stuff, it had to only be for Jordan Love, didn't it? They wouldn't do that for anybody else.
Yeah. Just got a text from Chris Ballard saying, I'm guessing that Aaron Rodgers will not call back in New York.
Hey, you know what?
Chris Ballard!
I know Pat, I think it's already floating around. Is Bill Belichick going to come make a play and try to steal A-Rod and bring him to New England?
They don't have enough money. They don't have cap. They would have to get rid of literally 15
cut
of
the whole
next
team.
year.
Cut the whole team and bring him in.
But what if Aaron Rodgers was like, yeah, trade for me. I'll take a pay cut. Let's go.
If he does 1 year of goodbye Green Bay, next year New England Patriots have the most cap space, can definitely afford Rodgers and an extension.
I don't know how would Aaron Love. I've never played on the same team as him. Would Aaron love the Patriot way or no?
Yeah, I think he'd be fine anywhere he went.
I don't think people respect how hard he works.
Oh, no, he practices every single day, does all the right things. He's the leader of the team. Everything is run through Aaron.
Not in New England, by the way. That's why Tom Brady said, I'm getting the fuck out.
Yeah, well, I don't mean he doesn't have like the power like Peyton used to have, like you talked about in Indianapolis, how Peyton could kind of run the show. Aaron is obviously the far and away the leader of the team and everything, but he doesn't have like this crazy, I don't think he wants to have that kind of power.
This is insane, dude. That's an insane pick. How about his last interview pre-Jordan Love was right here wearing a denim jacket, slicked back incredible hair, and a beautiful, majestic beard.
It would be awesome to get a skill player.
That hasn't happened in 15 years.
Hasn't happened in 15 years.
That would be awesome.
And then
they draft his replacement.
They bring in a quarterback.
Bro.
It's not the skill player he was talking about.
You know, I was thinking about becoming a Green Bay Packers fan, by the way. You know, I was thinking about picking them up as my NFC team. And then now I just can't do it because they disrespected my guy, you know? Aaron Jones, love Aaron Jones. Love him. That wide receiver that's very good up there.
Devontae Adams.
Unbelievable. They get Funches in there, though. They feel like they're look at him combing his hair.
Love sitting, love laying. I love Lem. Ty's never coming back. We might have lost Ty to Mel Kiper.
Ty, Packers might have lost Ty, too, it seems like. Is the internet still upside down about that?
Yeah. Must be.
We got to talk about that tomorrow for probably 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Every time it comes on, it just breaks news.
Ty, get your takes ready for tomorrow. We got to talk about it for 2 hours tomorrow morning, and then we got to talk about it again for McAfee and Hawk tomorrow afternoon. I mean, it's just going to have to happen.
I mean, this will absolutely be far and away what is everyone talks about from the first round.
Oh, yeah. This is going to carry into the weekend. This is probably next Monday even talking about it. I mean, at some point, Aaron's going to give a statement about something. I mean, this is going to be a thing. This is going to be a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, for Jordan Love, it's a great situation for him to come in and sit behind Aaron and learn from him. But it's just like, man, you're really thinking about the future here. This is not a present-day move.
What do you think Dr. Lou Holtz would say to Aaron Rodgers, who's got to deal with this situation right now? Do you think is he still there? I mean, it's very late. It's 11:40 Eastern Standard. It's way past his bedtime.
Well, Pat, I'm about to go to bed before too long. If I'm Rodgers, I might just fucking quit. I mean, what kind of fucking bozo do they have making decisions up there? It's asinine, for Christ's sake.
The Ravens pick is in.
Yeah.
LSU, no, they didn't pick him.
Yeah, they did.
They did. They picked Patrick Queen, LSU linebacker, great player.
Yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens last year made a hell of a run. They lost in the playoffs. They lose Marshall Yonda. They pick up a stud linebacker. They also brought in Marcus Peters last year, mid-year almost, turned that thing around. That team was very dangerous. The AFC North is going to be dangerous. They add a stud linebacker to their core. Good for them, bad for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, very much so.
You don't like that one?
No, it was the right pick, and they always seem to make the right pick though.
Calais Campbell, Ravens defensive end, 2019 Walter Payton Man of the Year. Looks like he has not showered in a month or so. Hey, he's a good dude, by the way. Calais Campbell likes to have. Hey, he has a good time. He's a good guy. I got a chance to hang out with him a few times. He is a monster of a man, though. He is very tall, very large.
Big boy.
I still can't get over Ty Schmidt has officially died, and now he is an angry Mel Kiper.
Hey, you should see him. He's just sitting over here just stewing, dude. Just completely You couldn't even imagine, like the Ben Roethlisberger, if they drafted a quarterback in the first round for the Pittsburgh Steelers as his backup, I think Steelers fans would even be like, what the fuck are we doing? Are we not trying to make a run at this thing or not? That's a real thought. Not let alone Aaron Rodgers, who played last year.
Went to the NFC Championship.
Has 4 years left on his contract.
This is awesome.
He's 30.
When they drafted Rodgers, he was probably the number one prospect in that draft. We got the fucking 8th best quarterback in this fucking draft and traded up to get him. What the fuck are we doing here?
I like the uncensored Mel. I wish this was the Mel we saw on ESPN.
I bet you, by the way, uncensored actual Mel Kiper is pretty wild.
Oh yeah, he is.
What is
wild.
that?
Uncensored Mel Kiper. Yeah, he is a wild man.
So you know how Connor answers the phones on the show in the morning?
Yeah. Whip it good.
See?
Whip it real good. You know the song. That's the song I'm talking about.
So Connor got a call from somebody that wanted to come on our show. And they said they had a story about partying with Mel Kiper one night. The guy didn't even come on the show. He just came on he just called in to tell Connor this story.
He had to tell somebody.
So Connor, as soon as the show's over, Connor's like, just heard a story from a guy. He said he partied with blah, blah, blah. They did blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, who told you that? He's a guy that just called in. I was like, you think that's a lie? He goes, no.
He wouldn't lie. This guy, he sounded honest through the phone, 1, and 2. He didn't even want to get on air. He just had to get it off his chest.
Mel Kiper likes to have a good time, from what I've been told.
A lot of pumpkin pie.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, by the way. Connor judges him very hard.
No, absolutely not. I actually like Mel Kiper more now.
Whipped cream bottles are good for more than just whipped cream. Let's just keep it at that and move on.
There's no way that's true, by the way. The slander you guys just said about him.
Yeah,
is
there's
terrible.
no way it's true. It's true, but there's no way. No. It's true, but
Tennessee Titans are on the clock. They had a hell of a run in the AFC. 61,000 people watching this terrible show. I have no idea why you're doing this.
How many different media personalities and people just around, especially America, are going to be very upset with this show? If they get word.
All of them. All of them.
No, who cares?
I'd assume all of them.
That's what we're here for.
That stuff about that. Mel Kiper does not deserve anything that he has gotten.
I love Mel.
Mel ruined my draft night, by the way. He ruined my draft day, but I've gotten over it because I think he's an entertaining individual. But
yeah,
Connor just gets a random call from some random person that doesn't want to have his name played or say it on air. Just wants to tell somebody the story and hang up.
I mean, that alone, right there, that he just wants to call in to get it off his chest, but he doesn't want to go on there. Hey, well, I really feel like I know these guys. I watch and listen to everything they do. I just want to tell them just so they get excited.
Yeah, he likes Mel Kiper. He just wanted to, spread the word.
LSU has had 4 players drafted. Joe Burrow, Chase, Mel Kiper's back, by the way, absolutely slaughtering it, crushing it.
Some of the comments
Nice green
said,
screen.
Kuiper uses a fart bag.
Oh, man, if Kiper used a fart bag, I think we could be roommates.
Wait, what is a fart bag?
That's disgusting. We
It's a
will
story
not
for
talk
a different
about
time.
that. We will not talk about that. We will respect the shield. We have 3 picks left, and I'm to be honest, I'm tapping out at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive this. Mel Kiper's still going very strong on television right now. I respect that. I appreciate that. Tennessee Titans right now have a pick. What's up, Diggs?
Love is going to be done with his rookie contract by the time Aaron's done with his contract.
And he's a first rounder, so that could be a 5-year if they want to make it. So it'll be
So-
1 year, just like Aaron had to prove it deal. But this makes no sense. There'll be a quarterback that'll come out next year that might be, what, is he going to be more enticing than Jordan Love, and you're going to draft him just to be a backup to the backup? Like, I don't understand this completely. They obviously see something. Will it be the right move in the long term? I'm going to say absolutely not, because I am an Aaron Rodgers fan.
Also, guess what? You're playing in the NFL, pal. Okay, this isn't fucking playing against the school of the deaf and blind every week like he was at wherever the hell he went. No one even fucking knows.
Is Ty the representative you think of all Packers fans right now?
Oh, yeah.
Judging by my mentions, I think a lot of people share my sentiment, Pat.
Are they telling you to keep going right
Pretty
there?
much, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's the vocal majority of the Packer faithful.
I just got a text from Schefter. Said, is Aaron Rodgers coming back on your show? No, by the way, it's me and AJ Hawk show. Okay.
God.
Jeez, have a little respect. And the answer is no, we're not doing that. No, that's not what Schefter said. Schefter said, wow, what timing. He cannot be happy.
Bet you we'd set a record for views.
If we were to get Aaron Rodgers on right now? Oh, yeah. Will you text him just to see? Is he watching? He's watching. He said he was going to watch the rest of the night. Mm-hmm. Aaron, if you want to send a text to AJ, just for us to filter your message out, feel free. This is a space. This is
you think he's still watching?
Us?
Yeah, I don't know if he's still watching.
That's comedic relief.
Us?
He was. He definitely was watching.
Come on. It's the guys. Come on. What is that? Vrabel's family is electric.
What?
There is a mullet, a dyed mullet. There is a onesie, and then there is a Native American style sitting girl on a chair. Vrabel is electric. Is he in their closet? I think I see jackets hanging on the side
You
there.
see somebody in the mirror, in the reflection in the mirror too, over to the left.
I love the Vrabel family. I absolutely love the Vrabel family. Kurt Warner looks younger than he looked whenever he was playing. I don't know what he's doing, but it is impressive. We're on pick 29 Tennessee Titans. I have them taking Zach Bond. I don't know who that is. I don't know why I took him, but I think it's Zach Bond here going to the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad pick. I have a Yetter Gross Matos.
Oh, yeah.
Going there. Pat, I know you know what school he went to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll
I
just
do.
let it go.
Yep.
Where do you think he went?
Who? What's his name?
Yetur Grossmatos. No. Didn't go there.
Oh, you know who we should have calling tomorrow? AQ Shipley.
Oh, we are.
Penn State.
Is that where he went?
Yeah.
Why would I know that? I don't know that.
You're doing a draft show?
Yeah, but this show is known for not knowing stuff. John Robinson, executive vice president and general manager of the Tennessee Titans, sitting there with his family. Vrabel's family, absolute electric factory. I couldn't even. Oh, here it comes. Oh, he just waved. He didn't pump him up. I think he heard you, by the way. I think Roger Goodell heard you.
Thanks, Raj. I'm back on board.
All right. Selection is in for the Tennessee Titans. They pick Isaiah Wilson, offensive tackle from Georgia. They just lost Jack Conklin. They want to replace him immediately. The run game with Derrick Henry was something that carried them very far into the AFC Championship last year. Smart move, retooling the offensive line. And any offensive lineman that you pick, I didn't even know this guy existed before this selection, but anytime you pick an offensive lineman, it is very easy to say, smart decision. That's a smart choice. And now if you have a stud quarterback that you've paid for 4 more years, drafting a backup quarterback, a lot of people are going to say, that's a fucking idiot decision. There's a couple different reactions you can get. This guy's 6'6.5", 350 pounds. Going to fill in for Jack Conklin. That offensive line is all the way back if this kid can transition into the NFL.
Yeah, not a shocking pick here. I mean, the other tackle who's still on the board, Josh Jones from Houston, I feel like he was supposed to go by now.
Well, that is somebody I think Mel Kiper thought could potentially end up at the Packers.
It's not like they lost their fucking starting right tackle just a couple weeks ago. Maybe protect Rodgers instead of drafting some fucking guy to sit behind him for 4 more years.
It's not like Aaron Rodgers lost anything, by the way. It's not like he can't throw it anymore. It's not like he can't run it anymore. It's not like he's gotten dumber. I'm not 100% sure. You know how they said, like, Aaron and LaFleur didn't get along last year at the beginning of the year, and then you didn't hear about it. You brought up in the Hawkcast. You didn't hear about that. Maybe Aaron didn't know that LaFleur was out there to get him out of there.
Scheming
to get him out of there. Vrabel's kid with the dyed mullet is, I don't know if that's his child or a friend or not, but I'm a big fan of that kid.
I think that's his youngest son. His oldest son plays at Boston College. He's an O-lineman. Man, what a mullet and a mustache.
What a family.
Look at Vrabel just spit his huge dip.
Oh, my God. He's got a big old hog in there.
Might be a Titans fan from here on out.
I mean, if you saw the size of the jaw that just came out of his mouth on camera, didn't care at all.
Hey, he's done popcorn on the kid. Take it easy on him. Okay, got a cigarette too. The dad walking out with a burner. Got to go burn one. I respect that. I like what we're doing here. We got a couple picks left here. What has been the most surprising thing to you tonight, AJ?
Oh, man. Probably Joe Burrow going number 1.
Yeah. Chase Young and Tua, too. That was a real eye-opener. What was surprising to me, Tua goes 5 to the Dolphins after the Dolphins were trying to tell everybody they weren't going to take Tua. Herbert ends up with the Chargers. And then, obviously, the biggest move of the night is when the Eagles took Rager over Justin Jefferson. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I guess Jalen Rager. Whew. Yeah, I think we know what the headlines are going to be tomorrow.
It's really hard to talk about anything other than his backup quarterback with the guy that was on our show just 2 hours ago. His entire life changing. This is a wild. People are watching.
It does, but it doesn't really change for him. Like, it does it because he has to deal with all this garbage and more like other people talking about it, asking him what it's going to be like. He's like, what do you mean? I'm just going to go do what I've been doing for 15, 16 years in the league.
Here's what Aaron Rodgers told Wilde and Tosh.
Wildy and Tausch, yeah.
Okay. Wildy and Tosh, ESPN Milwaukee. Whenever it was approached that they could potentially take a quarterback in the first round, this was last month. Aaron said, well, look, I'm realistic. I know where we're at as an organization and where I'm at in my career. I still feel like I have a ton of years left playing at a high level. I'm confident enough. I've always felt like it doesn't matter who you bring in. They're not going to be able to beat me out anytime soon. I feel really confident about my abilities and my play. We've drafted guys over the years. I think my first year starting, we drafted 2 quarterbacks, Brian Braum in the 2nd round, Matt Flynn in the 7th in 2008. We've drafted various guys over the years. I understand the business and the nature of it. Obviously love to bring guys in that are going to be able to play the game and compete right away. I understand it's a business. I wouldn't have a problem. But in his entire answer, he said it doesn't make any sense, but I wouldn't have a problem.
I mean, he's gonna handle it the right way. Like I'm sure he'll be great to Jordan Love, and he'll help him out and do whatever he can. He'll say all the right things, but yeah, of course.
In the background of Vrabel, I guess, by the way, there was a guy taking a dump in the reflection. So Vrabel's house, Mike Vrabel had
shit with the doors open.
Mike Vrabel had a massive hog in. He had one kid with the incredible mullet, the other guy in the onesie, and then in the reflection, there's a guy dropping a load off at the pool. I love that Vrabel family. Love what they're building in Nashville down there.
Vrabel's awesome, man. I mean, that makes sense. The best part is that Vrabel knew those guys are going to be standing there. His kid, I think it's his kid's friend, I'm guessing, he knew that.
Hold on,
And all
hold
of a
on.
sudden, they're like, "Hey, Dad, we're gonna wear this." Yeah, no problem. Do whatever you want.
No, never mind. That's a fake Ian Rappaport.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Fake Ian Rappaport
People
said,
trying to get got.
yeah, about Aaron Rodgers. Local sports guy Dave Calabro got, and then oh man, that's not a good look.
Wait, what happened?
Well, it's not. It's obviously not Ian Rappaport. It's
fake.
Cochner.
Sounds like he got Barry McCockner.
Yeah, he got Barry McCockner, and I don't know how because Barry McCockner's is ultra tough scene. Okay, and he just changes the name and the face of these people, and there's 615 retweets on this thing in 10 minutes.
Wait, what does it say?
It's supposed to be Ian Rappaport, and it says, sources close to Packers QB Aaron Rodgers says he is beside himself about the team's decision to draft a QB in the first round. Aaron feels betrayed. He was told by management they would get him some weapons to throw to. Trouble is brewing in Packerland, says at Ultra Tough Scene. And Ian Rappaport's name and face, and it has 700 retweets already. And our local sports guy here in Indianapolis got caught.
Okay, let's break that down for a second. So, the draft, this happened 25 minutes ago, maybe, where Jordan Love was picked?
15, 20, yeah, that's probably right.
Okay, and this guy thinks that somebody already reached out, talked to Aaron, got all this info, somehow relayed it to Ian Rappaport in the last 15 to 20 minutes?
Got Rachel Nichols, too.
Oh, Rachel Nichols. And by the way, it's not us, by the way. That's what I think is a little bit disrespectful. Guy was just talking to us, was supposed to come back on our show, and now they think sources are coming from other places. Have a little respect for the dignity of this program. YouTube.com/The Pat McAfee Show. Please. Please.
Dolphins took a tackle.
Who cares?
Dolphins always wanted a tackle, by the way. That was the story. They got everything they possibly wanted, including the quarterback of the future behind Ryan Fitzpatrick. I think a lot of people would agree that's a smart move. They get an offensive tackle. Who else did the Dolphins get?
Oh, wait.
They already got a tackle. They got Austin Jackson. In
Yep,
their
that's what I read. That's what I read.
Diggs, you cannot get these wrong two times in a row now.
No, I read it on the screen.
Nah, Diggs.
Diggs over here getting Barry McCockner left and right.
Did they take Swift again? Because Swift's still on the board.
Don't know what the pick is yet.
Hey, how did the Swift thing come about? That didn't go out on ESPN, did it?
Bro, we are about to be live for 4 fucking hours. It's about to be 4.5 hours into the show.
Oh, it's fun.
Oh, yeah.
What did we project? To predict 6, maybe?
Yeah, 6, just about.
I believe the max is 5.
Hey, don't we have like an hour wrap-up show, too, after it's over?
Yeah. It'll be Ty Schmidt, Mel Kiper, and Dr. Lou Holtz.
I would pay to watch that.
Me too, especially in this particular moment. You want the water pipe, pal?
Yeah, I actually fucking do.
Yeah, there you go. It's right over here.
Also, Jordan Love, it's not. I don't want to be throwing shots at him because he has no control over it, obviously. So a lot of the things I've said has just been natural reaction. But fuck, I mean,
it's not about him. Yeah, you're 100% right.
You
It's
know
not
what I
his
mean?
fault.
Like,
it's not about
It's
Jordan
not
Love.
Jordan Love's fault. But Jordan Love, it's not Jordan Love's fault. But just like anytime you're comparing two people, the natural reaction is to bury the person that you're not choosing. And in this particular case, he's immediately getting compared to one of the greatest and most talented quarterbacks of all time.
All time.
All time.
All time.
All time.
All time.
So that's unfair to Jordan Love. What Matt LaFleur and old Kunta Guntis got and did to Jordan Love is just unfair. And that's not an angle that we should. That's not something that's being talked about, I bet.
No, I didn't know we had a goddamn saboteur in the building. For Christ's sake.
The Dolphins pick now is in.
Is it DeAndre Swift?
It's not. They're taking cornerback Noah.
Oh, I got this.
Noah.
Egon Ho-Bene. Igbinohene. He's from Auburn. He played wide receiver his freshman year of college and switched to cornerback after.
Why do people do that, by the way? Because they just don't have great hands, or there's just a position open over there and they're athletic enough? What is the normal reason from wide receiver to corner?
I mean, the easy answer is, his hands may not be as good as the other receivers. It could be they had a ton of depth at the receiver position. You wasn't getting any time, or just looked like his skills would translate well to backpedaling instead of running forward.
First round draft pick here for the Miami Dolphins. Thank you guys for so much. I think it did work out. It was a smart decision.
I like DBs that played receiver. I think
Sherman, by the way, Sherman.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Just like if you have any defensive player, I love to know that they're like a high school running back. If a guy's a D lineman or a linebacker or anything, I think it's good when they've played running back, a receiver, tight end, just any position, even if it's even just in high school.
Yeah.
What's going on, Pat? Where'd you go?
He's tying his shoes.
Tying his shoes.
Time of shoes, man. Drop his shoes.
He dropped his
Oh,
shoes.
good. Yeah, that's good to know.
Hey, are we surprised at how smooth the draft went, though, at least today?
Yeah.
Very surprised, aren't you? I haven't had the sound on, so I don't know, but it seems like it's gone off without a hitch, hasn't it?
Very good Wi-Fi. The fact that they got it onto Jerry's yacht, I think is okay. So Noah Igbinogin,
Yes.
cornerback from Auburn, drafted the first round to the Miami Dolphins. His has been very smooth. There's been a couple glitches on a couple people's houses, shots, and things like that, but much better than we could have imagined. And Jerry, I would like to know what he's got rigged up to his super yacht out there in the middle of the ocean.
Government
Do you
satellite.
think he's docked somewhere, or is he out in the middle of the ocean? Really?
You think he's just floating around the Bahamas or something down there?
I don't know. I wonder. I'm sure you could look up where his boat is normally docked.
He's probably sitting right under the biggest satellite in space just so he can get that direct line
Smart.
straight up.
That's smart.
It's where what's his name jumped off, the Red Bull guy.
Travis
Felix
Pastrana?
Baumgartner
Felix Baumgartner.
That dude almost died, didn't he? Like he was
passed
passing
out like 10 seconds into his jump.
like he was the guy that rode up in the spaceship. got
Wait, did
into
he really
space-
pass
from the
out?
stratosphere.
The Red Bull guy.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think he just passed out when he was falling. I think he was passing out as he was going up too. They were worried that he wasn't going to jump off because he was potentially out of it. So he was just sitting on that spaceship and just
Oh, they didn't have a
Who
button
would have thought
to,
it was
like,
hard
push
to
him off?
breathe up there?
completely worth it though. Listen, we're talking about it still. Still talking about it to this day.
Did you see the one guy that built his own rocket and was shooting himself up to prove that the Earth is flat?
Shout out Mad Mike. Didn't make it very far.
We know
I
Mad
hope he
Mike.
passed out.
We know Mad
We
Mike.
know Mad Mike.
I hope he
We
passed out,
know
too.
Mad Mike.
R.I.P.
Dead.
Bro, that video of that
R.I.P.
thing
Mad
just
Mike.
going
Dead.
fast as it possibly can into the ground is very sad.
Do you think he got proof that the Earth is flat?
Yep. He's going to the grave with it, too.
Don't think it matters because his bones exploded into sawdust.
He is one with the Earth.
Mad Mike's family gonna be reaching out.
No, we've already done this
We
before.
have to rip this off the internet as soon as we're done. But please understand, Mad Mike, we have a lot of respect for you. You built your own rocket. You sent yourself
dead.
right back
He's
in
dead.
Earth. He's dead.
Listen, I'm very slap happy, okay? We've been doing this for about 4.5 hours. I've been doing this voice for just as long. Don't remember anything I've said all night.
Hey, what? How about Jordan Love getting drafted the Green Bay Packers?
That one I won't fucking forget.
I would like to read some comments, but they're coming so fast. There's really no way to read them. That is, I would like to.
Don't
they're-
hate that.
They're just flooding through it. I can't read a single one of them. I really appreciate everybody that's watched this. We had no idea what was going to happen tonight. Turns out the Green Bay Packers were the stars of the show, and I'm very thankful that they did
I can
that.
read you a tweet or two if you want.
All right, let's hear it.
Why is Pat pretending to tie his shoe? We all know he's wearing slippers.
Well, it's a very interesting. You know that top thing though, it gets a little loose.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to retighten it.
tight.
You know what I mean? You got to retighten it.
Is the 30-second pick in yet or what?
No.
Hey,
31st.
Ty. Hey, I don't know if it was Ty or Mel that hit on it earlier. You're right though. When Aaron was picked 24, like he could have easily gone number 1 overall.
He was supposed to. That's why it was such a big deal, is because everybody thought he was going to go number 1. Alex Smith does, obviously, and then the slide starts happening, and then he's backing up Brett Favre.
No sense.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. I'm happy I am not. Now, granted, we learned earlier tonight that the reports that Tom Brady wanted to be a Colt were neither true or not true.
Okay. That clears it up.
Minnesota Vikings make their selection. Their fans all seem to be happy. They're excited that Green Bay's potentially...
Those aren't fans. You know they're not.
No,
real
those are
fans.
real fans. They're so ecstatic because it seems like the Packers organization is burning down currently. Jeff Gladney, TCU, they get a guy that I thought was going to get drafted a lot earlier to be a corner for the Minnesota Vikings. They picked up a wide receiver earlier. Now they pick up a corner. Good picks for the Minnesota Vikings.
I can't wait to do this tomorrow for rounds 2, 3, 4.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna do it, never gonna do it.
Hey, who's gonna announce the picks though? You know Roger always taps out after what? First,
After
second
the
round.
first round.
Who's gonna come? Who's gonna be the next guy?
I have not been asked, and I would have thought after last year's performance, maybe get me back on the Zoom, but they did not ask me. So I'm a little bummed. I assume or you think they have people doing it?
Well, I don't think they're going to have. Well, maybe they will. They always have people like what you did. No one can handle it as well as you did. You killed it.
There are some.
But I don't know if they're going to do that on Zoom this year. There's too many. There's already too many connections they're trying to make. I just mean Roger always has like a minion come announce the picks after a while.
I don't know because I assume that Roger will handle every single one this year.
I thought there was like a number 2 that comes in. That's like the.
There is. That guy's in the basement right now with him off camera.
Well, you need to put on a mask then, because we all learned earlier that as soon as somebody comes into your house, you put a mask on. Fuck it, mask off.
Who do you guys have the Chiefs taking?
Mask on.
I have the Chiefs taking Jonathan Taylor, running back from Wisconsin.
So do I. I think you stole that off my mock.
No, that's impossible because his was finished first. So.
Yeah, thank you, Connor.
Mine was definitely finished first.
That's also impossible.
Yeah, that is not true. I mean,
but it's not impossible though. Technically,
I
it could have
don't
easily been done first. How about what I said on air, Pat? I text you, man. Got this mock going. This is serious. Whatever. Oh man, I completely forgot.
Yeah, but I started at 32.
Smoke screen.
Andy Reid looks,
you're right. Everyone's throwing people off here.
Andy Reid looks incredible. I mean, just next level in his Hawaiian shirt. That might be from the Cuban Zeet line. His mustache looks flawless like Mark Sanchez. He has a cup and some Bose headphones in front of him. I mean, let's go, Andy Reid. What a beautiful thing. They're the reigning Super Bowl champions. Their offense is stacked. Absolutely stacked.
Thank God they didn't get Ruggs.
Yeah, but by the way, the Chiefs weren't the only ones, I guess, that loved Ruggs. Yeah. It came out earlier that the Chiefs were looking to move up potentially to get Ruggs. And I assume Mike Mayock heard that and was like, well, damn, we'll get him first. We like the speed, 4.27. Mecole Hardman for the Kansas City Chiefs, very fast. Tyreek Hill, incredibly fast. Travis Kelce, incredibly athletic. Running back, good. Patrick Mahomes, obviously superstar. They just won a Super Bowl. Tyrann Mathieu and that defense flipped it around. And that man right there, a wizard, a genius, is their head coach. And he should have a little bit more swagger than he had a year ago. He finally got the monkey off his back of winning the Super Bowl. The Chiefs can only do right here unless they draft a backup quarterback. Maybe they draft a backup quarterback for Patrick Mahomes just in case he gets hurt in 5 years from now.
Jalen Hurts?
Oh, my God. Is the pick in yet, Andy? Come on.
I love the positioning of his camera. Like, yep, I'm going to put this thing right here.
Yeah, where do you want me to put? Make sure it's on a place that they'll be able to see you. Okay. Yeah, right here. Doesn't give a damn. Mike McCarthy's first shot with his face up in the camera might be the best shot of the day. Henry Ruggs III wearing the Old Spice robe without seeing the Old Spice logo, but still wearing the robe after getting drafted. Love that. Absolutely love that. And now Andy Reid, not giving a damn about where the camera is, wearing that Hawaiian shirt looking majestic, is my third favorite moment of the night.
You ever talk to any of your buddies that played for Andy Reid?
No.
They love him. Like every player I've ever talked to loves him.
Yeah. I was about to say I don't know anybody that's ever played for Andy Reid, but I have had conversations with folks that have played, if that makes sense, which is what you asked. So that's 100% on me.
Colquitt mentioned it the other day.
Colquitt, there it is. Yeah, Colquitt talked about it. Some other people. I guess he's awesome, though. I guess the players love him. They said his meetings are like this. He just is like a move and groove guy. Yeah, I have heard people talk about it.
No nonsense. Like he seems to be the perfect balance of like a player's coach. He understands like what it means to be a pro, and I think he kind of leaves you alone if you take care of your job.
Bro, there's 3 minutes left, Andy. Fucking get on with it, pal.
I haven't seen Booger much. Has Booger been on? I just haven't noticed.
He has. They had 45 people that they had to kind of scroll through. He's gotten some showtime tonight. Booger,
where was Kirk? Is it Kirk on? Or no, he did the pre-show.
Pre-show, and I think they're on ABC too.
Huh.
Brett Veach looks like he's 13. That guy won a Super Bowl last year. Good move by him. Are they texting with each other? Andy Reid chomping away. I mean, is that Big Red, you think? Spearmint?
Seems like they're talking to each other.
Andy Reid is talking to the guy they're drafting, I think. Look at him. He's already winning them over.
Oh, he's actually talking to me.
Zito.
Did he order another shirt?
Jose Perez.
Oh.
Coughed in the hand. You got to go into the cradle there, Andy.
No,
got to go into the cradle.
Not my house.
Might have been spitting up some burger.
Daniel Jeremiah with some bicycle gears in the back. Bro, I am very tired right now.
You know, I just realized too, like, I have no idea what's going on right now. I look at the TV all night. I have no idea what's going on.
Well, I mean, to your credit, though, I mean, you've been in a high-pressure situation all night. You got to be on your toes because you never know when people are going to come to you.
Everybody's pointing out that there's a treadmill behind Andy Reid.
Got
What's
food
that?
on it?
Clyde
Why is that funny?
Edwards-Helaire.
Take the running back. Take the running back, Clyde Edwards-Helaire from LSU. Congratulations to him joining the Super Bowl champion in the highly potent offense of the Kansas City Chiefs with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes at the helm. We can't thank you enough for watching this incredible 4-hour and 39-minute telecast of a watch-along of the NFL Draft. This was a long night. The show was stolen by the Green Bay Packers, who decided to draft a backup quarterback to one of the greatest of all time who has 4 years left on his contract. We'll be talking about that for the next couple of days. AJ, what's your big takeaways? It's been awesome hanging out with you here this evening.
Yeah, I'm glad we did this thing. I know, I think this was my idea. I floated it out to you, and you instantly wanted to do it. So I wanted to thank the boys for putting all the graphics together and everything. I couldn't see anything on my end, but
Jason, Foxy. Great work.
you guys put this thing together. I want to thank Mel Kiper. I want to thank Dr. Lou. Your parents were here. But, yeah, overall, weird night, but I'm glad we did this.
Big shout out to Jordan Palmer, Chris Ballard, Mark Sanchez, and Aaron Rodgers, who joined us earlier before the Jordan Love selection to the Green Bay Packers. I'll be eager to hear his reaction, his thoughts to that pick. And to everybody that watched along with us, we can't thank you enough. You have been too nice to us. We hope we can do this again in the future. I'm going to be honest, did not expect it to go this long. We mocked about how long it would be. It is 12:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are back live here at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and then again at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We can't wait to chat with you then. This has been the Primetime Draft Super Special from McAfee and Hawk Sports Talk. Hit it, Foxy.
Look good, feel good, play good. Play good, pay good, live good, die good.